Chapter 1226. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What was even more despicable was that those guys almost succeeded. The heavy weapons that they were so proud of were not worth mentioning in front of these guys. They were simply unscrupulous in their actions. They were simply unscrupulous, and they charged all the way here without any scruples. This made them feel even angrier. They felt like they were children in front of them. But fortunately, the Imperial Tutor was extremely powerful and repelled these guys. But even so, it was still a humiliation to them. At this moment, a ray of light fell from the sky and enveloped the entire city wall. And when this ray of light fell, the general immediately revealed an extremely pious and worshipful gaze. Su Yan looked at the ray of light that suddenly descended and revealed a surprised expression. Interesting. The power in this ray of light wasn't weak. At least according to their current situation, a figure slowly walked towards them from within the ray of light. Friend, you have come from afar. Why don't you enter the city to rest? It was a person wearing a white robe. His aura was filled with calmness and auspiciousness. It was an unimaginable feeling, as if he was incomparably amiable and had an exceptional charm. Su Yan smiled faintly. This was an interesting guy. Okay. Su Yan didn't refuse, and the city gate slowly opened. The general guarding the city seemed very unwilling and didn't want to let them in. But since the person in the ray of light had already spoken, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he wouldn't say anything. Because that person was the Imperial Tutor. He was the greatest expert in the entire Sun Empire. With his guidance, the Sun Empire was able to develop like this. At this moment, Wenzi said to Su Yan, "Young master, this person gives me a strange feeling." He seemed to have felt something, but he couldn't tell what it was. At this moment, Su Yan smiled and said, a little. After they entered the city, naturally, someone came to lead them. It was a young man. From his appearance, he didn't seem to be very old, only in his early 20s. However, his aura was long, and his strength was clearly not weak. He was not very friendly towards the arrival of Su Yan and the others, but he was not so fearful. You all better behave yourselves. Otherwise, Master will let you all know what fear is. He spoke directly and boasted shamelessly. Yi didn't really care about his enmity. To him, this was nothing more than a child's mischief. It was not a big deal. As he walked, his divine consciousness had already spread out. The divine sense was melodious and deep, but it was extremely weak. Unless one's divine sense was much stronger than Su Yan's, it would be impossible to detect this divine sense fluctuation. Streaks of light and shadows lingered in the sky. Like water ripples, that mysterious power enveloped that extremely magnificent palace. He walked forward step by step, taking in everything with his eyes. Finally, they arrived at the palace. In the great hall, the emperor sat on his throne. This emperor was quite dignified, vaguely releasing a frightening aura. This was a powerful cultivator. Su Yan was able to tell at the first moment. How dare you not kneel when you see His Majesty? At this moment, a warrior in the palace directly shouted. Following this, a rumbling voice sounded, "Kneel, kneel." The voice directly swept towards them. Amidst this roar, a wave of pressure naturally rose, as if an invisible hand had appeared, wanting to directly press them down. Those guards were clearly not very powerful, but the aura they emitted at this moment was already extremely terrifying. It was simply terrifying. Such a method was not bad. It was apparent that after the last invasion, this place had been carefully set up. However, Su Yan only smiled faintly at the sight of this. As expected, you're quite capable to be able to use such strength to suppress. You've surprised me. He lightly clapped his hands. It was just a very ordinary clapping sound, but it was enough to directly disperse the pressure. Good method. At this moment, the emperor spoke. Su Yan smiled and did not say anything. Outsiders, tell me the purpose of your visit. At this moment, his gaze became cold, and a murderous aura directly condensed. The Emperor's scepter, no, perhaps it should be the divine scepter. I'm here for that. Su Yan did not have the intention to beat around the bush and directly spoke his thoughts. Ha ha ha, are all of you outsiders so direct? The group of people last time was like this, and so are you. However, do you really think that you can really obtain it? You must know that those people last time seemed to be more powerful than you, and they also had more people than you. Naturally, it was self-evident what he wanted to say. Even those people who were so powerful did not succeed. What makes you think that you can get what you want here? That was his confidence. In his opinion, the Imperial Preceptor, coupled with the mysterious power of the palace, could display an extremely powerful might that could directly defeat Su Yan and the others. Moreover, last time, it was because we were too hasty that they escaped. However, this time, it won't happen. As his words fell, his eyes looked straight at Su Yan. Your Majesty, do you mean to keep us here? Wuxia asked. No matter what, he was still a cultivator of the venerable realm. How could he put an emperor in his eyes? This was determined by his identity. Yes, I want you to stay. Of course, you don't have to worry. I won't put you under house arrest. I just hope that you can become the imperial preceptor of your country. His words were very straightforward. He hoped that they could become the imperial preceptor of their country. In that case, they would serve the Sun Empire. Ha ha ha, what big words. Do you think you can afford to use us? Lu Wu directly sneered. His temper was not good to begin with, and at this time, he was even more furious. A mere emperor actually said such words. If he still had his magic power, he would have directly killed this guy. Even at this time, he would not lower his head. In that case, there's really no other way. Originally, His Majesty sincerely invited you to become our imperial preceptor. At this time, the imperial preceptor walked out. Then, he gently waved his hand. In the palace, a ray of light immediately appeared. The light shone brightly, and a powerful and terrifying aura directly rushed into the sky. Then, the powerful aura descended once again. Pillars of light rose up one after another, turning this place into a cage. The power projected from within was simply unimaginable. Everyone, please believe that we will definitely have a way to trap you, or even kill you. In an instant, the cage of light had been formed. Everyone was shrouded in it. At this time, the power continued to spread, as if it was going to annihilate everything. The light became brighter and brighter. However, when the light reached Su Yan and the others, it did not take a step forward. How is it? How is this power? The Emperor asked directly. He was filled with pride and confidence towards this power. Clearly, he was extremely confident in this power. Su Yan nodded and said, "This power is extremely powerful. It can already cause damage to our bodies." Su Yan said very frankly. After the Emperor received Su Yan's answer, he immediately revealed a very satisfied smile. Ha ha ha, that's natural. This is a power created with the scepter as the core, and a huge price was paid to create. Even experts like you will be directly killed. Back then, that group of experts appeared and almost killed their way to him. It was only when the Imperial Preceptor took action that those people were stopped. At that time, he felt extremely sullen. But now, this power had finally taken shape and could immediately suppress them directly. Although they were not the same group of people, he knew that they came from the same place. Since this power could restrain these people in front of him, then the guy who appeared last time could also be restrained. The Sun Empire was a powerful empire. No matter where the enemy appeared, they could only choose to submit. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. In fact, the Sun Empire was already close to an invincible existence. To him, conquering the people of this world was meaningless. Instead, conquering the experts from the outside world would make him feel happy. The Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor were no longer ignorant like before. They also understood that there seemed to be another world outside of their own. Perhaps this was an inconceivable matter, but now, he understood that it was true. When a person stood at the peak of a world, he would feel lonely and would want to explore and find new stimuli to fill his soul. At this time, the door to that new world had opened. Of course, he didn't only want to capture Su Yan and the other experts and then work for the Sun Empire. He also wanted to know more about the outside world. Then, he would make his own power even stronger. And when his power was strong enough, then he would start his new ambition, which was to bring his Sun Empire and directly start an expedition to conquer the outside world. For an ambitious person, the concept of the outside world appeared to be very fortunate. Your Majesty, I have to remind you once again that I am here for your Emperor's scepter. I have no interest in becoming your subordinate, nor am I interested in becoming a tool for your ambitions. Now, I will ask you one more time. Are you willing to hand over your Emperor's scepter to me? Chapter 12:27. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, I remember you said that this power is enough to hurt you. Since that's the case, why are you still boasting shamelessly in front of me? He asked Su Yan directly. Fengyun Reading Network. He was obviously very unhappy at this moment. The other party had directly rejected his suggestion. Moreover, it was so direct that there was no room for negotiation at all. No, it wasn't just a rejection, it was a threat and contempt. How dare he? Su Yan said, "All right, your Majesty has shown us his power. It's time for us to show our power too." As he spoke, Su Yan stepped forward. He took a step forward, and an extremely powerful force rushed out. The terrifying aura suddenly appeared at this time, and the energy beam with powerful destructive power was destroyed in an instant. That wasn't all. That terrifying force rushed out at this moment. Such a dense power was simply incomparably terrifying. The terrifying aura kept rising, and in the end, it turned into the heaviest spear. Boom! A dull sound was heard, and the entire hall shook violently. The appearance of that terrifying force seemed to be able to overturn everything. The Emperor's expression changed immediately, because he realized that the glory that he was so proud of just a moment ago had undergone such a huge change. What? Although he didn't panic, his expression had changed. After all, he originally thought that he had everything under control, but now he realized that the other party could actually shake his backing. However, Su Yan didn't break this light screen in the end. You're really powerful. To be able to shake my divine veil, it's really unimaginable. However, you still can't break this power. State Preceptor, upgrade the power of the divine veil. It seems that this expert of ours is much stronger than we thought. Although the divine veil wasn't destroyed this time, the tremor of the entire hall had already told him how powerful and terrifying Su Yan was. If he was still so careless, the previous tragedy might happen again. As expected, it's not the strongest power? Su Yan asked softly. He was not nervous at all. He was so calm that it was as if he was drinking tea. Of course not. To tell you the truth, the power just now was only half of the divine veil's power. This was also the reason why he could still be so shocked at this moment. At this moment, the Imperial Advisor had already displayed his power. Then, the scepter directly released an even more dazzling light. Under the illumination of this ray of light, the divine screen became even thicker. Then, the enormous oppressive force became even more powerful. Su Yan nodded. Not bad. This power is really not bad. Even for me, it has its merits. At this moment, his gaze landed on the Imperial Tutor. At this moment, the Imperial Master's body trembled slightly. He was not used to Su Yan's gaze. He was not used to seeing such a look in his opponent's eyes, which meant that he was not in control of everything. At this moment, he laughed coldly and said, "The power of the divine veil has become so powerful. Under such circumstances, you still don't panic? I have to praise your mental fortitude." In his opinion, Su Yan was just pretending to be calm at this time. At this moment, Su Yan smiled and said, "My mental fortitude has always been good. However, it's time to shatter your beautiful dream." At this moment, Su Yan stretched out his hand again. This made the emperor and the imperial tutor's expression a little strange. This guy had clearly tried just now. He could not even break through half of the divine veil. Now, it was the full power of the divine veil. What was this guy trying to do? Soon, they knew the answer. Su Yan's hand suddenly emitted a gentle ray of light. This ray of light was really insignificant compared to the divine tomb. However, at this moment, after the power was released, a hole appeared in the divine veil. And this was only the beginning. In just a short while, the divine veil had become extremely thin. The divine veil was disappearing. How is this possible? The divine veil is disappearing. Why? At this moment, the emperor was finally shocked. He stood up directly. He clearly could not accept this reality. The divine veil was one of the biggest things he relied on. He thought that he could block these outsiders. However, at this moment, the divine veil actually began to disappear in front of Su Yan. Moreover, it was an extremely unusual disappearance. His entire body was trembling. This scene was simply unimaginable. The imperial tutor was the same. In fact, it was not just them. Even Lu Wu and Huanze were surprised. When the divine veil appeared just now, he also felt a great pressure. He felt that the power had a huge pressure on him. They could imagine that Su Yan would definitely be able to break through this power. However, they never thought that Su Yan would do it in such a way. Lu Wu wanted to take advantage of this time when Su Yan's realm was not as high as his to launch a sneak attack and kill Su Yan. After all, he was extremely unwilling to be suppressed or even controlled by Su Yan. However, when he saw this scene, he immediately felt guilty. The means that Su Yan had mastered were truly terrifying. He thought to himself, "Damn it. This guy is actually so terrifying. It seems that if I want to deal with him, I can't be reckless." Su Yan did not care about them. The light in his palm became thicker. The thick light directly devoured everything. "Alright, I think you need to seriously consider my suggestion now." His voice was still as calm as ever. The first attack just now was just a test of the divine veil. Of course, when he was testing, the power of the Taishang rushed into the divine veil. Su Yan just said that this power had a reference value, even for him. The power of the Taishang directly devoured this power. The power of the Taishang even analyzed the source of this power. Su Yan stepped forward step by step. At this moment, all the guards stood in front of the imperial tutor and the imperial tutor. They were warriors. When their master was in danger, they naturally had to protect their master with all their power. However, Su Yan did not care about them at all. His gaze only fell on the imperial tutor and the imperial tutor. Then he said, "What? At this point, you still think that your power is enough to stop me? No, I should say, do you still think that your ambition can be realized?" His smile was somewhat calm. However, his footsteps did not stop. The gentle footsteps were like a giant hammer that smashed into everyone's hearts. After a few more steps, the imperial tutor finally could not take it anymore. His hand landed on the scepter. "Mighty divine scepter, grant me the power to resist these invading sinners. Use your mighty power to purify all the evil in this world." His voice was loud and clear. This was the most devout prayer he could muster. At this moment, he knew that his divine veil had directly failed. Although he did not understand why his power was so strong, and the divine veil was so much more terrifying than that day, it dissipated when facing this enemy. However, this didn't matter. He still had absolute confidence in this battle because he knew that he would be able to obtain the protection of this great god. Su Yan closed his eyes. He did not interrupt this ceremony. It was as if he did not realize that this imperial tutor could obtain great power after completing this ceremony. At this moment, Lu Wu directly spoke. "Young master, quickly do something. We can't let him complete this ceremony." He already felt a huge pressure. This pressure made him feel powerless. A timid person would definitely not be willing to face such a situation. He hoped that he could control everything, but now he was in a situation that was beyond his control. However, at this moment, He Wenza directly said, "Old Lu, don't disturb young master. Young master will deal with this himself." Unlike Lu Wu's resentment and hatred towards Su Yan, he already approved of Su Yan, even to the point of worship. He was not like Lu Wu, who had other thoughts in his mind. Lu Wu glanced at He Wenza. He was actually not slow because this guy actually dared to berate him like this. However, he did not show it. At this moment, Su Yan's power directly fell. The terrifying radiance moved bit by bit. The power was like flowing water, giving people an extremely peaceful and beautiful feeling. At this moment, the power was like ripples, incomparably quiet. Su Yan seemed to be in a daze. He did not feel the arrival of this powerful power at all. At this moment, a black light suddenly appeared in the hand of the imperial tutor. "Kill." As soon as the word was spoken, the black light directly slashed towards Su Yan. This black light appeared extremely suddenly. Just now, he was clearly begging for the power of the imperial tutor, but at this moment, he directly erupted with killing intent. Such an attack could be considered stunning. It was a typical fast and ruthless attack. At this moment, Su Yan lightly smiled and said, "As expected, you really do have a problem." When the black light arrived in front of Su Yan suddenly stretched out his hand. The power he displayed was still at the spirit realm. However, the strange thing was that this power was actually unable to break through Su Yan's defense. Su Yan's hand seemed to have a demonic power that could directly destroy this power. "You're not a native of this world, right?" Chapter 12:28. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan's every word was like a clap of thunder. It was sacred and could not be disobeyed. After he said that, a ray of light shot out from the imperial tutor's eyes. Su Yan was actually able to see through his origins. When Su Yan said that, he still did not have any hope in his heart. Because just as Su Yan had said, he was indeed not a native of this world. However, this was not the first time he had entered this world. It was a very long time ago. If one had to talk about it, he was somewhat similar to Yunhe. Because of an accident, he had come to this place. Of course, there were also differences between the two. Yunhe did not enter the world of the Divine Gate. Instead, she directly encountered the evil spirits. As for him, he entered the world of the Divine Gate. Why did the king know about the outside world? It was because of his contribution. He was the one who brought this news to the king. Of course, he would not be so kind as to assist the king and achieve his hegemony. This was just a way to use him. He needed to use the king's powerful strength to achieve his own ambitions. You actually covet this power, right? However, you realize that you can't seize this power at all. The god behind the Sun Empire seems to be much more powerful than you, so you know that if you try to seize this power yourself, you will be killed directly. Su Yan spoke again. At this time, he gently clenched his hand and shattered this power. At this time, the imperial tutor took 2 steps back. No matter who it was, when his secret was directly exposed by a person, he could no longer maintain his calm. "How did you know?" he asked directly. This secret was deeply hidden in his heart. Even the king had no way of knowing. However, Su Yan said it out loud. Could it be that this guy was a real god? Su Yan said, how did I know? Hehe, it's very simple. Because I saw your soul, I can know everything in your heart. This is not strange. Alright, great king, your prayers should be over. At this time, Su Yan turned his head and said to the king. The emperor nodded and said, I'm very happy that you can let me complete this ritual. But it's also very regretful because when the power of God falls on me, you will have to pay a huge price. The price is death. As he spoke, his power once again spread towards Su Yan. At this moment, his entire being was filled with an intense killing intent. The terror of this killing intent was simply unimaginable. Using the power of a god was not a simple matter. Not only did it mean that he was incompetent as an emperor, but it would also consume his life force. But sometimes, there was no other way. Because if he didn't use this power, he wouldn't be able to win. After all, he was now facing an extremely vicious enemy from the outside world. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be the extraterrestrial demons. This was already an irresistible power, but the gods would not sympathize with him. The gain and loss of power had always been equal. At this time, Su Yan said, it's because you have to pay a huge price to obtain power, so you are angry in your heart. Am I right? His words hit the nail on the head. The king's expression changed. Obviously, at this time, Su Yan was right again. Hehe, the so-called god, is he really a god? If he is a real god, why didn't he appear to help you fight when you are in danger? Why did he need your life force to support him? Su Yan shook his head. The sarcasm was extremely obvious. Shut up. How can you criticize the great god? I will say one more thing. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will directly kill you. The king had already become extremely angry. To him, Su Yan's words were treason and heresy. This was shaking his faith. You are all self-deceivers, so pitiful and sad. At this time, Su Yan finally lost interest in continuing to entangle with them. If you are willing to pretend to be a god in the back, then I will first kill the pitiful ones you have fooled. You are only after vitality and want to revive. This has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately, I need this power right now. I want to leave this illusory world of reincarnation. At this time, Su Yan looked up and said these words. In fact, at this time, he was no longer talking to the imperial tutor and the imperial king because it was meaningless. These two pitiful people were not qualified to talk to Su Yan. The only one who could barely talk to him was the so-called god behind him. True devil shadow, appear. I will allow you to fight to your heart's content. After Su Yan finished speaking, a terrifying figure appeared behind him. When this figure appeared, Lu Wu was immediately shocked. This time, he was so close to the true devil shadow. Last time, he saw the battle between the true devil shadow and the eight-armed devil god. Because of this, he was extremely shocked. At this time, this terrifying thing was standing behind him. Such power was simply unparalleled. Su Yan directly said, go find your enemy. After Su Yan's words, the true devil shadow suddenly turned into a ray of light and directly broke through the defense, then flew high into the sky. Afterward, it disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, the king asked in horror, where did he go? Just now, he felt how insignificant he was. That pitch-black yet incomparably tall existence, how great was his power. Such an existence was simply terrifying. If he attacked him, then perhaps he would be killed in the next moment. At this time, Su Yan said, you don't need to worry. He won't attack you. His opponent is your god. Audacious, you dare to blaspheme the gods, you really deserve to die. When Su Yan finished this sentence, the king immediately became furious. This guy really had guts. He actually dared to blaspheme the gods. How could he dare to say such words? How could he say them? Su Yan laughed, idiot. So, die. He didn't let Huanzi or Lu Wu attack, but instead directly went in front of the king. He clearly only took a single step, but he was already in front of him. At this time, the two of them had already become extremely horrified. Just now, they didn't even see how Su Yan used his power. Wasn't he only able to use the power of the spirit realm? When did the spirit realm become so terrifying, so frightening? If every spirit realm cultivator was like this, then how could they survive? At this time, Su Yan didn't care about what they were thinking. To him, this was a very simple matter. Actually, to him at this time, cultivation was no longer important. Originally, he had seen the battle between the dragon god and the great devil dragon. At that time, the two of them had fought at the same cultivation level as him. But when facing these two people, he felt like he was a clown that could be killed instantly. How terrifying was that? Actually, this was all about the understanding of power. Cultivation level was indeed important, but the understanding of power was even more important. That was the understanding of the laws, the perception of all existences. At this time, his power was changing. So what if he was in the spirit realm? Even if he was in the spirit realm, he could still move the strings of the zither. In these two worlds, Su Yan had received a huge increase in power. This increase wasn't just because he had absorbed the origin of the eight-armed demon god, but also because his understanding of power had increased once again. After losing his original cultivation level, he could no longer use the enormous power that he could use as he pleased, but it allowed him to familiarize himself with his original cultivation level. This allowed him to know that when he was in the lower realms, he could actually do even better. That powerful and terrifying power was constantly changing at this time. At this time, his aura had increased to an unimaginable level. At this time, he was a powerful and terrifying demon god. When he got close, the emperor suddenly realized that he had stopped breathing. Everything that originally didn't exist should just dissipate. After Su Yan said this sentence, the emperor actually dissipated just like that. At this time, he was already completely dead. Su Yan had a smile on his face. This was a very peaceful smile, one that had nothing to do with victory or killing. Then, his gaze fell on the imperial teacher. When the imperial teacher saw Su Yan's power, he was completely shocked. Just what kind of technique did Su Yan use? No, that wasn't a technique, but a demonic technique. If it wasn't a demonic technique, why would a person disappear for no reason? Who exactly are you? Speak. At this time, his power began to rise, as if he wanted to make a final resistance. Alright, you don't have to pretend anymore. If you really only have such strength, how could you deceive that god? Imperial teacher, it's just a joke. Show your true body. If I'm not wrong, you should also be an expert from ancient times. After hearing Su Yan's words, the imperial tutor's expression turned calm. He looked at Su Yan and suddenly smiled. What a terrifying person. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. How terrifying. At this time, flames suddenly appeared outside his body. The flames were pitch black and extremely terrifying. However, there seemed to be a trace of blood red in the darkness. Interesting. Not bad flames. Su Yan said. At this time, his power began to condense. The two of them attacked almost at the same time and directly clashed with their palms. In an instant, the entire palace hall disappeared. Chapter 1229. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, what a domineering flame. Su Yan sighed. After such a blow, the Grand Master was not hurt at all. The two of them were actually evenly matched in this exchange. How could someone who could be evenly matched with him be simple? At this moment, the Grand Master laughed and said, "Same to you." What flame is this? Su Yan asked. He had mastered the law of flame, but when they exchanged blows, he realized that the flame was not under his control. A flame with such great power was naturally not simple. This is the sacrificial flame. By sacrificing one's life and using it to burn away, the sacrificial flame can become the most brilliant, he said indifferently. However, his tone was filled with pride towards this flame. At this moment, Huanzi suddenly frowned. He seemed to have heard of this flame before. Suddenly, he recalled, Blood Fire Daoist. You are the infamous Blood Fire Taoist of that era. The flame of sacrifice, you once slaughtered nearly 1 million people to sacrifice your blood fire. Later, you were suppressed by the ancestor Buddha himself. In that era, there were many experts. Even so, the Blood Fire Taoist was infamous in that era. He was a top figure in the diabolism. Back then, he killed many geniuses from powerful sections. In order to cultivate his flame of sacrifice, he directly sacrificed a huge city with a population of 1 million people. At that time, more than half of the 1 million people were cultivators. Among them, there were many powerful figures, and there were even 10 Dao masters. Even so, they were all dead. He directly sacrificed their lives to cultivate his flame. It was also because of this that directly alarmed the ancestor Buddha. In that era, the Buddha sect was extremely powerful, more prosperous than the Heavenly Saint sect today. The ancestor Buddha was known as the #1 person in the righteous path. He personally took action and finally killed the Blood Fire Taoist. Of course, even so, the Blood Fire Daoist's terrifying battle record still left a deep mark in history. Originally, he thought that this guy was dead. Who would have thought that this guy was still alive? Furthermore, from the looks of it, he seemed to have recovered quite a bit of his cultivation. This was an extremely terrifying figure. Who would have thought that they would meet in such a place? This was not a good thing. Oh. There is actually someone who remembers me. Hee, what an honor. But by the way, how is that old thing, Ancestor Buddha? At this time, as he spoke, his murderous aura had already risen. Su Yan said directly, you don't have to worry. As far as I know, Ancestor Buddha has fallen. Of course, I don't know if he can be resurrected. In fact, if someone like you can be resurrected, I think the possibility of that person being resurrected is higher. The Blood Flame Daoist laughed out loud, dead? He's still dead. This is really good news. As for his resurrection, I don't think it's possible. After all, once I get out, I'll sever all of his inheritance. As long as it's his plot, I'll destroy it. Humph, it's not that easy for him to resurrect. He was full of unimaginable hatred for Ancestor Buddha. Back then, if it weren't for Ancestor Buddha, he wouldn't have been so miserable. However, at this time, he had understood some things. That was, it didn't matter whether he won or lost. As long as he was still alive, there would always be a chance to make a comeback. This was his survival rule. Leave? Do you think you can leave this place? Su Yan asked. Of course. Do you think I'm so stupid? Well, I might as well tell you that for so many years, I have been lurking here. I have experienced several reincarnations in the Divine Gate world and have mastered many secrets. Originally, I wanted to devour this god, but this god's strength was beyond my expectations, so I could only look for an opportunity. But now that you are here, it means that my opportunity has come. Su Yan said, you have also discovered the secret of this world, and you seem to be able to master it. No wonder you are so confident to leave here and return to the outside world. But I am the same. Of course, at this time, you seem to have forgotten that you have to defeat me to achieve your goal. After Su Yan finished speaking, he had already made his move. I won't forget, but I am confident that I can defeat you. Burn, my flame of sacrifice. All the light, turn into the most fundamental power, and let the blood boil. At this moment, as he spoke, there was already an extremely heavy breath. This power was so terrifying, so powerful. The radiance that kept rising had reached a kind of extreme transformation. At this time, everything in the sky seemed to be affected by this power. The two of them directly engaged in a battle. While the two of them were fighting, a huge cloud of smoke had appeared above their heads. The most terrifying power had appeared. Lu Wu took a few steps back and then said in a daze, "These two guys, what are their realms? Can they use all of their power?" He was really unwilling. He was clearly able to use the power of his life spirit, but at this time, he was still so useless. Facing these two existences in front of him, it was as if he was a child. "Old Lu, don't you understand? This is no longer a matter of realms, but of the understanding of power. These two people can be said to have no realms at all. In other words, the so-called realms are meaningless to them." Huanzi said directly at this time. Lu Wu asked, "What do you mean?" Huanzi said, "All the laws are in the heart. Their understanding of power has already reached a level that surpasses our imaginations. Therefore, each and every one of their actions is able to display a terrifying amount of power at the smallest cost. Even if the young master were to fight you at the first level of the spirit realm, the one who would lose would still be you." Huanzi continued to sigh. That blood-fire Daoist was originally a fierce and ruthless person in the archaic era who had killed countless people. Moreover, after being killed by ancestor Buter, he had such an experience. I am not surprised that he could reach this level, but our young master is truly a genius among geniuses. He continued, "Originally, I thought that the young master of our Xianxia sect was already a powerful freak, but now that I think about it, there is still a long way to go. Now, let's see what is so special about the other 4 heavenly kings like him, and whether they can catch up to our young master's footsteps." Lu Wu was unwilling to give up, and then said, "Old He, why do you think so highly of him? Could it be that you already want to leave your Xianxia sect and follow this Su Yan?" In his opinion, this was a very stupid thing to do. Su Yan's strength was indeed powerful, but what about the Xianxia sect? Just the power that was displayed in this world was already extremely terrifying, and in their small world, there was the existence of venerable sovereigns, and even saint-venerable ancestors. Huanzi said, "Indeed, I have the same intention. If I can get out alive this time, then I will report to the sect and allow me to do so." Lu Wu's eyes widened. He never thought that his old friend would say such a thing. This was not a joke, he was serious. At this moment, the battle between the two had become even more intense. The dark and blood-red flames became more vigorous at this time. The terrifying power seemed to gradually form a domain, and then it wrapped Su Yan and himself in it. This was simply a ferocious power. Such power was really terrifying, and it made people's hearts tremble. At this time, Lu Wu said, "No matter how powerful Su Yan is, it is impossible for him to be a match for the blood-fire Daoist. I think we should plan a way out early. Didn't they say that there are other outsiders? Why don't we go and have a look? Maybe it is also a sect from the eastern land." When Lu Wu saw the terrifying power of the sacrificial flames, he still felt that Su Yan did not have much hope. Therefore, it was better to find a backer at this time. However, at this time, Huanzi said, "No, I believe that the one who will win in the end will definitely be young master." Lu Wu asked, "How do you know?" Huanzi's face was expressionless, just intuition. "You idiot." Lu Wu found that he understood his old friend more and more. What was wrong with him? Could it be that Su Yan had brainwashed him? He actually worshipped Su Yan to such an extent. Huanzi did not care and just watched. Of course, he was not just watching, but comprehending. Witnessing a fight between experts was a kind of luck, because he might be able to comprehend a lot of things that he did not understand. At this time, the sacrificial flames were indeed extremely fierce, enveloping everything. It seemed that Su Yan did not have any hope of winning. However, after following Su Yan for these days, he had a certain understanding of Su Yan. In his opinion, Su Yan was a person who liked to have everything in his hands. If he was not confident, why would he fight with the blood-fire Daoist? There was also the terrifying power of the demonic shadow just now. If he wanted to attack the blood-fire Daoist, even the blood-fire Daoist would not be able to withstand it. However, Su Yan did not let the demonic shadow attack. Instead, he let the demonic shadow challenge the so-called god. Su Yan was not a stupid person. Since he did so, it could only mean one thing. He was confident in defeating the blood-fire Daoist. However, if young master is confident in defeating the blood-fire Daoist, why is he not faster? Instead, he seems to be stalling for time. Wuxia thought to himself. It had to be said that this Wuxia was indeed a smart person. He really understood Su Yan very well. Just as he thought, Su Yan was very confident in defeating the blood-fire Daoist. Chapter 1230. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, here it comes, the counterattack is about to begin. Su Yan immediately knew that the true devil's counterattack was about to begin. In an instant, the true devil's shadow soared into the sky, and a terrifying light burst forth. The powerful and terrifying energy turned into a vortex at this moment. No pop-up window. Before the eight-headed serpent could retreat, the true devil suddenly stretched out his arm and pressed on one of the serpent's heads. Roar! The eight-headed serpent roared again, but this time, it wasn't a roar of excitement, but of fear. Yes, at this moment, he finally felt incomparable fear. But it was too late. A black light suddenly appeared in his body. That was the devil power he devoured from the true devil. I understand now. The shadow of the true devil was actually pretending to be weak at the beginning, deliberately letting the eight-headed snake devour his strength. In an instant, Su Yan understood that the shadow of the true devil was actually using tactics. Sure enough, as expected of the great devil Heaven Lord, the means he left behind are really amazing. At this moment, the power continued to erupt, and then the aura continued to condense and attack. The violent aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. Streaks of energy came crashing down at this moment. The terrifying pressure seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. That wasn't all, the true devil's power was rolling at this moment, and such a power was even more terrifying. In the sky, everything seemed to have stopped. The eight-headed serpent's powerful body was actually unable to move. The true devil slowly climbed up like a proud warrior. At the same time, his power erupted, and the eight-headed serpent was directly pulled to his side. At this moment, the true devil suddenly stretched out one of his hands, and then immediately penetrated the serpent's body through layers of obstacles. The eight-headed serpent's defense was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, in the face of the shadow of the true devil, all of its defensive power was so weak that it was not even worth mentioning. Its body was pierced directly. The eight-headed serpent let out a painful roar. But at this time, it seemed like it couldn't do anything other than roaring. The shadow of the true devil pounced on the eight-headed serpent and began to devour its power. To him, even if it was the power of God's resentment, it didn't matter. He didn't care about any power of darkness. He could directly devour it. He was a true devil. The so-called true devil was the most powerful and terrifying existence in the world. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, "Let's stop." Su Yan's words weren't heavy, but they made the true devil's figure freeze. Su Yan slowly floated to the true devil's side. At this time, he could clearly feel the true devil's struggle and anger, and even killing intent. As expected, your consciousness has been affected, and you even want to break free from my control? Su Yan softly muttered to himself. At this time, he discovered that this true devil shadow was actually trying to break free from his control and produce an independent personality. This wasn't a good thing. If this thing really succeeded, then Su Yan's cultivation would be wasted. He would be working for the great devil Heaven Lord. Great Devil Heaven Lord, although your strength is terrifying and unparalleled in the world, at least at this time, I still have the initiative. At this time, Su Yan's eye of truth was operating. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Very soon, the situation in the shadow of the true devil's body became clear to him. At this moment, he discovered that the demonic finger bone had silently reached the shadow of the true devil's heart. This true devil's shadow was originally a terrifying projection condensed by Su Yan with his own power. It was impossible for it to have a heart. The meaning of its existence was to fight for Su Yan. But at this time, the heavenly demon finger bone wanted to steal and control the true devil's shadow. With the heavenly demon finger bone as the core, threads of power began to spread throughout the true devil's shadow's body. However, as Su Yan said, even at this level, Su Yan was still the leader. This was because the true devil's shadow was created by him. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for someone as powerful as the great devil Heaven Lord to completely seize and control the true devil's shadow. Of course, if Su Yan was unaware of all this, he might be able to achieve his goal with the passage of time. But now, none of this was a secret to Su Yan. He could see everything clearly with his eyes. Su Yan urged his will again, stopping the true devil's shadow. However, the true devil's shadow resisted again. He was resisting Su Yan's order. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Don't you think it's not good to be honest with me and resist me at this time? It's still too early." Su Yan's will erupted. A terrifying and powerful aura rushed into the true devil's shadow's body like thunder. Heavenly demon finger bone, do you still want to turn the tables? Countless thunder-like wills rushed in and attacked the heavenly demon finger bone. What a terrifying and mighty power! The terror of this power was almost unimaginable. At this moment, the violent power suppressed him so fiercely that he almost couldn't breathe. Su Yan's strength and terror could be imagined. A demonic will erupted from the heavenly demon finger bone. It was the will of the great devil Heaven Lord. Stupa, soul-suppressing seal. At this time, Su Yan directly urged the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect. In the beginning, Su Yan did not dare to use it casually. However, later, Su Yan had been purifying it with the power of the Great Supreme and gradually washed away the mark of the Stupa sect. After becoming a Tao master, he used his powerful strength to completely erase everything in it. This mark no longer had anyone else's will, only his own. Therefore, at this time, he could freely use the soul-suppressing seal without any hindrance. In the heavenly demon finger bone, there was a wisp of the great devil Heaven Lord's will, which was the key to controlling the true devil's shadow. But now, Su Yan directly used the soul-suppressing seal. His purpose was to suppress this wisp of will. Not only that, but Su Yan also had a greater ambition. After controlling this wisp of will, he would refine the power of the heavenly demon finger bone. He would really refine it and then turn it into his own. He would not let the heavenly demon finger bone exist freely and help him at critical times. By doing so, he had already formed a karma with the extremely powerful and terrifying great devil Heaven Lord. But at this time, how could Su Yan be afraid? Because the karma between him and the great devil Heaven Lord had already been formed long ago. Of course, this was because the great devil Heaven Lord had taken the initiative to find him. He was the child of destiny and was destined to be schemed against by many experts. As the saying goes, too much debt does not weigh down one's body. Since he had already come to this point, he did not care anymore. The soul-suppressing seal fell, and the violent aura changed directly. The power surged at this time, like flames and thunder. At the same time, the decaying laws appeared. This power was constantly changing and finally began to suppress the power. The great devil Heaven Lord's will was furious and seemed to want to launch a counterattack. At this time, Su Yan said, "He, great devil Heaven Lord, if it were any other place, would not dare to attack you. But this place is different. This place is the place where gods are buried. The power here is extremely terrifying. Do you dare to descend with your own consciousness? Su Yan seemed to have him in his grasp. That's right, this was also the reason why he dared to attack here. This place was extremely special. The place where gods fell was extremely dangerous. Perhaps, in the depths of this place, there was a real god who was resurrecting. The great devil Heaven Lord would definitely be able to sense this place. If he really dared to descend with his own consciousness, it might trigger a counterattack from the gods in this place. There was even a possibility that his own consciousness would be left behind. Therefore, at this time, the will of the heavenly demon Finger Bone was isolated and helpless. It was also because of this that Su Yan dared to do so. He had already integrated all his strength into it. This was the best time to fight. At this time, Su Yan was extremely aggressive. His power continued to surge. He wanted to settle the world in an instant and settle everything. At this very moment, the terrifying power continued to soar. The terrifying power had reached its peak at this very moment. Endless aura was constantly erupting at this time. Everything in the sky had reached the most violent stage. Such a storm appeared directly in the body of the true devil shadow. Although the great devil Heaven Lord's consciousness could not enter, even the little bit of consciousness left in the finger bone was already extremely terrifying. He discovered Su Yan's intention and immediately launched the most violent counterattack. It seemed like he was going to go all out. Ha! Great devil Heaven Lord, I can already sense your will. However, it's useless. Your existence is a huge threat to me. Today, I'll definitely erase your will. Even if I have to destroy this true devil shadow, I won't hesitate to do so. This was Su Yan's determination. One had to know that the true devil shadow was extremely powerful and terrifying. In a battle, it was a good helper. If it were any other person, how could they bear to destroy this power? However, Su Yan dared to do so. If this power could not be completely controlled by him, then what was the point of its existence? If he were to betray him at the most critical moment, that would be a real scam. Since that was the case, it was better to destroy everything and let everything disappear completely. Chapter 1231. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was Su Yan's attitude, as well as the bottom line of his tolerance. Instead of letting this thing that doesn't listen to me exist, I'd rather destroy it completely and let it vanish into nothingness. At this moment, the change in his aura had reached the pinnacle. The battle between him and the great devil Heaven Lord was the real deal. As for the rest, Su Yan didn't care at all. The power continued to surge. Terrifying auras pressed down, as though they wanted to destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yan couldn't care less. The power of the soul-subduing seal grew stronger and stronger, gradually gaining the upper hand. That wasn't all. Su Yan's Taiji sword had also begun to surge. The power of yin and yang exploded, and the terrifying aura had completely wrapped around the remnant consciousness of the great devil Heaven Lord. Alright, then at this moment, I'll let you be completely annihilated and then devour your power directly, Su Yan muttered to himself. After which, the power started to churn and the regal sword spirit appeared. The appearance of the regal sword spirit could be said to be the real deal. His power was so sacred and so mighty. The moment this power appeared, the great devil Heaven Lord was destined to lose. At this moment, the great devil Heaven Lord still wanted to make a final struggle. Unfortunately, Su Yan wouldn't give him the chance. His power surged like the ocean, and his terrifying aura continued to surge. Finally, all of this was completely obliterated and dissipated. Alright, have I finally succeeded? After an unknown amount of time, the process finally came to an end. Su Yan had finally eliminated the means left behind by the great devil Heaven Lord. At least for now, I've disrupted his plan a little. Every one of these powerful giants is incomparably terrifying. I can't be careless. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll fail miserably. Su Yan knew that such powerful existences had terrifying means. This time, although it seemed like he had won on the surface, it was still unknown whether it was a complete victory. He wanted to refine the heavenly demon finger bone and analyze the laws within it. But he had already discovered that this could not be done in a short amount of time. The sky demon finger bone's precepts were too strong. Even with the magic of the very high power, it could not be done in a short amount of time. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, at this time, he had a preliminary understanding of the divine consciousness and will within it. The heavenly demon finger bone was already an ownerless object. Therefore, he now had a lot of time to let the power of the utmost supreme continuously analyze it. Then, he could familiarize himself with the laws within the droplet stone and even decipher them. Once he succeeded, his strength would definitely increase even more. Finally, another one has been dealt with. There's also the power of the ancestor Buter and the heart of the demon god. In comparison, the power of the ancestor Buter is what I am most worried about. Su Yan muttered in his heart. At this moment, the power of Buddha covered the surface of his heart, forming a Buddha's heart. In the beginning, he had naively thought that the ancestor Buter was a saint who had fought to the death with those guys from the devil sect in order to save the continent. However, with the improvement of his strength and his understanding of the world, he had already understood that for these powerhouses, all of this was just an illusion. The so-called saving of the world was just nonsense. At their level, all they cared about was themselves. They wanted to reach the true state of being free. If he still treated the ancestor Buter as a saint like before, it would be a big mistake. He might not be as ferocious as the great devil Heaven Lord, but he was definitely not someone who was easy to deal with. The heart of the demon god was also a hidden danger, but he was not so worried about it. Su Yan was confident that he could solve this hidden danger. However, Futu's power was troublesome. Futu had wrapped up his heart. In the beginning, Su Yan felt that he could protect his heart and prevent himself from being controlled by the great devil dragon's instincts. However, at this moment, it seemed that this was not the case. This was simply holding his heart hostage. It was not so easy for him to release this power because if he was not careful, he would destroy himself. The heart was the most important thing. Even at Su Yan's level, he would not treat it lightly. If his heart was not protected well, it was very likely that it would be destroyed directly. What should he do? His aura was so strong at this time, and the terrifying brilliance was simply terrifying to the extreme. With such power, the terrifying brilliance had reached an unimaginable level. It seemed that nothing in this world could be compared to this terrifying aura. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan would not target the power of the Buter. Well, the hidden danger of the great devil Heaven Lord has been removed. So, at this time, do you still want to struggle? At this time, Su Yan's eyes finally fell on the eight-headed serpent. The eight-headed serpent was suppressed by the shadow of the true devil and had lost the power to fight. However, just now, Su Yan and the great devil Heaven Lord's consciousness had started to conquer it, which gave it a slight chance. At this time, it had begun to gradually break free. However, it was also unlucky. Before it could completely break free, Su Yan had already ended the battle. When Su Yan looked at it, this terrifying existence immediately knew that it was not good. Su Yan ignored it and pointed out with his finger. The power of laws appeared directly. Raging fire, ice, and lightning. These power of laws appeared directly and then enveloped everything. Such a terrifying aura erupted at this time. The terrifying power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The power of darkness had also reached an unimaginable level. The violent power descended directly at this time and sealed the heavenly resentment directly. The heavenly resentment originally wanted to escape, but there was no way it could do so now. The laws were like chains that bound this power completely. The terror of such an aura was simply unimaginable. The heavenly resentment finally stopped struggling. It was not that it did not want to, but it did not have the power to resist. At this time, Su Yan's power of the zenith exploded and covered the heavenly resentment directly. The shadow of the true devil was not afraid of his power attribute, and neither was Su Yan. The power of the zenith had the power to return to the origin. Whether it was the power of darkness or other things, it was a kind of power. For the power of the zenith, it was all nourishment. Su Yan began to devour the power of the heavenly resentment. However, at this time, his eyebrows twitched. Because at this time, he felt that something had changed. Oh! These people actually came back. It turned out that when Su Yan was fighting with this terrifying heavenly resentment, a few more people appeared. Wenza and Lu Wu were originally waiting for Su Yan's return. In front of them, the divine scepter stood quietly. Both of them could feel the power of this divine scepter. This divine scepter was not a gift from the heavenly resentment, but a condensation of the power of this divine gate world. It contained an extremely huge power. From another point of view, this divine scepter was actually a key to leave this place. If one could master this key, then the divine gate would appear again. Therefore, this was extremely precious. At this time, Lu Wu almost wanted to go up and take the divine scepter into his hands, but Wenza stopped him. "Old Lu, what are you trying to do?" Faced with Wenza's question, Lu Wu frowned and said, "Old He, do you really want to become that kid's dog?" If Su Yan was here, of course, he would not dare to say it. However, at this time, Su Yan was not here. He knew that this might be an excellent opportunity. "Well, old Lu, it turns out that you are not convinced by the young master." Wenza had already seen some signs, but after all, they were good friends. Everyone had their own ambitions, so there was nothing to say. However, at this time, Lu Wu's actions were trapping Su Yan. He also understood that this divine scepter might be the key to leaving this divine gate world. At this time, Lu Wu clearly wanted to open the divine gate world directly and leave. Once he did so, Su Yan would not be able to leave. "Old He, don't be stupid." "What young master? You are a disciple of the Xianin sect. We, the people of ancient sects, are superior existences. This guy is just a little lucky. How can he be our young master?" After saying that, he directly rushed toward the divine scepter. Wenza immediately made a move and blocked him. "Have you not thought about how you will explain to the young master if he comes back? Do you think the young master will die up there?" Wenza asked directly. Hearing Wenza's words, Lu Wu's expression changed. After all, the strength that Su Yan showed was too terrifying. His strength was simply unimaginable. Although he was full of hostility toward Su Yan, he had to admit that Su Yan was strong. The strength that Su Yan showed made him fear Su Yan to an extremely terrifying extent. Of course, it was also because of this that he was so angry. He was an elder of the celestial sect. His position was considered high, but at this time, he was full of fear toward such a person. This was what made him the most unhappy. Thinking of this, he said directly, "Old He, since you want to fight with me, then come. Anyway, we have not fought for a long time." But just when the two of them were about to fight, a voice sounded. "Lu Wu, Wenza, what are you two doing? Why are you fighting at this time?" The voice sounded, and the two of them were stunned. At this time, Lu Wu suddenly shouted in surprise, "Martial uncle." Chapter 1232. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, he was truly surprised. Because the owner of this voice was his martial uncle, Wei Yan. Although he wanted to fight with Wenza, he was still extremely wary of Su Yan. If Su Yan appeared at this moment, it would be equivalent to taking his life. But at this moment, his martial uncle appeared, which made him let go of all the fear in his heart. His martial uncle, Wei Yan, was the person in charge of the treasure hunt in the central region. He was extremely powerful, an expert at the peak of the Tao Master realm, perhaps even stronger than that. Now that this person had appeared, what was there to be afraid of? At this moment, a few existences appeared behind Wei Yan. One of them was filled with a dense dark aura, giving off an extremely gloomy feeling, while the other one seemed to be filled with a terrifying majesty. This majesty almost made him unable to breathe. "Martial uncle, who are these two?" he asked directly. Wei Yan said, "This is the Dark Demon Sect's Great Si Ming, and this is the Dragon Island's judge." He said it indifferently, but He Wenza and Lu Wu were extremely shocked. The Dark Demon Sect's Great Si Ming was an extremely terrifying expert. His dark energy was extremely powerful, almost reaching the level of a one-step sovereign. There were experts in extremely large sects who were swallowed by his dark energy. The Dragon Tribe's judge was also extremely terrifying, because he existed for the sake of killing those humans who had dragon blood on their hands. He did not care about why the Dragon Tribe was killed. Was it because they wanted to become heroes by slaying dragons, or was it because the evil dragons were killed because of their evil deeds? As long as he sensed the dragon's resentment from the other party, he would not hesitate to attack. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. "Martial uncle, why are you with them? Let's not talk about the Dragon Tribe's judge first, but shouldn't the Dark Demon sect be their enemy? Many experts in the sect had died in his hands." He Wenza also said directly, "Senior Wei, this doesn't seem appropriate." This was a matter of standpoint, and it was difficult for him to accept. One of them was an expert from the southern sea god realm, while the other represented the western wilderness. What's wrong? Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Wei Yan asked softly. The two of them were immediately speechless. After all, Wei Yan was much stronger than them. At this time, when Wei Yan asked again, "Okay, tell me, what were you two doing just now?" Suddenly, he saw the divine scepter. What exactly happened here? Tell me, the emperor and the state preceptor seem to have disappeared. Could it be the two of you? However, the two of you shouldn't be that capable, he asked directly. He clearly knew that with the strength of these two juniors, it was impossible for them to reach such a level. He Wenza's face was somewhat gloomy. At this time, Wei Yan said, "Lu Wu, tell me everything. Don't leave anything out." When Lu Wu heard Wei Yan's words, he immediately said, "Yes, martial aunt." Then, he told Wei Yan everything, including how he met Su Yan and followed Su Yan to this place. Of course, when he was telling the story, he also directly described Su Yan's arrogance and exaggerated some of it. This was a good opportunity. Since his martial aunt was already here, he naturally didn't need to fear Su Yan. He could even vent his anger for himself. "Old Lu," He Wenza said instinctively. Lu Wu's words made him very unhappy. After all, Su Yan was actually good to them. He even gave them the heavenly spirit grass, which gave them hope of becoming a Tao master. However, at this time, according to Lu Wu, Su Yan was simply squeezing them dry and making them miserable. "Alright, I know what happened. So, this friend of yours has already gone up to the heavens and fought with that god? Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect such a person to appear in the 5 counties continent." He smiled and walked towards the scepter. Obviously, he wanted to take the scepter in his hand. "Senior Wei, this is not good. We are all Eastern sects and allies. What's more, old Lu actually distorted some things just now. Young Master Su Yan didn't treat us badly. Aren't you tricking him by doing this?" He Wenza questioned directly. Wei Yan frowned and said, "What? What do you mean? Are you blaming me for what I did? Even the seniors of your Xianin sect don't dare to talk to me like this. You are really bold." As soon as he finished speaking, a chi power directly spread out. Although He Wenza was only in the life-soul realm at this time, as mentioned before, these people's understanding of power was different. In the same realm, even 100 Hewenza would not be a match for Wei Yan. His chi power spread out and suppressed Hewenza directly. This time, he did not hold back at all. After all, Hewenza questioned him like this, which made him lose face. Of course, as he said, even the person in charge of the Xianyin sect this time would not dare to talk to him like this. This was determined by the status of each sect and the strength of both parties. Under the suppression of this power, Hewenza finally had no choice but to retreat. I thought that I would have to go through a big battle. Who would have thought that it would be so easy? The last time he came here, he was actually forced to retreat by the Emperor and the Imperial Advisor together with the Divine Scepter. This time, he combined forces with the Dark Great Sea Ming and the Dragon Tribe's judge and felt that they could defeat the other party. However, this time, they came here and obtained the Divine Scepter so easily, which made him feel good. As for Su Yan's life and death, it had nothing to do with him. He was the person in charge of the Celestial sect. Since the disciples of his sect were so disgusted with Su Yan, of course he would not care about Su Yan. Moreover, he was not convinced by Su Yan's title as one of the 4 heavenly kings. His hand was about to touch the divine scepter, but at this time, the divine scepter burst out with a ray of light and bounced his hand away. Who is it? He never thought that his power would be bounced away at this time. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that someone was stopping him. At this time, a voice faintly sounded, "No one stopped you just now. It's just that you don't understand the laws of this world, so you can't pick up the scepter." Wei Yan suddenly turned his head, and a ray of light burst out from his eyes, as if he wanted to see through everything. "You're Su Yan?" At this time, Su Yan had already landed. "Yes, I'm Su Yan. What's your name?" Facing the other party's aggressiveness, Su Yan did not care too much. At this time, Wei Yan's eyebrows twitched. Su Yan gave him a sense of danger. However, he still did not care and said directly, "I'm Wei Yan of the Celestial sect. I really didn't expect that a person like you would appear in the Heaven and Earth organization. It's really a surprise." Of course, the surprise was fake. If he could, he would have killed Su Yan at this time. At this time, Su Yan said, "Surprise? I'm afraid it's fake. I see that you're not very polite to me." At this time, Su Yan's gaze fell on Lu Wu. "I remember that I gave you the heavenly spirit grass. You're really greedy. You said that I bullied you? Well then, I'll bully you. Hand over the heavenly spirit grass." Su Yan seemed to ignore Wei Yan and said directly to Lu Wu. Lu Wu looked at Su Yan with a bit of fear. Su Yan seemed to have become a nightmare to him. However, at this time, his martial uncle was beside him, and he had his own backing. Why would he be afraid of Su Yan? "Humph, you're really crazy. I think you're a devil." He shouted directly, as if he was righteous. Su Yan shook his head. Many times, some people would do inexplicable things. "It seems that your martial uncle is here, so you're unscrupulous. As for the devil? It should be your martial uncle who's colluding with the devil now, right?" Su Yan asked. At this time, Wei Yan had already said, "Junior, don't be presumptuous. I know you still have the heavenly spirit grass. Take it out. Also, I'm cooperating with 2 fellow cultivators. It's not something you can say." At this moment, the Dragon Inquisitor had already walked up to them. "You have the dragon's resentment on you." When he said the last 2 words, he was already murderous, as if he wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. At this time, Su Yan said, "Dragon's resentment? Well, something like that. You killed a holy dragon and a guy who was about to become the Dragon King. Why? Are you going to avenge them?" Su Yan's tone was relaxed, as if he didn't take all of this seriously at all. At this time, the Dragon Clan judge's eyes were full of murderous intent. However, he was also extremely solemn. He knew that what Su Yan said was probably not false. If that was the case, Su Yan's strength was already extremely terrifying. Indeed, the Dragon Clan's judge could never be judged by common sense. Their combat strength originated from the great dragon god. Even if they encountered a powerful enemy, they would not be afraid. At this time, the person from the Dark Demon sect also walked over. Su Yan. I seem to have heard of your name. I really didn't expect to meet you in this place. It seems that this place will be your burial ground today. Su Yan had once broken into the Dark Demon sect's place. Of course, the power of law at that time was still very strict. They had strength, but they couldn't use it. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan seemed to have fallen into a heavy encirclement and was extremely passive. Lu Wu was proud in his heart, as if he finally saw the hope of revenge. Chapter 1233. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yan was under immense pressure. Every single one of these enemies was extremely terrifying. They were even more powerful than the ones who tried to kidnap Yun Wanqing. Latest chapter to read. They were all at the peak of the Dao Master Realm, but they had the ability to break through the limits of the Dao Master Realm. At this moment, although they were all at the Life-Soul Realm, it was no longer important. For experts at their level, even if they were only at the Life-Soul Realm, they could still unleash great combat power. Hehe, your strength is really not bad. No wonder you are so arrogant. You can still be so calm when facing the three of us. Wei Yan spoke. At this moment, he had already used the aura of his superior numbers to suppress Su Yan. In such a battle between experts, even the slightest detail was extremely important. At this moment, he was so aggressive because he wanted to overwhelm Su Yan in terms of aura. This caused Su Yan to have misgivings in his heart. At this time, he would not dare to be too presumptuous and would hold back. And holding back often meant that he had scruples in his heart. This guy was well versed in the principles of battle. Su Yan looked at him and smiled. Then he said, if that's the case, are you going to rely on your superior numbers to kill me here? Of course, Su Yan was not so naive as to differentiate between good and evil. The so-called good and evil were all nonsense. If he died, who would know what happened today? He already knew that this guy's plan was vicious. At this moment, Su Yan continued, you have to understand that I like to take revenge. Wei Yan said, and then? His smile was full of mockery. So what if you like to take revenge? Would the powerful celestial sect care about your revenge? The foundation of the celestial sect was not something that people like you could imagine. If one had to say, people like Su Yan could only be considered as grassroots in his eyes. It was impressive for a grassroots to rise up, but that was all there was to it. If he wanted to go against a colossus like the celestial sect, he would be digging his own grave. Moreover, in his opinion, Su Yan would not be able to leave alive today. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? At this moment, Su Yan's power was already gathered and he sent a palm towards him. How dare you attack me? His reaction speed was also extremely fast. Almost at the instant when Su Yan made his move, he had already dodged to the side. At this time, Su Yan shook his head and said, don't tell me that I can't attack when the three of you want to kill me alone? Sometimes, I really wonder if there's something wrong with your brains. Do all the good things in this world have to be taken by you guys? Is this how it should be? Translation. His translation. Translation. Martial fist essence. Wei Yan frowned. Logically speaking, his footwork should have been able to completely avoid Yi Shiwen's attack. However, at that moment, he found that he could not avoid it. It seemed that no matter how he used his footwork, he could not avoid the attack. This made him very uncomfortable. When Su Yan's attack landed, he saw that he could not continue to avoid it. Hence, he directly attacked Su Yan. This time, the collision was almost silent. However, Wei Yan actually retreated a lot of distance. He only managed to stabilize himself when his power was activated again. His expression changed. This made him lose face. Su Yan's strength was really beyond his expectations. It seems that this is the only way. Since you have already decided to attack me, I can only kill all of you. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed as a terrifying killing intent surged out from him. Previously, Su Yan seemed to be an ordinary person who was easy to talk to. However, at this moment, he immediately turned into a terrifying god of death. Dense killing intent surged out from him, causing the celestial sect's great elder's expression to change immediately. Not only him, but the great Si Ming of Dark Demon sect and the Dragon Tribe judge's expression also changed. This lad is really powerful. They were surprised. At this moment, they finally understood why Su Yan could achieve such a valiant battle record and kill their companions. His strength is really terrifying. No wonder he could kill the Holy Dragon and the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon directly. At first, I thought it was because the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon was too stupid. But now, it seems like that's not the case. Being able to become the Dragon Tribe judge, he was naturally an outstanding existence. One of the shortcomings of the Dragon Tribe was their arrogance. He simply looked down on those from the Dragon Tribe who had impure blood. However, at this moment, he realized that he might have been wrong. Such a terrifying power was really terrifying. When such power fell, even he would find it difficult to block it. However, at this moment, he did not make a move. The great Si Ming did the same too. They seemed to be watching a good show. After this attack, Wei Yan already knew how powerful Su Yan was. At this moment, he shouted, "My two friends, what are you waiting for? Why don't you make a move now?" He had already suffered a loss in the previous attack. Naturally, he did not want to face Su Yan alone. Therefore, he immediately wanted the two of them to make a move. However, at this moment, he realized that the great Si Ming and the Dragon Tribe judge were indifferent to this matter. He was extremely angry, but he knew the reason behind it. What these two fellows were thinking was that they wanted him to consume more of Su Yan's strength. Damn it, these two bastards are indeed unreliable. However, isn't this Su Yan a little too abnormal? Su Yan smiled and said, "It seems that your alliance is not very reliable. You are not in a bad situation yet, so your two companions are not willing to help you." As he spoke, he had already closed in on Wei Yan. At this moment, Wuxia was watching the two parties fighting and lamented, "The people of Celestial sect are really arrogant and brainless. They don't even know who to ally with. Forget it, everyone here is a peerless expert. I can't do anything. It's better to stay away from them." Wuxia was a smart person. He clearly knew that with his strength, he was not even qualified to join in the fun in front of these people. Therefore, he directly left this place. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan was already beside Wei Yan. He didn't seem to have done anything, he just simply slammed his palm down. This palm contained an extremely terrifying strength. Such strength was simply incomparably terrifying. The powerful and terrifying strength suddenly exploded, it was simply unimaginable. Wei Yan once again punched out. He could already see that Su Yan's strength was extremely strong. Facing such strength, if he chose to dodge, he would only be courting death. He could only use all his strength to forcefully resist, only then would he be able to block such a strike. Su Yan seemed to be addicted to fighting. In the blink of an eye, he had already sent out more than 10 palm strikes. At this moment, Wei Yan was already complaining incessantly. Su Yan's strength had already invaded his body. If this continued, even if he could still defend, he was afraid that he would be injured. It seems that your strength is only at this level? Why don't you use your trump card? Su Yan said directly. He naturally saw that this Wei Yan dared to be so arrogant because it was not as simple as his own strength. He was afraid that he was still hiding a trump card. It was just that this guy had some scruples in his heart, so he did not dare to use this trump card. However, he did not want to use it, but Su Yan would not let him do as he wished. His power directly blasted out, and an extremely terrifying aura directly erupted. This power was simply unimaginable. When such a blow fell, it actually caused his body to begin to tremble directly. After this blow, Su Yan chuckled, since you are not willing to use your trump card, and your friends are not willing to help you, then you can go to hell. At this time, Su Yan's killing intent was greatly aroused. In an instant, he grasped in the air, and a sword of laws appeared. This sword of laws condensed the power of several laws, and its power was simply unimaginable. The moment such a terrifying sword fell directly, it was as if the mountains and rivers were collapsing. At this moment, Wei Yan almost felt that he was going to suffocate. At this time, the expression of the Dragon Clan's judge changed, and then he said, "We can't let Wei Yan die." At this time, he directly let out a loud and clear dragon roar, and then directly attacked. At this time, he had already realized that Su Yan was more powerful than they had imagined. Although they wanted to watch the fire burning across the river and watch Wei Yan and Su Yan both be injured, if Wei Yan was killed, Wei Yan would be killed. However, if Wei Yan was directly killed by Su Yan, then they would have one less ally. In that case, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them in the battle. Although they expected that Wei Yan still had a trump card, there was always a possibility. What if he died before he could even use his trump card? Therefore, at this time, he finally directly attacked. His power was extremely domineering. After all, the Dragon Clan was known for their ferocity. The powerful dragon power directly bombarded Su Yan, and at the same time, a dragon sword burst out, wanting to directly cut Su Yan in half. However, at this time, Su Yan seemed to have expected this. When the dragon sword fell, it slashed on a phantom. That was not all. The dragon sword did not stop, and it almost directly fell on Wei Yan's body. Fortunately, Wei Yan reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the Dragon Clan's judge instead of Su Yan. "Hey, what do you want?" He was extremely angry. Being suppressed by Su Yan like this already made him feel extremely embarrassed, but at this time, he was threatened by his companion and almost died. Chapter 1234. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Dragon Clan's Inquisitor had an ugly expression on his face. Even so, he did not manage to gain any advantage. Instead, he was being toyed with by Su Yan. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared and arrived directly at Su Yan's feet. The power of darkness was the most bizarre, and it was almost impossible to guard against it. That power spread out, wanting to envelop Su Yan within it. Su Yan, it seems that you are indeed a powerful figure. However, it is precisely because you are so powerful that you must die today. A powerful figure like Su Yan would definitely become a top powerhouse if there were no accidents. Such an enemy was extremely terrifying and would make them unable to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, it was better for him to die as soon as possible. Therefore, he did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Su Yan completely. Su Yan's gaze turned cold, but he still did not panic. "Have you finally made your move? However, do you think that you can defeat me like this?" At that moment, Su Yan's strength increased again. He released his aura and formed a domain that enveloped the three of them. I know that the three of you have trump cards that can allow you to reach the Emperor realm in a short time and possess powerful combat strength. I advise you to use them directly. Otherwise, don't be a monster and you won't even have a chance to use them. At that moment, Su Yan was simply violent to the extreme. He did not care about these people at all and directly pressured them. Even with the strength of these three people, they were still a little flustered at that moment. They never thought that Su Yan would be so ferocious and directly use such a terrifying method at that moment. He sealed them in his domain at the same time. Damn it! Could it be that you've already decided to kill all three of us from the very beginning? He asked directly. At that moment, his aura was so cold that it displayed his most powerful and terrifying strength. At this time, his aura directly pressed down on the three of them. Even they did not dare to have such ferocious thoughts. At this time, it was clearly 1 against 3, and they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. No matter how powerful he was, he should have killed one of them first before killing them one by one. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have such thoughts at all. He attacked like this to deal with 3 people at the same time. This was truly ferocious. At this time, Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. There was no need to say much about the strength of his power. Such a power was constantly changing, and that terrifying power had already suppressed the 3 of them. No, this can't go on. Wei Yan roared. He never thought that Su Yan's strength would actually reach such a terrifying level. This was completely different from what he had expected. In fact, there was no enmity between him and Su Yan. There was not even any conflict between them. It was purely out of greed. Of course, it was also because of jealousy in his heart that he wanted to kill such a genius first. However, at this time, he realized that his thoughts were simply wrong. Su Yan's strength was really too ferocious. With such power attacking in an instant, how terrifying was that? At this time, Su Yan's power rolled over. That extremely powerful aura almost made him unable to breathe. At this time, Su Yan was still unwilling to stop. His power directly fell, and at this time, 3 sword lights appeared at the same time. The appearance of these 3 sword lights seemed to have gathered all of the sword's will. Under such power, there was almost no way for them to hide. At this time, Su Yan's power had reached an extremely terrifying level, making the 3 of them feel extremely uncomfortable. At this time, they finally understood that their original strength was not enough to face Su Yan. Celestial Martial Saint, Martial Arts Transmission. The first one was Wei Yan. He immediately took out his sect's secret treasure. It was a talisman created by the first ancestor of the Celestial Sect, the Celestial Sect's holy sage. That talisman didn't have any offensive strength, but it did contain a powerful attack. That was to be able to infuse Celestial Martial Saint's martial arts realm into one's body in an instant. In this way, his strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. He would directly break through the shackles and be able to compete with an emperor. Originally, he did not think that he would use this power so early. However, at this time, he knew that he had to use it. Su Yan's strength was far beyond his imagination. At this time, if he did not use this power, he would be courting death. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed, almost more than 10 times stronger than before. He suddenly punched and immediately shattered Su Yan's sword intent. At this time, he looked up to the sky and roared. Regardless of whether he was willing to use this power or not, at this time, his realm had increased. He felt an unprecedented power. This was simply a feeling of being reborn. This made his heart feel extremely proud. In his opinion, Su Yan was nothing. Under his power, he would die. At this time, the power of the Dragon Clan's judge had also appeared. His body was burning with the fire of the Dragon King. At that time, the blood-winged dragon directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire in a moment of desperation. Then, it began to break through to reach the Dragon King realm and become a rising star of the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, at the last moment of its breakthrough, it was forcibly interrupted by Su Yan, stopping its breakthrough. Even its spirit was directly refined by Su Yan, becoming the dragon's soul that suppressed the four small worlds. At this time, the Dragon Clan's judge also used the same method. However, the Dragon King's fire that he used was much more powerful than the Dragon King's fire that the Blood-Winged Dragon used back then. After all, the Dragon King's fire that the Blood-Winged Dragon used that day was a mark left behind by the Fire Dragon King before it was killed by the God-Slayer sword. Naturally, the power in it was not complete. However, the Dragon King's fire was left behind by a Dragon King who had died of old age before he died. His power was even more terrifying. Almost in an instant, he directly became a Dragon King. That terrifying power was simply unimaginable at this time. When the dragon might erupted, it was not inferior to Wei Yan's aura. In fact, it was even stronger. Of course, it was the same for the Dark Master Ming. A god of darkness appeared behind him and merged into his body. In an instant, his aura had broken through the barrier and reached the overlord level. Initially, Su Yan's power could still suppress these people. However, at this time, the three of them simultaneously unleashed their power to the maximum. That was the most terrifying level. Their willpower was simply unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan looked directly at them. The Dragon Clan's judge said directly, "You were still extremely ferocious earlier. However, I'm sure you've realized by now that your strength is nothing compared to us. Surrender obediently and perhaps we'll spare your life." Naturally, he would not spare Su Yan. Those who had the dragon's resentment on them must die. However, the reason he said that was to numb Su Yan's senses. Even a little bit of Wei Shadow would be good enough. It was a psychological tactic. At this time, Wei Yan was doing the same. "That's right, Su Yan. Since we're all Eastern sects, I'll protect you. However, you'd better not put up any resistance." Under the influence of his immense power, his voice was like that of a deity, exerting immense and terrifying psychological pressure on others. However, no matter what they said, Su Yan only looked at them coldly. "Three idiots. If I didn't have enough confidence in suppressing you, would I let you break through your realm?" At this time, Su Yan's aura began to change again. The power of the heavenly resentment that was previously devoured was finally displayed at this time. Previously, when Su Yan had just become a Dao Lord, he was already able to contend with the Dragon King Bugadier. At this moment, his strength was naturally much more terrifying than before. Moreover, he had directly devoured the two great divine grudges. His power had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, he asked them to bring out their combat power in order to find a strong enough opponent. At this time, the three of them finally brought out all their trump cards. Su Yan naturally did not hold back. His power directly erupted, and the terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, the terrifying brilliance was constantly moving. The terror of that power was simply indescribable. At this moment, such power directly rotated, as if there was no end to it, and directly expanded. At this time, the three of them frowned at the same time. At first, they thought that they had already brought out their trump cards. No matter how strong Su Yan was, it was impossible for him to compete with them. However, at this moment, they realized that Su Yan's power seemed to be more terrifying than they imagined. At this time, it was not a one-sided battle. Instead, Su Yan's power began to suppress them. This made them feel incomparably horrified. Reverse Dragon Kill. At this time, the Dragon Clan's Inquisitor directly made his move. He was a powerful dragon, but at this time, he was suppressed by a human. This was simply an insult to his proud dragon heart. Therefore, he could not continue to endure. Martial Saint Fist Technique. At this time, the one who made the move was Wei Yan. He followed closely behind and a mighty power erupted. The terrifying aura turned into a golden Permetha and directly charged at Su Yan. He wanted Su Yan to pay the price for his arrogance. The dark great Sea Ming was always the coldest existence. At this time, he only existed in a corner and silently displayed his power. At this moment, Su Yan's aura burst out with the most terrifying majesty. When the three great forces attacked directly, Su Yan's aura burst out. Chapter 1235. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. His power suddenly condensed. When he was in the Shura realm, he had already mastered his own power and formed a new kind of power. It was a terrifying power that used the power of the Supreme as its foundation and then combined all the power of this world. This power had an extremely terrifying lethality. At this time, he attacked again, just like the last time. At this time, his power erupted, and the terrifying aura was almost indescribable with ordinary words. Such power was so powerful that it almost completely drowned everything. That terrifying power was displayed at this moment, as if he was in a godlike state. Suppress! He suddenly shouted angrily, and then the power of law appeared at the same time. At this moment, they were shocked to find that what they were facing was actually such a rich power of laws. How is this possible? What realm are you at? How can you have so much power of law? At this time, they couldn't believe it because Su Yan had almost subverted their common sense. A person could actually display such a powerful and numerous power of law. Such a terrifying method was simply unimaginable. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth changed directly, but the aura changed not because of them, but because of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have become the core of heaven and earth, and he was the favored child of heaven and earth. All the vitality between heaven and earth changed according to his will. Such a surging power was simply incomparably terrifying. Even an emperor, a real emperor, would not be able to do this. But at this time, Su Yan did it. I've already said that all of you will die today. The current Su Yan was even more tyrannical than before. This was because he had become increasingly aware of the cruelty of this world. If you were unable to kill your enemy, then perhaps one day, they would ruthlessly bite you when you were weak. Of course, he was not afraid of offending them, because once karma started, it could no longer be stopped. Unless one side was annihilated, not to mention that the Dragon Clan's judge and the Dark Demon sect's fellow were almost irreconcilable enemies with him, even this Wei Yan. If he let him go today, this guy would definitely not be grateful to him. Instead, he would treat it as a humiliation and take the opportunity to take revenge. Su Yan's energy was limited, and his enemy was definitely not someone that could be compared to him. Since that was the case, he might as well make a move and completely obliterate him. Otherwise, if this dragged on for a long time, how long would it take? At that moment, his power was surging. That terrifying aura of his grew even more intense. He had just devoured the god's resentment, and the powerful and dark aura had not been completely digested. This was a good opportunity for him to directly erupt with this power to suppress these guys. Not good. Why is this power so terrifying, so brutal? At this time, they simply couldn't understand why Su Yan's sudden burst of power was so strong to such an extent. This kind of darkness was even more terrifying than the aura of the Dark Devil sect. The power of the Dark Demon God that the Dark Great Sea Ming had activated seemed to be nothing compared to this. How would they know that this was the aura of the god's resentment? What was the god's resentment? It was the fusion of the resentment and hostility of a god after his death. In terms of darkness, no one in this world could compare to it. And this power, under Su Yan's transformation and guidance, was even more so. The most terrifying deterrence and destructive power was displayed incisively and vividly. It was also because of this that they couldn't resist it easily. As soon as the reverse dragon kill was unleashed, it was directly destroyed by the flame demon. Under this power, the martial path's sacred fist couldn't release any light. Instead, it was directly devoured and drowned. This kind of power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, they were on the verge of going crazy. This guy is actually so terrifying. We can't take it anymore. Let's fuse our power together. Otherwise, it's equivalent to giving him a chance to defeat us one by one. At this moment, the three of them had also realized the crisis of the situation. The power that Su Yan displayed was simply a disaster for them. If this continued, they would all die here. Therefore, at this time, they had to abandon the gap between them and completely fuse their power together. Only in this way would they have a chance to break through Su Yan's power. If it was at the beginning, they would never have agreed to it. However, at this time, it was no longer up to them. If they didn't take the opportunity to fuse their power together, they would only be killed by Su Yan. At this time, the power that Su Yan displayed already made them feel a great sense of oppression in their hearts. It even made them feel a deep sense of powerlessness. How could there be such a terrifying power in this world? The strength of this aura simply defied common sense. It even surpassed that of a true emperor expert. The three great experts were extremely powerful. In an instant, they had reached an agreement to fuse their power with the Dragon Clan's judge as the core. The Dragon Clan's body was the strongest. They were the favored children of the Creator. Therefore, even if the power of the three great experts fused together, his body could still withstand it. At this time, the Dragon Clan's judge directly revealed his true body. It was an incomparably huge divine dragon. From head to toe, there was an unimaginable dragon's aura. This terrifying dragon's aura was almost endless. Especially after being instilled by the two great experts, the Dragon Clan's aura became even more terrifying. It seemed that the most powerful and terrifying power in the world was nothing more than this. At this time, the aura that the three of them displayed was finally almost the same as Su Yan's. In fact, it seemed that they were even a little stronger than him. At this time, confidence reappeared in their hearts. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, we have no choice but to admit that you are indeed extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, you are not invincible. At this moment, we will join forces and link our strength together. We would like to see how you are going to resist. At this moment, their auras were increasing crazily. Such strength was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, their power was so strong that it seemed that nothing in this world could stop them. Sky Marshal Great Darkness Dragon King Sword. At this time, they directly burst out with a move. It was a move that fused their power and will together. The power of this move was immediately displayed. The dark aura that had previously suppressed them was swept away in an instant. Under the impact of such power, it seemed that Su Yan's power was about to be directly broken. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and praised, "Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect the three of you to have such a move and be able to stimulate your power to such an extent. This is something that I never expected." Just as he had said, he did not expect that the three of them would be able to fuse together and unleash such a heaven-defying attack. It was simply terrifying. Such power had already shattered all the attacks that he had just blasted out. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have any frustration or decadence. Instead, his eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Good, good, good. Being able to possess such power is what makes me excited. If you guys were killed so easily, it would give me hope instead. However, the current you guys are already qualified for me to train myself. At this moment, Su Yan's emotions were completely riled up. Su Yan was a person who liked to fight. If he wanted to become stronger, he needed to fight with more powerful experts. In Su Yan's subconscious mind, he almost wanted to find a real emperor-level master to fight, but at this time, in the 5 counties, a real emperor-level master could not leave. Even Bugadir's Dragon King was unable to exert all of its power, even though it was able to withstand most of the heavenly might with the power of the Dragon of Destruction. Therefore, Su Yan was almost in a state of invincibility. In this divine gate world, he had consecutively devoured 2 divine wraiths. Moreover, he had just comprehended a new sacrifice and sacrificial law from the battle with the blood-fire Daoist. This allowed his combat strength to improve further. However, he also knew that many times, it was not enough to just comprehend. What he needed was to integrate all of this. Only then could his power be strong enough. And at this time, he had finally reached this level. What he needed most now was a strong enemy to train himself. He thought that although these three guys were strong, they were only a so-so even if they used their final trump cards, which made him a little disappointed. However, at this time, these three guys suddenly merged with each other and could erupt with such power. This gave him a pleasant surprise. At this time, he had no scruples and directly erupted his power. Although the Sky Martial Darkness Dragon King sword gave him a lot of pressure and its destructive power was extraordinarily strong, he did not retreat. Instead, he pounced forward and directly activated his violent power. That terrifying power rolled out at this time. It was simply powerful to the extreme. Then, facing this sword, he directly blasted out with a punch. He was simply a madman. He did not use the divine sword for such a powerful move, nor did he use the power of law to form a powerful sword intent to fight it. Instead, he pounced forward with the power of his physical body. Chapter 1236. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Brat, you're courting death. At this moment, the terrifying giant dragon let out an extremely furious roar. After unleashing that attack, even they themselves were terrified. They did not expect to be able to erupt with such power. No pop-up window. However, at this moment, Su Yan charged forward so recklessly, vainly attempting to block it with his own physical strength. Wasn't this looking down on them? This made them extremely furious. No expert would be happy to be looked down on by their opponent. However, at this moment, they were already delighted. In their opinion, Su Yan was definitely going to die this time. Humph, this brat is so arrogant. He can't even feel the terror of the Sky Martial Great Darkness Dragon King sword. This time, we must let him know how powerful we are. Even if Su Yan did not die from this attack, he would definitely be severely injured. This was the unanimous judgment of the three of them. They had absolute confidence in the power of this attack. Woo woo woo, before this attack truly landed, it had already set off a terrifying wave. At this moment, the terrifying attack even erupted with an endless aura. At this moment, the power that erupted from the sky was simply terrifying. With such power surging, the terrifying aura was simply unbelievably powerful. At this moment, Su Yan was in the center of such a hurricane. He seemed to be powerless to block it. Facing such an attack, he seemed to have fallen into a true abyss of darkness. For him, this was simply something unimaginable. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth had been completely concentrated on this point. This part of the divine gate seemed to have lost its color. Finally, Su Yan and this power finally collided. The terrifying aura manifested, it was simply endless. A terrifying storm vortex suddenly appeared. Within the vortex, there was already an intense spatial power, an extremely terrifying void lightning constantly flashing. Leave, we can't go near this vortex. At this moment, they immediately made such a judgment. This void vortex was simply too terrifying. If they directly approached it, even they would be swept away and even killed. That Su Yan must be dead. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to survive. The huge dragon wings kept flapping, and then let them far away from this terrifying void vortex. At this moment, they sensed that Su Yan's aura was becoming weaker and weaker. He seemed to be dead. No matter what, it was impossible for him to survive. They suddenly felt relieved in their hearts. After all, the pressure that Su Yan gave them was really too great. Before they took action, none of them thought that Su Yan's power was actually so terrifying. That would be ridiculously powerful. If they could not kill Su Yan with this attack, they might have to find a way to escape. Yes, we've finally killed that guy. They had to admit that Su Yan's that. At this moment, Lu Wu was overjoyed. During this period of time, Su Yan had almost become his inner demon. From the moment Su Yan threw him into the world of gods, he had an endless hatred for Su Yan. Of course, there was also endless fear. And now, Su Yan was finally dead. This made him feel relieved. At this moment, Wen's face was full of regret. Is he dead? Such a powerful genius of the human race actually died just like that? What a pity. At this moment, the world had changed. The 5 continents were the entire boundless world. They needed powerful geniuses to protect them. But now, this genius was dead. He died at the hands of the celestial sect. He suddenly felt disheartened. However, at this moment, changes occurred again. The terrifying void vortex did not disappear at this time. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. The terrifying power was constantly changing at this time. The endless aura was as if the whole world was beginning to be swallowed by this terrifying void vortex. What's going on? Why did the void vortex become so powerful? Shouldn't the void vortex disappear at this time? Their attack had already dissipated. Generally speaking, only when the 2 powers were extremely powerful would it cause fluctuations in space. And when the power dissipated, the space would gradually stabilize. They did not expect that their attack would be so powerful that it could cause such a terrifying void vortex. But at this moment, their power had already disappeared. Su Yan should have been killed by them. In this way, without the source of power, the void vortex should have disappeared. But at this moment, not only did the void vortex not disappear, it was still spinning. It even seemed like the void vortex had intensified. What's going on? I have a bad feeling. At this moment, Wei Yan suddenly spoke. Yes, the current situation was really too abnormal. According to the normal rhythm, the terrifying void vortex should have calmed down by now. However, not only did it not calm down, but it became even more intense. At this moment, the void vortex's power intensified again. The surrounding mountains and rivers began to be destroyed. Then, they turned into the most fundamental origin chi and flowed directly into the void vortex. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all die. At this moment, they no longer had any wishful thinking. They deeply understood that they would definitely die if they stayed here any longer. But just as they were about to leave, a force suddenly appeared. That force was like an invisible giant palm that directly imprisoned them. Their strength was already so strong. It should be known that at this time, they had not yet been released from that state. However, at this time, they were still directly imprisoned. This was simply inconceivable. How can this be? How can this be? At this moment, Wei Yan began to struggle. Dark Sea Ming also howled. Shut up, you 2 idiots. Quickly activate all your power and get out of this void vortex. At this moment, they were extremely terrified. They felt that they would die in the next second. It was not easy for them to defeat Su Yan. If they were to die in the void vortex, it would be an injustice. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Leave? Huh, you still want to leave this place? Impossible. Since I, Su Yan, have said that I'm going to keep you here today, then none of you can leave today. That was Su Yan's voice. However, Su Yan should have been killed by them. How could he still make a sound at this moment? No, impossible. You're not Su Yan. You're clearly dead. How can you still be alive? At this moment, they simply could not believe it. In their knowledge, Su Yan was clearly dead. However, Su Yan was still alive at this moment. This made them feel very helpless. No, this was not helplessness, but despair. They had tried so hard but still failed to kill him. What would happen to them if Su Yan completely unleashed his power now? It seemed to be something that was already beyond their imagination. Haha. Impossible. Forget it. There are many things that people like you will never understand. After all, what you are best at is living in your own world. I can't be bothered to argue with you. However, since you're here today, then you shall die here. At this moment, Su Yan displayed his overbearing nature. His face suddenly appeared in front of the giant dragon. To their horror, Su Yan's face was actually bigger than the giant dragon. It was as though Su Yan was the ruler of this world at this moment. That sword attack just now was indeed not bad. It was remarkable. Even I have to admire you for being able to stimulate such power. Of course, this attack of yours also brought me new inspiration and enlightenment. However, at this point, you are no longer of any use. Su Yan's voice became increasingly heavy. At this moment, he seemed to have become the will of the entire world. Now, it's time for you to die. At this moment, a golden thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and directly hit the giant dragon. 3 extremely miserable screams were heard. It was the screams of those 3 guys. At this moment, they were in extreme pain. They never thought that Su Yan's power would be so strong. However, this was not the end. Su Yan's power was still spinning. That violent and terrifying power was still rushing. It was like a huge wave. Such heavy and terrifying power turned into mountains and rivers at this moment. In an instant, these 3 existences separated again. Humph, well, your time is over. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll keep you alive, but now you need to go to another place. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, his power was stimulated. The power was leisurely and finally turned into a light curtain. In the light curtain, a huge door appeared. It was the divine gate. They couldn't believe their eyes. This divine gate was supposed to be the embodiment of the will of this world, but now, Su Yan had condensed a divine gate with his own power. Humph, I've already said that I understand this world. Do you think you can fight with me? Now, not to mention that you only have the power of an overlord temporarily, even if a real overlord comes, so what? I can still defeat you. Chapter 1237. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan's words were extremely domineering and decisive. Fengyun Reading Network. However, none of the 3 could deny Su Yan's words, because they were nothing more than losers at this moment. In front of a proud victor, losers had no right to say anything else. Of course, in fact, what Su Yan said was also the truth. It had to be said that during this journey to the Gate of God, Su Yan had made unprecedented gains. His strength had increased by quite a bit this time. Not to mention other things, just his ability to devour origin chi had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Moreover, he had directly devoured the power of the 2 gods' wrath. It was unknown how much vitality the gods' wrath had condensed to reach its current scale, and there was an extremely powerful divinity in it. Although it was only the gods' wrath, there was divinity hidden within. Since Su Yan had already devoured it, he could slowly extract the divinity from it. In this way, his strength could increase again. Of course, even if he did not obtain the divinity, he was already powerful enough. His accumulation of power had reached a terrifying level. At this time, Su Yan could almost compete with the complete Bugadier. The power condensed by the 3 people just now was indeed extremely terrifying. Such a sword was almost a perfect fusion of the power of the dragon, the power of darkness, and the power of the celestial sect's inheritance. This attack was similar to Su Yan's fusion of laws. However, it was also because of this that the terrifying power was a huge threat to Su Yan. Under the threat of such power, the vitality that Su Yan had just condensed started to condense. He was originally using the extremely strong pressure to increase his strength. The effect was also very obvious. Just now, Su Yan, under the pressure of the external force, finally managed to completely increase his strength. Actually, you probably got one thing wrong. This void vortex was not condensed by your power. When Su Yan's words fell, the three people were extremely shocked. Earlier, their strength had clearly been so frightening. However, at this moment, Su Yan said that it was his strength that had created the spatial vortex, and not their combined strength. This was simply unimaginable. Su Yan's power was actually so strong. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Could it be that this guy was a complete monster? Actually, at that time, Su Yan's attack was already out. His power was about the same power as that move. In terms of power, it was not so easy to destroy this power. However, Su Yan had a translation from translation in the battle. He had already familiarized himself with the laws of the world during the battle. At this time, he could directly activate the terrifying power of the laws. When this power was completely condensed, his power directly activated the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, at this time, he was able to unleash such an attack. This attack directly triggered the void vortex. That was not all. The berserk power swept everything in and started to devour the terrifying vitality. As a result, his power was naturally able to suppress the three people directly. Of course, that was not all. In the battle, Su Yan's power became even more terrifying. The appearance of the void vortex was, in fact, with Su Yan as the core, directly unleashing the most empty power to devour. The purpose of this power was to devour the surrounding vitality directly. This world of God was actually formed by the condensation of extremely dense vitality. Su Yan gradually familiarized himself with the essence of this world, and in the battle with Blood-Fire Daoist, he grasped the essence of it. Therefore, he was able to unleash the most terrifying power just now. At this time, everything seemed to have been settled. That terrifying and berserk aura had already reached the most horrifying level. Such power was almost unimaginable. The three people were separated by Su Yan directly. Those streaks of radiance were almost the most fundamental will of this world. The strength and terror of that power was almost unimaginable. Now, the three of you, return to the most primitive seal. The most primitive seal referred to Su Yan's own world. Creating one's own world and then allowing it to grow was already the domain of God. Su Yan should not have had such an ability. However, he had a square small world. At this time, his power spread out and condensed. At that time, his power would become extremely terrifying and powerful. For Su Yan, this was a great opportunity. If he did not get the square seal, perhaps he would not have such power. Of course, speaking of this, one could not help but admire the ancestor Buter. Back then, he was so powerful. At the same time, his ambition was extremely huge. He actually wanted to create his own world. His purpose was self-evident, which was to become a god. As Su Yan's strength gradually increased, he also knew a lot of things. For example, a holy master was far from the end of power. On the contrary, in a certain sense, perhaps he was just a starting point. Above the holy master, there was God. This so-called God, what was it? Was it purely powerful and terrifying, or was it something else? In fact, he was still not completely sure. He only had a vague idea. Of course, even if it was just a concept, it was actually enough. After all, it gave him another direction. Most of the time, people's pain was not that they had no power. Instead, it was that they had power but did not know which direction to go. Confusion and ignorance were the root of fear. These three powerhouses were almost the top existence in their respective sections. However, at this time, under Su Yan's power, they did not have the power to resist at all. They were directly suppressed by Su Yan. Then, they were directly returned to the square small world. No matter how powerful they were, the square small world was Su Yan's own world. When they were suppressed in this world, they really did not have the power to resist. Their origin was almost directly taken away. For them, this was extremely terrifying, even frightening. It was a pity that at this time, they no longer had any power to resist. Become the origin, become a part of my world, and then live in another way. This is your destiny. Su Yan's voice reverberated like a deity, directly announcing their fates. Under such majesty, how could they resist? Everything was settled amidst such a powerful aura. Finally, they completely disappeared. This was Su Yan's incomparably powerful power. At this time, Su Yan raised his head and looked at the sky. There seemed to be the most brilliant light in the sky. That was a terrifying and mighty power. After Su Yan directly suppressed them, the world returned to calm again. Su Yan's body fell from the sky. At this time, there was an indescribable feeling in his eyes. It was a kind of enlightenment and also a kind of wisdom. A person's every experience was not made up, and he was increasingly convinced of this. He was also increasingly certain that in the journey of a person's life, every power was a specific reality. It was only because of the existence of such power that they would move forward. Perhaps the process of pursuing power was the meaning of life itself. At this time, Su Yan's eyes were so deep and distant. After understanding the essence of the Divine Gate world, he seemed to have a perception of the meaning of existence. The Divine Gate world itself was fake. Those empires and demonic beasts were just the condensation of Yuan Qi. But that was only to him. Perhaps they themselves were extremely real to the life that was constructed from primal Qi. Whether it was the resentment of the gods or those weak existences, they were also searching for the meaning of their lives. The reincarnation of the Divine Gate seems to have come to an end, because I no longer need to continue to experience it. Perhaps in the next world, I will obtain even more powerful power or extremely precious treasures. But these are illusory to me. The meaning of my coming here is not here. Su Yan's eye of truth purified almost everything at this time. However, before this, there was one thing that Su Yan would not forget. His eyes fell directly on Lu Wu. I won't kill you, because you are meaningless to me. But as I said before, hand over your Sky Soul Herb. After Su Yan finished speaking, Lu Wu almost went limp on the ground. He did not expect that his martial uncle and two other terrifying experts would actually fail. This Su Yan was simply a monster. At this time, the Sky Soul Herb suddenly appeared from his body. He could not forget the Sky Soul Herb, because it could help him break through his current realm. However, he did not even have the courage to resist. He only hoped that Su Yan would spare his life and not kill him. At this time, Su Yan indeed did not want to kill him. Such a person was actually just a pitiful worm. However, he would not do that to Huanzi. Old He, since you have chosen to stand on my side, I will naturally not abandon you. Now, I will leave the Divine Gate world directly. What about you? Will you follow me or continue to reincarnate in the Divine Gate world and search for your own opportunities? Chapter 1238. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Huanzi did not hesitate and said with a chuckle, of course I'm leaving with you. As for himself, he was very clear that his strength was not strong. Even if he stayed in this Gate of God world and obtained some opportunities, what could he do? He might die unknowingly. Even if he did not die, he might not be able to leave the next time. Anyway, he had already obtained the Sky Spirit Herb. As long as he could consume it after leaving, he would have a chance to break through to the Tao Master realm. To him, this was already the best outcome. As for other things, he did not have any extravagant hopes. This was what it meant to know oneself well. If a person didn't even know his own position, then perhaps his ending would be death. He thinking of Lu Wu, Huanzi sighed. He and Lu Wu had been good friends for many years. However, at this point in time, they had to part ways. This was because they had chosen different paths. In fact, there was nothing between Lu Wu and Su Yan. It was just a resentment that could not be quelled. But speaking of which, who could be blamed? Su Yan did throw them into this world. However, at the very beginning, they were the ones who wanted to scheme against Su Yan. That was why they suffered retribution. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yan's cultivation level was low and they wanted him to scout the way for them, Su Yan might not have taken a fancy to them. Therefore, in this world, there was a law to everything. In this case, there was no need to say too much. Su Yan nodded and said, "Okay, let's leave." At this moment, Su Yan's attention was focused. He gently grasped with his hand and the scepter appeared in his hand. An extremely dazzling light appeared directly. Just now, that Wei Yan was unable to grab the scepter. It was not because he was not strong enough or because Su Yan had stopped him. In fact, it was because he did not understand this world and used the wrong method. It was also because of this that he was unable to succeed. However, at this moment, Su Yan had thoroughly understood the essence of this world. To him, everything was no longer a secret. Therefore, when his power burst out, the scepter naturally fell into his hand. At this moment, Su Yan directly crushed the scepter. After it was crushed, the scepter turned into golden powder. The powder drifted. Not long after, a divine gate appeared again. Su Yan said, "Okay, we can leave after entering this gate." To be honest, there were countless adventures in this world of divine gates. If Su Yan focused on exploring, he would definitely be able to obtain more. However, since Su Yan already had an understanding in his heart, he would not waste any more time here. He still had the most important person in his heart to save. At this moment, he felt that Yun Wanqing needed him. The terrifying dark power had become stronger and stronger. It had to be said that the dark inky lotus was really a powerful treasure. The dark space that he created had become extremely powerful at this time. With such a rolling power, Yun Wanqing and Water Moon Holy Woman did not even have the strength to resist. Although they could still continue to hold on at this time, they knew in their hearts that when the evil spirit completely stabilized his body, his power would definitely become stronger. At that time, they would not even have the slightest chance. Daoist friend Yun Wanqing, integrate your power directly into my Water Moon sword later. Let's have a final fight. We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, this guy's condition will definitely become better and better. After a period of recuperation, their strength had more or less recovered. If they continued to delay, it would be meaningless for them. However, for that guy, his power would become even stronger. This evil spirit was already extremely terrifying to begin with. If its strength was allowed to reach an even more powerful level, how would they be able to withstand it? Therefore, Water Moon Holy Woman was determined to have a final fight at this time. Yun Wanqing nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." At this moment, she activated her fog of cloud spell and a stream of power rushed directly into Hanyu Daozuan's body. Her fog of cloud spell was really exquisite. Back then, their spiritual energy was not unsealed, so their power could not break through. This ingenuity had not been displayed yet. However, at this moment, the ingenuity of the fog of cloud spell was completely displayed. Although it did not seem very strong in a battle of magical powers. However, if it was used as a support, it had an extremely terrifying power. When Hanyu Daozuan fought with the evil spirit earlier, he was actually seriously injured several times. However, with the support of the fog of cloud spell, he recovered almost instantly. Even she had to admit that the fog of cloud spell was powerful. At this moment, the fog of cloud spell rushed into his body and seemed to complement his own power. His power increased sharply at this moment. Freezing moon ice, break through the greater world. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan's eyes opened completely. That terrifying aura immediately burst out, as if 1,000 miles of ice river had descended. Under such a strong icy power, even the extremely deep dark power seemed to be affected greatly. That terrifying aura changed directly at this moment. Such a display of power was simply indescribable at this moment. The dark space shattered bit by bit at this moment. Good, we can finally break through. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan was overjoyed. It seemed that the endurance just now was worth it. If not for the fact that he was healing his injuries, he would not have been able to break through in one go. At this moment, their power broke through the seal and broke through everything. The power of the ice seal was so strong that the darkness shattered and the two people finally broke free from the darkness. At this moment, the evil spirit suddenly opened his eyes. He was a little surprised because according to his estimation, the two of them could not have left the dark space. However, his heart quickly calmed down. Forget it. Anyway, I have recovered a lot of my power. So what if we leave the dark space? It seems that after so many years, my courage has also become small. But fortunately, he looked at the two people who had appeared in front of him and then said cheerfully, "Haha, you're really amazing. You're actually able to break through my dark space. Two little beauties, don't worry, I'll reward you well." Originally, it was Yunhe's body. However, at this moment, there was a complete change in it. First, it was the height. Although Yunhe's body was considered tall and straight, at this moment, he was actually a whole head taller. That was not all. Next was his face. At this moment, his face had completely disappeared and he became a faceless person. "Humph, you shameless thing, do you think you can defeat us? It's still unknown who will win." Hanyu Daozuan's sword flashed with a cold light at this moment. The most adorable power exploded at this moment. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. A sword light exploded and enveloped the entire world. This power was so dense that the power of ice had reached its peak at this moment. The most terrifying light appeared at this moment. The dense aura was simply unbelievably strong. At this moment, the cloudy mist technique also appeared. Cosmos Cloud Sword. Dozens of cloud swords fell directly. The most powerful aura flashed directly at this moment. Such power could be said to be extremely dense and had reached its peak. The two powers exploded at the same time. These two powers condensed at this moment and were simply incomparably dense. At this moment, the most violent power was simply incomparably terrifying. This kind of power was truly unimaginable. The evil spirit sneered. These two powers were indeed powerful, but why would he be afraid now? At this moment, he directly blasted out a palm and a violent aura blew towards the two of them. At this moment, he was connecting with the dark inky lotus and was already able to draw power from the dark inky lotus. Although this could not allow him to recover to his peak state, he thought that it was enough to deal with the two people in front of him. However, at this moment, the power of the Cosmos Cloud Sword and Hanyu Daozuan's attack directly merged together. This change was so sudden that even the evil spirit did not expect it. When this attack merged, the aura directly increased by more than 2 times. "Kill," the two of them said in unison. Such power fell and destroyed everything. In this world, everything began to be annihilated. That aura was like a terrifying giant beast, completely destroying everything. The palm strike that he had unleashed had been directly dissipated without any resistance. This time, he was really surprised. His attack was actually so directly destroyed. The power of these two people was much stronger than he had imagined. However, at this moment, the dark inky lotus suddenly burst out with black light. Within the black light, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence that was about to break through. The terrifying aura fiercely rushed out and destroyed everything directly. The power of the two people was also directly dispersed. They were even blasted out by the impact. The power of the dark inky lotus was truly terrifying. If the evil spirit did not have the dark inky lotus, he would have died long ago. How could he have survived until now? However, at this moment, not only was he alive, but he also possessed the most powerful and terrifying power. Moreover, as the power of the dark inky lotus continued to be replenished, he became stronger and stronger. Hee, do you see that? Your power is still so weak in front of me. So, don't resist anymore. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me. I'll let you enjoy extreme pleasure and extreme power. Chapter 1239. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, he finally stood up. His power was surging at this moment. Such an aura was simply terrifying. Dao Master? No, he seems to be stronger than a Dao Master. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan's expression was somewhat solemn. This guy in front of her was simply extraordinary. At this moment, his power actually increased directly. That was simply terrifying. She even suspected that he would become an extremely terrifying sovereign at this moment. If that was the case, they probably wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, it didn't matter. His power had changed at this moment, and it was simply powerful to the most terrifying extent. His footsteps moved forward bit by bit, and a heavy pressure pressed down on the two of them. Alright, it seems like you've made your choice. In fact, I really don't like people like you who don't cooperate. However, there's no other way. You're probably all like this. You always think that you can escape by luck. If I don't let you understand your own weakness, I'm afraid you'll never give up. Even though his face had disappeared, his smile was still as clear as ever. At this moment, his power directly rushed out, and a powerful force pressed down on the two of them. They almost couldn't breathe. The divine gate appeared, and in an instant, it was as if thousands of worlds directly rotated at this moment. That was the most terrifying radiance, and it made people not dare to move forward. It was as if they took a wrong step, they would fall into endless reincarnation. This piece of land had too many secrets. The power of the god's graveyard was indeed magical and unparalleled. At this moment, Wenzo was standing behind Su Yan, and he saw the constantly changing scene around him. Even if his heart was always firm, he already felt extreme fear at this moment. That was too powerful and terrifying. It was even beyond his understanding. If he followed the original trajectory, he wouldn't be able to touch it even if he lived his entire life. Every fragment you see is the space of the world that the god's graveyard has evolved into. This god's graveyard is incomparably terrifying. Although the worlds it evolves are extremely fragile and can allow you and me to come and go freely, there are also worlds that have reached an extremely powerful level. It's not impossible to pass off the false as the real one. Su Yan's voice was still calm, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Sir, if we step into one of the fragments, will we be lost in that world? Wenzo asked. At this time, he had even changed the way he addressed Su Yan. He no longer called him young master, but Lord. Although it was only a change of 2 words, the chilling intent behind it was self-evident. This represented loyalty and submission. Su Yan said, "No, only when you are strong enough will you be qualified to get lost in it." Wenzo was shocked. Although Su Yan's words were simple, he naturally understood the meaning behind them. If you were strong enough, you would naturally be lost. However, if you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be lost. Instead, you would directly die. He knew very well that the reason why they were able to walk so slowly at this time was actually because of Su Yan's strength. Without Su Yan, he would immediately be buried here. The most important thing for a Dao master was to grasp the power of space. If you couldn't achieve this, it would be extremely difficult. But now, he was still far away from this point. It was not that as long as you were willing to work hard, you would be rewarded. Many times, even cultivators would be confused and fated. In their view, all of this seemed to be a joke played by fate. Because of this, they felt that all of this was so. I know that you are confused about the Tao Master realm. At the same time, you yearn for it. This is very normal. However, there is one thing you have to remember. There are many things that we can't rush to achieve. Every path you take now is related to your future. Su Yan continued, no one can know whether their future has been destined or not, and whether the future can't be changed. At least, our current strength can't reach the point where we can change the past and shape the future. In fact, in my opinion, no matter who it is, no matter how strong they can't change the future. What we can do is to grasp the present. For you, now is actually a good opportunity. Don't you realize that this place is actually full of unimaginable space and time laws? If you can't comprehend it, then memorize it. Even if you can only remember a little, it's still a good thing. The things in your memory will gradually be comprehended after your realm is improved. And when you encounter it, it will help you more when you comprehend it. Huanzi was excited. He knew that at this time, it was Su Yan who was guiding his cultivation. This was an extremely magical journey. If it weren't for Su Yan's guidance, he wouldn't have had the chance to comprehend it at all. At this time, time and space changed. Originally, he didn't dare to memorize it at all, because every time he remembered it, he would feel very painful. When pain suddenly befell them, everyone would always subconsciously choose to escape. But after hearing Su Yan's words, he understood that some pain had to be faced. Because if you didn't face it, you wouldn't even have the chance to get it. He nodded. Then he forced himself to start memorizing it. In the pain, time was indifferent. At this time, Su Yan was actually comprehending it. He was comprehending the development of power and the changes in its trajectory. What he was comprehending was naturally not something Huanzi could imagine. He had even begun to analyze the space nodes one by one. At this time, he directly opened his eyes. The eye of truth directly swept away the countless mysteries. Every single existence had completely disappeared from this world. This was a terrifying realm. Even a venerable sovereign might not be able to reach this step. This was all because he had the square small world. The evolution of the square small world was the development of space. From the evolution process, he saw the most real space mystery. Wanqing, wait for me. At this time, he spoke softly because he had already seen Yun Wanqing's location. Since he already knew where she was, he directly activated his power and then headed towards the destination. His power was really strong. Yun Wanqing and Hanyu Daozuan were actually not weak. Coupled with the fact that the two of them could perform a joint attack at this moment, they could unleash even greater power. However, at this time, their strength was directly suppressed. The existence of the dark inky lotus was simply a nightmare for them. My dark inky lotus is a top treasure. Under the suppression of the dark inky lotus, your power can't be completely unleashed. Moreover, even if you can fully unleash your power, so what? Compared to me, the two of you are still too far away. He had experienced such a difficult task. Although Yun Wanqing and Hanyu Daozuan were the best in the world, they still couldn't be compared to him. Two little beauties, I don't know why you are so insistent, but it doesn't matter anymore. Come, let us enjoy the greatest joy in this world. I think you will like it. Countless roots appeared from the dark inky lotus. Then, with incredible power, they rushed towards the two of them. Ice Seal, Heavenly Moon. Cloud Sword, kill. Yun Wanqing and Hanyu Daozuan attacked at the same time. Powerful power erupted at this time, directly rushing towards the roots. They wanted to cut off all the roots. However, in the midst of the laughter, the terrifying power had already entangled them. In fact, their power was already considered strong. However, the roots released by the dark inky lotus seemed to have their own spirituality. They were strong and tenacious. The power contained in them was domineering and terrifying. When this power was completely unleashed, the intensity of the aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, the power between heaven and earth suddenly flickered, as if something was about to descend. Of course, the flickering of the light wasn't obvious. Therefore, no one noticed it. You can't escape. This is really exciting. I really want to see what you will look like when I enjoy you. Ha ha ha. At this time, he was simply incomparably excited. Even he had forgotten how long it had been since he last enjoyed himself like this. All these years, he had been sealed in the boundless darkness. Even his life was constantly flowing away. For someone like him, this was simply a kind of torture. However, now, everything was finally over. After suffering, the sweetness came. He finally welcomed his new life. Furthermore, two beauties appeared before him right after his resurrection. How could he not be excited? Enjoying two women at the same time, this was truly exciting. The dark roots broke through the power of the two women, wanting to completely bind them. This was the rhythm he liked the most. However, just at this time, a cold snort sounded. You talk too much nonsense. Those few words turned into the most terrifying power at that moment. The powerful cyclone directly cut everything apart at that moment. The dark roots were clearly so powerful earlier. However, at this time, they were as weak as ordinary withered branches. His expression suddenly froze, and even his eyes revealed a look of surprise. This was the graveyard of the gods. Every place was an independent space. Who could directly break through to this place? Moreover, the moment that guy descended, he seemed to be able to directly lock on to this place. This greatly surprised him. However, just as he was feeling bewildered, a huge power directly suppressed him. That power seemed to be a monument. Chapter 1240. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, who is it? He was incomparably furious. At this time, he was clearly on the verge of success. He could control the thoughts in his heart and achieve what he wanted. Unfortunately, at this time, someone else suddenly appeared. No pop-up window. Heavens, speak, this made him extremely displeased. Moreover, this person who had suddenly appeared seemed to be extremely powerful. The power he displayed made even him feel waves of fear. Such a burst of power was almost fatal to him. At this moment, his body had already begun to tremble. Clearly, under such suppression, he found it difficult to deal with it freely. At this moment, the dark ink lotus was activated once again. An extremely powerful light directly rushed into the sky. Such a light flashed, and the rich power had even reached an extreme level. The dark roots were densely packed, and they rose up in defiance of the heavens, intending to destroy this power that was like a towering mountain. However, at this moment, Su Yan's power gently condensed, and the power of ice appeared. Hanyu Daozuan's power of ice was already extremely powerful, but it could do nothing against this terrifying power. However, at this moment, Su Yan's power of ice appeared. This won't do. Those mysterious roots don't seem to be afraid of the power of ice at all. Hanyu Daozuan was originally very surprised because just now, he already felt that he did not have much power to resist. He did not expect that at this most critical moment, someone would appear directly. Moreover, his attack was so decisive. That powerful and terrifying power was simply unimaginable. However, at this moment, he realized that this person who had suddenly appeared was actually using the power of ice to deal with it. This made him very nervous. His power of ice just now combined with Yun Wanqing's cloud mist technique had no effect on the dark roots at all. In fact, it was directly cut off and struggled free in an instant. Then, would the power of ice at this moment still be effective against this power? At the very least, he was extremely confident in his own way of ice. However, just as he was exclaiming in surprise, Su Yan's power of ice had already condensed. At this moment, the dark roots were directly sealed in ice. Deep blue ice crawled all over the thick branches. Such power was simply terrifying. The ice continued to flicker. That terrifying power was unimaginable. Such a strong aura had almost turned into a storm. The dense storm aura had reached an endless level at this time. How is this possible? Hanyu Daozuan and the evil spirit exclaimed at the same time. They never would have thought that the roots that were so powerful before would be so weak now. Su Yan's power was actually able to seal it in ice. Humph, is this all you've got? This dark ink lotus is quite interesting. Su Yan's voice sounded again. The evil spirit abruptly turned around because he discovered that the voice had come from behind him. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. Everything that had happened before was clearly under his control. However, at this moment, someone had suddenly appeared. This person's strength seemed to be completely beyond his imagination, which made him extremely flustered. Just as he turned around, Su Yan had already slapped him with his palm. This was an ordinary palm strike, just like a move that two ordinary people would use when they were fighting. However, it was precisely such a move that sent him flying with a single slap. His body was still flying in the air when he landed heavily on the ground. Su Yan looked at him and said directly, "Humph, do you know? You deserve to die." At this moment, Su Yan's killing intent soared to the sky. That was because that damnable fellow had actually offended Yun Wanqing. Although Yun Wanqing seemed to be safe and sound at this moment, he saw sadness and pain in the depths of Yun Wanqing's heart. "Wanqing, are you okay?" Su Yan asked directly. At this moment, his voice was so gentle. Yun Wanqing shook her head and said, "Su Yan, I'm fine. It's just that he killed my father." At this point, even a strong person like her could not control her tears. A woman would only show weakness in front of the person she loved because she knew that this person was her support. This was the only way to make her heart calm down. This was especially true for a woman like Yun Wanqing. Even at the moment of Yunhe's death, she did not cry because she knew that she could not show her weakness. At that time, she had no one to rely on and could only rely on herself. But now, she could because the person she could rely on was here. Hanyu Daozuan looked surprised. When Yun Wanqing joined hands with her just now, she thought that she was an extremely strong woman who had a strong heart like herself. However, she had never thought that such a person would actually cry. Who on earth is this man? How can he make her feel so assured? In fact, Hanyu Daozuan had reached this point. She had already disdained all men in the world. After all, she was already a Tao master with an extremely high cultivation. How could an ordinary person possibly enter her eyes? However, it was different at this moment. The sudden appearance of Su Yan aroused her curiosity. After all, Su Yan had done something that she could not do. Moreover, he made a woman whom she thought highly of rely on so confidently. Of course, Su Yan did not know what Hanyu Daozuan was thinking at this time. He just looked at that guy. Is this Yunhe's body? When Su Yan descended, he felt that something was strange. He felt that this body was somewhat familiar, but there was also a sense of unfamiliarity in this familiarity. At first, he could not figure out the situation. However, now that Yun Wanqing said this, everything became clear. The guy in front of him had actually done such a thing. In fact, Su Yan did not have any thoughts about Yunhe. He even defeated him with his own hands and crushed his ambition. Therefore, Su Yan did not care about his life or death. However, it was different now. After all, Yunhe was Yun Wanqing's father, and Yun Wanqing was already his woman. Yunhe's death would make Wanqing sad. Just this point alone was enough to infuriate him. Cough, 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 who are you? At this time, the evil spirit stood up again. He coughed heavily a few times to calm his breath. At the same time, he looked straight at Su Yan, trying to see through Su Yan's identity completely. However, when his gaze fell on Su Yan, there seemed to be a hazy light on Su Yan's body, making him unable to see clearly. This made him feel fear in his heart. He used to be a big shot, a peak Emperor realm master. Although his realm was no longer there at this time, his eyesight was still there. Moreover, Su Yan was able to directly block the power of his dark ink lotus with the law of ice just now. This showed how terrifying Su Yan was. That's not important. In the end, I want you dead. When he spoke, he was still so calm, without even the slightest aggressiveness. However, it was precisely because of this that people felt fear in their hearts. The killing intent hidden in the calmness was the most terrifying. Hey, we don't seem to have such a big grudge. Do you really want to do this? At this time, the evil spirit spoke directly. In fact, his words were already admitting defeat. He felt the terror of Su Yan and felt that he was not confident in defeating Su Yan. Even if he used his trump card, he was not very confident. At most, both sides would suffer. He had just been resurrected and did not want to return to that damn half-dead state again. Therefore, if he could avoid fighting such a powerhouse, it would naturally be for the best. As long as he could escape unscathed this time, he would not mind admitting defeat, even if he had to kneel down. When his strength was restored, he would let this guy know what true fear was. With the dark ink lotus in hand, he felt that he could quickly recover his strength. As a person who had experienced life and death, he knew very well that in fact, the so-called dignity had no meaning at all. Only being alive was real. If you feel offended by this, I can apologize for my actions just now. As for your friend's father, I can also reincarnate his soul. You have to believe that I have the ability to do so. He spoke again. This sentence was actually a threat. He was telling Su Yan that he had something to rely on. At this time, Yun Wanqing said, "No, Su Yan, don't believe his words. Just now, in order to save me, my father had already blown up his divine sense." Thinking of her father's appearance just now, she felt even more pain. A father would always be a father. He could sacrifice everything for his children. At this time, the evil spirit immediately said, "No, no, no. Although he has already blown up his divine sense, this is his body after all. It's impossible for his divine sense to dissipate like this. I think, at this realm, you must know that I'm not lying. Although it's impossible for him to be resurrected, I have the ability to reincarnate him." The implication was very obvious. If you insist, then I will make Yunhe's soul completely dissipate, not even giving her a chance to reincarnate. I believe that you do not wish to see his father completely disappear from this world, not leaving behind even the slightest trace, right? A faint smile appeared on his faceless face. At this time, Yun Wanqing was shocked. Her gaze fell on Su Yan, hoping that Su Yan would tell her the answer. Was what this guy said true? Su Yan nodded slowly, then said, "Well, you're right. I can indeed let this last divine sense enter the mysterious cycle of reincarnation and reincarnate." Chapter 1241. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, it's all just a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I'll let him reincarnate properly. How about we treat it as if we don't know each other? No pop-up window. Heavenly voice. It would be best if he could get through it safely. He didn't care about that bit of spiritual sense origin. Since the dark inky lotus had already awakened, he didn't need that bit of origin power to recover his strength. However, at this moment, Su Yan spoke, "I've already said it. You have to die." The last 3 words were still indifferent and cold. This caused his smile to freeze. "What did you say? You mean you want to kill me?" he asked directly. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. This guy seemed to want to kill him. Su Yan nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. You made Wanqing suffer so much pain and sorrow. Naturally, you have to die. Don't you want her father to?" The evil spirit wanted to say something, but Su Yan interrupted him. I can do what you can do. At this moment, Su Yan had already made his move. His power directly transformed into a cage, enveloping the evil spirit. It was still the power of ice. The ice looked extremely fragile, just thin pieces of ice, but the power that suddenly burst out was extremely terrifying. That extremely powerful light directly descended. The power was so strong that it was simply unimaginable. This power made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He realized that the body that he had modified with great difficulty seemed to be starting to stiffen. This guy actually attacked without any hesitation. Dark inky lotus, merge with my body. Absolute darkness, descend. He immediately roared. He used his trump card without hesitation. Back then, he was able to get through the darkest and most terrifying time because he relied on the power of the dark inky lotus. He merged with the dark inky lotus and was able to unleash the most powerful combat strength. In this way, his strength would become extremely terrifying. However, the price he had to pay was quite high. Because doing so would damage the dark inky lotus. Although it wouldn't hurt his foundation, it would still affect his recovery. The dark ink lotus was an extremely powerful treasure. If he could recover his fundamental strength soon, he could even use Immortal to attack the Holy Venerable Realm. This was his hope of proving his Tao, so he would rather kneel down and beg for mercy than use this move lightly. However, at this time, Su Yan had already made it clear that he wanted to kill him directly. In other words, no matter what he said or did, he would not let him go. Su Yan's strength was too strong, making him feel extremely pressured. Therefore, when Su Yan attacked, he directly used his most powerful ability. Damn it, since you won't let me live, then I won't let you have a good time either. At worst, we'll just die together. At this moment, his aura was revealed. At this moment, his pressure was extremely terrifying, as if he was a terrifying sovereign. Yun Wanqing and Hanyu Daozuan's expressions changed. Oh no, it looks like this guy is going to go all out. Fellow Wanqing, tell your friend to be careful. I estimate that this evil spirit will be able to reach the sovereign level in a short period of time. The sovereign level was a power that was completely beyond their abilities. Those two words were very heavy. Hearing this, even Yun Wanqing felt a bit uneasy. She had already lost her father. At this time, she didn't want to lose Su Yan as well. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. You two don't need to worry. Master can handle it. The two turned their heads and found Hewenza standing not far away. Hanyu Daozuan's gaze changed first, and then she recognized this person. You are Hewenza from the Xianin sect? The Xianin sect was also a hidden sect with its own small world. Although its ranking was not as high as that of the Heavenly Saint sect, it was one of the 5 Tao masters of the Heavenly Saint sect. She would not be arrogant and look down on other sections. Hewenza laughed and then said, I really didn't expect that Hanyu Daozuan would still remember me. He was just a venerable. In the eyes of others, he was already extremely powerful, but in the eyes of a Tao master, he was not worth mentioning. He didn't expect that this powerful female Tao master would remember him. This was a kind of honor. What did you just call him, master? Hanyu Daozuan asked. She naturally understood what this word meant. It meant loyalty. He was an elder of the Xianin sect. Although he couldn't be compared with an elder at the Tao master level, he was still in a high position. And he recognized Su Yan as master, which meant that he treated himself as a servant. There was no need to think about the difference in status. Yes, after returning this time, I will report to the sect master and then leave the Xianin sect to serve master. This was his decision because he saw hope in Su Yan. The Xianin sect was indeed powerful. There were even saint venerables in it. However, he didn't see hope in this sect. Instead, he saw something that he couldn't imagine in Su Yan. It was also because of this that he made this decision resolutely. One had to praise his courage. How could an ordinary person be as decisive as him? However, he didn't feel so emotional about all this. Some people were like this. Once they made an absolute decision, they would follow their own will and walk on unswervingly. However, Hanyu Daozuan obviously didn't pay too much attention to him at this time. After all, he was a powerful Dao master. It was rare for him to remember Hewen's name. As for how he chose, she wouldn't care. At this time, she was more focused on the battle. No matter what, Hewen's answer gave her confidence. She just wanted to see how Su Yan, Yun Wanqing's husband, would deal with such a terrible monster. The dark inky lotus directly entered the evil spirit's body. Immediately, an extremely heavy armor appeared on the evil spirit's body. The appearance of this terrible armor made his aura rise a lot. At this moment, his strength was simply unimaginably powerful. I really miss it. Although it still can't be compared with the original power, it already makes me feel good. At this moment, an extremely dazzling light appeared in his eyes. Such a terrifying power seemed to have compressed and distorted everything in the surroundings to the extreme. At this time, he regained control of the power of a sovereign master. Although he didn't want to use it, since he had already displayed this power, it didn't matter. Did you know? Originally, I was planning to let this go, but you're forcing me to do so. That's why I'm so annoyed. Now, I'm truly angry. So, in your words, you must die. At that moment, he sneered and slammed his palm forward. A brilliance directly turned into a dark inky lotus and directly rushed toward Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's hand condensed into a sword finger and immediately slashed it down. Such a power directly burst out and turned into the most intense light. This attack was so strong. Su Yan was originally good at sword principle, and at this time, his sword principle had reached the most intense level. When this sword slashed out, the space directly separated at this time, like ripples of water. In the silence, there was a murderous aura all over the sky. At this time, the evil spirit directly shouted, "Shatter, explode." The dark inky lotus directly exploded before it came into contact with Su Yan's sword chi. The terrifying power directly spread out and directly enveloped Su Yan. At the same time, he directly sneered, "Do you really think I will fight with you?" At this time, he directly spread out his power, and directly in front of him, a crack appeared. It turned out that he didn't want to fight with Su Yan at all. For now, to be able to survive was the most important thing. He, who had been resurrected with great difficulty, was not willing to fight to the death with Su Yan. Everything that had happened before was just a show for Su Yan to see. The moment Su Yan directly used the sword chi, he directly detonated this power of his and then disturbed this space. At this moment, he could directly and calmly leave. This was his plan. Of course, at this time, he didn't just simply want to leave. "You damn thing, since you are so desperate, I won't let you have an easy time. I don't know if you will be in pain after losing your woman." The corner of his mouth revealed an extremely cruel smile, and then he directly grabbed Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing was originally not his opponent, and at this time, he was in the form of an overlord. Yun Wanqing didn't even have the strength to resist at all. Therefore, this wouldn't take up too much of his time. His palm directly descended, and he wanted to grab Yun Wanqing in his hand. This was the method of creating a diversion. From this, it could be seen that he was also an extremely cunning person. However, just as his power was about to envelop Yun Wanqing, a ray of sword chi suddenly appeared in front of him out of nowhere. That sword chi was so resolute that it caused his entire soul to tremble. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying, and it made him extremely shocked. How is this possible? He was shocked. The ray of power that Su Yan had just slashed out had clearly been destroyed by the power of his dark ink lotus, and even Su Yan himself had been enveloped by his power. It shouldn't be that easy to break through. However, at this moment, Su Yan appeared in front of him so easily. Creating a diversion? Humph, do you think that you are the only smart person in this world? Su Yan sneered. At the same time that ray of sword chi descended, another ray of power also appeared at this time. Chapter 1242. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, idiot. So what if you've seen through my plan? Let's have a real battle. The evil spirit had been unwilling to fight with Su Yan because he was afraid of consuming too much of his power. Fengyun Reading Network had just come back from the dead. He cherished his power very much and hoped to preserve it so that he could recover to his strongest state. But at this time, Su Yan was continuously pressuring him step by step. This made him extremely annoyed. At this time, he was already angry. Since Su Yan was forcing him like this, then he would not take even half a step back. His power erupted at this moment. That terrifying radiance condensed at this moment. The powerful power exploded at this time and darkness rolled over. The power of the dark inky lotus was truly revealed at this time. The aura was extremely evil, as if a real demon god had come back to life. The power of the demon god? Such a dark power was even more evil than the power of the divine resentment from before. Even Su Yan frowned. Because he knew that the essence of this power was extremely terrifying. Even if he was strong, if he did not deal with it well, he might be hurt. For Yun Wanqing and Hanyue Daozuan, this power was even more fatal. Even if it was just the power that leaked out, it would probably put their lives in danger. Therefore, at this time, he definitely could not let this guy use it here. I'll make you regret it. You shouldn't have forced me. Don't you know the principle of leaving a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future? He asked directly. Then, he stretched out his big hand and charged towards Su Yan. The power of the dark inky lotus had been activated. No matter what, the origin of the dark inky lotus would be damaged. This made him extremely unhappy. In order to let him vent his anger, he decided to kill Su Yan completely. However, just as he attacked, a huge divine gate appeared directly. The moment the divine gate appeared, it exploded with an extremely terrifying suction force and swallowed that guy directly. Such a power surged. At this time, the heavy power was simply unstoppable and extremely terrifying. The power of that radiance was almost the only thing in the world. What? He never thought that such a change would occur at this time. Before he had time to think, he was swallowed whole. I hope you can display enough strength and not disappoint me. At this moment, Su Yan's fighting spirit was surging. It had to be said that this guy had indeed become extremely terrifying after unleashing Mo Lian's power. Even though his cultivation was on par with Wei Yan, the Trial Dragon, and Great Sea Ming, this guy was definitely stronger. Su Yan had already sensed it, because he could clearly sense it. This guy's level of strength was extremely terrifying. Even compared to others, he seemed to be a little lacking. In other words, if this guy's combat strength was on par with his, then he might not be a match for him. Such a person was extremely dangerous. Su Yan was not stupid enough to let him go. At this time, the great crisis of the entire world was about to arrive. At this time, Su Yan could feel the oppressive feeling, and it was precisely because of this that an increasingly terrifying aura appeared at this time. It was also because of this that the mysterious divine gate world of the Central Plains had awakened. Those who did not have a strong cultivation were fine, but as long as their cultivation was strong enough, they would be able to feel the oppressive feeling. It was as if a huge saber had been placed on their necks. The impact of such power was the most violent and terrifying power. No one could tell when this huge saber would fall. If one's power was not strong enough, then they could only die in this great catastrophe. Therefore, Su Yan had to increase his strength at all costs. At this time, Su Yan directly unfolded his square small world and suppressed the evil spirit into his small world. The evil spirit was indeed extraordinary. After the initial panic, he immediately calmed down, and then his eyes burst out with an unbelievable brilliance. It's actually a small world. It's really unbelievable that you can condense a small world at your level. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. His level was actually higher than Su Yan's, and he used to be a figure who was almost at the peak. Therefore, there were many things that Su Yan might not know, but he already had an idea in his heart. The significance of a small world was actually very important, as it was the prerequisite to becoming a sacred venerate. Generally speaking, not all paths in this world were fixed. Even if one did not condense a small world, as long as one was strong enough, one could become a sacred venerate. However, if one could achieve Tao with a small world, then the difficulty of becoming a sacred venerate would be much lower. However, it was extremely difficult to condense a small world. In ancient times, there had been so many sacred venerates, but almost none of them had achieved Tao with a small world. This was because it required a huge opportunity. However, at this time, Su Yan actually had his own small world. This was unimaginable. At this time, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Just now, I didn't want to fight with him because this guy is also a powerhouse. It's not worth it to fight with him for nothing. However, now it seems that I have a reason to fight with him. At this moment, his heart could no longer calm down. Just as he had said, he already had a reason to fight with Su Yan at this moment. This was because if he could kill Su Yan, then he might be able to take over this small world. Once he obtained this small world. At this time, even he felt a rush of excitement. Once he obtained this small world, not to mention restoring his previous level, even becoming a sacred venerate would not be a problem. He might even be able to use this small world to break through to a higher level and become a god. God, I want to become a god too. At this moment, his eyes immediately became like a flame, as if his whole body was about to burn. Originally, he was just passively accepting the challenge. However, he had been pulled into this small world by Su Yan, so he had no choice but to fight. However, at this time, he had already cast aside all his thoughts. Passively accepting the challenge? No, absolutely not. At this time, he had to actively prepare for the battle and make himself the most powerful and terrifying. Because only then would he be able to defeat Su Yan. At this time, he was already going to fight with Su Yan regardless of the consequences. Originally, he wanted to play it safe and let himself recover his strength before fighting with Su Yan. However, it was different now. What he wanted now was to gather everything and then erupt into the ultimate battle. As long as he killed Su Yan, his harvest would be too great. In the face of great benefits, even a god would lose himself, let alone him. At this time, Su Yan's body had already descended. At this time, Su Yan's eyes immediately fell on him, and then he said directly, "Well, just now, you didn't have any fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. You probably didn't want to waste your power source and wait for a comeback. However, at this time, you actually showed such a fighting spirit. It seems that your intentions have changed." Su Yan stood still and then said, "Let me guess. You want to plot against my small world, right? I'm not very clear about the secrets of the small world, but it seems that you know a lot." The evil spirit laughed and said, "You're really interesting. You really don't know that you have a mountain of treasures. However, don't worry, I will inherit this huge treasure. I will accept everything. Humph, with this small world, I can evolve it and lay the foundation for me to become a god." At this time, he was extremely arrogant, as if he had already regarded this small world as his own. Su Yan laughed coldly and said, "What an arrogant tone. You are now in my small world. I have the advantage of time and place. Are you really sure that you can win?" When the evil spirit heard Su Yan's words, he immediately laughed. "Ha ha ha, how interesting. At this point, you still don't understand that in the face of absolute strength, everything is illusory. The so-called time and place are simply nonsense. Now, I'll let you know how big the gap between you and me is. Dark Ink Lotus, Unparalleled War God, Dark War God, descend. At this time, his entire body directly changed. At this moment, he actually turned into a terrifying Dark War God. At this time, his aura was so deep that an extremely terrifying power directly descended at this time. Even Su Yan's expression was extremely solemn at this time. You think that the small world is absolutely invincible? Humph, let me tell you, the power of the Dark War God is unparalleled. He can even penetrate your small world. At this time, his aura skyrocketed again. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already given everything and won't hold anything back. I must obtain your small world. In fact, pulling me into your small world was your biggest mistake. If I hadn't seen this small world, I would still have some scruples and wouldn't have dared to fight you. But now, no matter what, I must obtain this small world. At this time, he was simply incomparably arrogant. The power of the Dark War God was indeed extremely terrifying. He could actually increase his aura to such a level. Chapter 1243. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Do you know how terrifying that battle was? At that time, the whole world was about to collapse, but even in such a battle, I managed to survive. It's all thanks to the Dark God of War. When the Dark God of War's power fell, he immediately changed. Such an aura was almost unimaginable. It was as if everything in the world had been condensed into this power. His strength had risen to such a level. At this point, the scenes from back then once again appeared before his eyes. Even now, when he recalled it, he still felt a sense of fear. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the battle was. However, he was still very proud because no matter what, he still survived. In this world, a temporary victory or defeat was not so important. Only survival was real. Back then, there were countless powerful existences, but now, they were all dead. They should have completely fallen in this world. And now, he was still alive. Being alive was a kind of victory, and also the capital he was proud of. Su Yan sneered softly. He naturally saw this and said, "What, do you think my thinking is very cowardly? Ha, you idiot, you didn't experience that era at all. It was an extremely terrifying era. In the world, no matter how powerful you are, you can't avoid fighting. Even the powerful gods have fallen. Of course, it's an extremely amazing thing that I can survive." His eyes flickered again, and his most powerful aura erupted to the extreme at this time. Such power at this time was simply inexhaustible. Feeling his own powerful aura, even he himself was intoxicated. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. I can't wait to get your power. At this time, he gently grasped with both hands, and a huge axe directly appeared. The axe was engraved with dark ink lotuses, which seemed to be the pattern of death. At this time, his power became extremely condensed. Such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely fiendish aura. Su Yan thought that he had experienced a lot of battles, and his killing intent was extremely heavy. But at this time, compared to the evil spirit in front of him, it seemed that he was still lacking. At this time, his heart had truly calmed down. He knew that the evil spirit in front of him was very likely one of the most terrifying enemies he had ever encountered. If he could not defeat it, then he might be killed here. However, no matter what, he would not allow himself to die here. Facing such a powerful enemy, Su Yan would not choose to be afraid. Instead, he pushed his strength to the limit. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he would be. At this moment, the Taiji sword appeared. He knew that he couldn't hold back when facing this evil spirit, and there was no need to hold back. Only with the death of this evil spirit could he obtain victory. Between heaven and earth, all the auras condensed at this moment. The primordial chi of the small world was directly mobilized by him. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. A ray of sword chi fell, and that violent sword attack directly rushed out. The most terrifying aura flickered at this time. With such power, the aura of the small world was completely mobilized at this time. Such power fell directly on him. That kind of momentum was simply incomparably terrifying. But at this time, the evil spirit was not afraid at all. He said with a smile, "I'll let you see the power of the Dark War God." Chop. As soon as he said that word, the dark giant axe released the most violent aura, and a terrifying trace directly rushed into the sky. The appearance of this trace immediately caused the world to be in the most chaotic state, as if it was going to directly break the aura of the small world. Su Yan had to admit that such a terrifying aura had already brought him a great threat. He knew that at this time, he could no longer hesitate. Supreme Sword Pinnacle, Annihilation. At this time, he did not dare to hold back any of his strength. That terrifying radiance directly erupted, and the dense sword attack was simply terrifying. Such power turned into the most fundamental of everything. At this time, the endless power directly poured down at this time. In an instant, the two forces finally collided, and that dignified aura burst out, as if it was going to directly open up a world. Su Yan's supreme sword flight was displayed, and in an instant, he was already beside the evil spirit. "Ha ha ha, good boy, you actually dare to fight with me in close quarters. Not to mention other things, your courage has already amazed me." At this time, the evil spirit's power changed. At this time, everything that was dignified had reached the most violent point at this time. After this exchange, Su Yan's brows furrowed because he discovered that he was actually at a disadvantage after this exchange. At this time, he had experienced many battles, but in so many battles, he almost always grasped the situation and took the initiative. From the beginning, he was confident, and then he put his own calculations and plans to defeat the enemy step by step and get what he wanted. However, this time around, he was actually already at a disadvantage in their first clash. His utmost extermination sword was actually only capable of blocking that frightening axe strike. "Huh, boy, how do you feel? Is it very exciting?" At this time, the evil spirit was simply incomparably terrifying. In the state of the dark god of war, he was so powerful. A feeling of invincibility arose spontaneously. At this time, as long as he thought about how he would be able to obtain this small world after killing Su Yan, it made him even more excited. This way, he had absolute motivation. That power was so powerful that it was as if everything was condensing at this time. Such an aura was even more violent and terrifying. Then, the evil spirit continued to drop the axe. Every move was extremely simple and wide, showing his extremely powerful aura. Under this situation, Su Yan could only be forced to defend. "This won't do. If this continues, I'll be completely suppressed." Su Yan knew that if he was completely suppressed when fighting against such a person, then he would really lose. No matter what, he could not let himself be like that. Therefore, at this time, he suddenly made a grabbing motion, and several auras of laws directly condensed at this time. Between the laws, Sword of Annihilation, Kill. At this moment, his power erupted once again. When this move appeared, it directly turned into the most terrifying storm. The aura swept, boundless and boundless. At this time, he really threw everything aside. There was only one thought left in his mind, which was to condense the most powerful power and directly defeat the evil spirit. At this time, the power of laws condensed and then directly gathered in the Taiji sword. At this time, the rich aura kept rolling at this time, and the violent power also appeared at this time. At this time, all the power directly condensed. Su Yan's eyes directly erupted with the most determined aura. At this time, the sword light emerged with the most terrifying brilliance. Su Yan directly exploded with this attack. He wanted to directly disintegrate the evil spirit's violent aura with this attack. After being possessed by the dark god of war, he was really too powerful. If the evil spirit's aura was allowed to condense again, then there might be no need for him to continue fighting. Therefore, Su Yan directly attacked at this time. The mighty power of this sword was indeed terrifying. That boundless axe shadow was actually directly broken apart. Therefore, at this time, everything completely disappeared at this time, and the most terrifying power immediately became illusory. At this time, Su Yan was finally able to free himself from the axe. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to be able to interrupt my chain of attacks. You're a pretty good genius. Unfortunately, there are many geniuses in this world, but how many of them can survive until the end? Yi Shiwen laughed. Yi Shiwen was a bit surprised. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to interrupt my chain of attacks. He was really surprised that Su Yan was able to kill his attack. However, at this time, he did not panic, because at this time, his power directly erupted to the extreme. That terrifying aura moved directly. Such power was truly incomparably terrifying. Not only did the power of darkness not decrease, but it also became denser at this time. At this time, his eyes burst out, turned into a dark dragon, and swept towards Su Yan. However, you can't use such a powerful sword at will, right? Otherwise, you might really be able to defeat me. He was very proud because at this time, he had seen through Su Yan. Su Yan did not deny it, and only said, well, you're right. I can't use that move at will, otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. That strike just now was a combination of the power of the Sword of Laws and his most terrifying and violent sword Qi. How terrifying was that? Even his chain of slashes was directly broken. At this time, the dark dragon had directly rushed towards Su Yan. Hee, kid, your name is Su Yan, right? Not bad, I will remember your name, so. It's an honor for you. At this time, his aura had become even denser. At this time, the dark dragon was constantly surging, as if to directly trap Su Yan in it. At this time, Su Yan felt a huge pressure. Chapter 1244. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Every single one of these dragons of darkness did not seem to be fake. They were real dragons. Such power was extremely terrifying. With all these dragons hovering here, it was really terrifying. Fengyun Reading Network. One should know that the true dragon was the strongest existence in this world. In the ancient times, the three dragon gods dominated the world. Who could stop them? And at this time, the power that he had conjured was actually all true dragons. This was simply terrifying. The power was directly condensed. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, it seemed that all the dragons were resurrected. Vaguely, Su Yan found that the dragon's resentment on his body had appeared. How is this possible? Could it be that these black dragons are real? Even Su Yan was surprised at this time. He even blurted out. At this time, he immediately laughed. Ha, kid, you're right. These are real dragons. Of course, these guys are just dead dragon souls. They were just enslaved by the Dark War God. At this moment, he seemed to have everything under control. The Dragon Clan was the strongest in this world. In his era, the Dragon Clan was much more powerful than the modern era. But at that time, they still dared to slaughter the Dragon Clan. They even collected the souls of the Dragon Clan and turned them into dragon souls. Then, they became a part of their own strength. This showed how rampant they were. It is just that I did not expect that your body would actually possess such a dense dragon's resentment. This is just right. These dragon spirits are originally filled with a murderous aura. The dragon's resentment on your body will completely arouse their ferocious nature. Now then, die for me. Dozens of dragon souls directly charged at Su Yan. Even Su Yan didn't dare to face them calmly. At this time, he directly slashed his Taiji sword. A ray of light immediately appeared. The aura was even more terrifying at this time. Such a power appeared at this time. So what? I'm not even afraid of living dragons. Why would I be afraid of these dead dragons? As Su Yan spoke, the terrifying dragon souls had already surrounded him. But the strange thing was that these dragon souls didn't move forward at all. Instead, they stopped. This was really strange. What's going on? You can actually restrain the dragon soul? He didn't react for a moment, but he didn't intend to let Su Yan continue. Dark battle axe, kill. At this moment, he raised his battle axe and charged towards Su Yan once again. That terrifying aura was displayed once again. A powerful and frightening force ruthlessly pressed down. Facing such a terrifying attack, Su Yan's expression changed. Regal sword flight. At this moment, he knew that he was no match for his opponent. He immediately used the regal sword teleportation technique and disappeared from his original spot. What an exquisite escape technique, to actually be able to escape from my power, truly not simple. At this time, he praised, but he did not give up. It's just that if you think you can escape from my pursuit like this, that's too laughable. The sky is square and the earth is square, all hopes are dashed. He threw another blow, causing the impact to explode and turn into countless dragons spreading in all directions. That terrifying power seemed to cover every corner of this small world. Today, I'll let you know that in the face of my power, all your efforts are in vain. His aura directly appeared at this moment. Such a change in power caused a storm to blow. That terrifying power fiercely attacked as if it was going to destroy everything. Su Yan used the regal sword flight again and again, but he still couldn't get rid of this power. It's useless. No matter what kind of escape technique you use, my power will firmly follow you. You can't escape, so at this time, you'd better accept your fate. At this moment, he was truly displaying his ferocious might. It seemed like everything was going to fall into his control. He was so arrogant. At this time, the dragon souls that had been paused earlier began to attack again. When Su Yan was fighting other existences, he was calm and composed. Even when facing the Dragon King Bugadier, he could still deal with it calmly. However, at this time, in his own small world, he could only keep running. Let's see how long you can hide. Black lotus blooms, clear as the sky, he shouted again. At this time, the black lotus spread out from his body. It was clearly a small flower, but at this time, it suddenly enlarged. It seemed like this black lotus was the only thing left in the whole world. Such an aura directly rushed down. That dark power kept changing, and at this time, it had reached an endless level. Darkness began to sweep. Originally, this small world was a chaotic place. There was no pure light, but there was no true darkness either. However, at this time, darkness appeared. That darkness was only a small area at first, but in an instant, it had covered the whole world. After all, this is a small world. How much power do you think you can unleash? Do you think you can do whatever you want in your small world? Now, I'll completely fill up this small world of yours. I'd like to see what you can do. At this time, he let out a series of roars. The majesty of the Dark War God was vividly displayed at this time. When the darkness spread out, Su Yan's regal sword teleportation seemed to slow down. There were a few times when the dark dragon almost tied up his body. At this time, Su Yan suddenly stopped. Why aren't you running? Or do you think you have no way out? He was very proud. He looked at Su Yan, but his eyes were burning. This was because Su Yan was his hope. Once he succeeded in killing Su Yan, he would be able to obtain everything he hoped for. Su Yan took a deep breath. At this time, he indeed felt that it was extremely difficult. At this time, he suddenly swayed, and behind him, a terrifying shadow directly appeared. That was the shadow of the true demon. The power of the true demon. The evil spirit was clearly taken aback. Even in their era, the true devil was an extremely ferocious existence. There was almost no need to doubt his strength. That terrifying power seemed to be able to kill everything. Back then, it was unknown how many people had been directly defeated by him. I really didn't expect you to be able to give me such a surprise. I originally thought that you were already extremely heaven-defying to be able to control a small world. I didn't expect you to be able to control such power. If the real great demon Heaven Lord was here, he would have used all his power to escape. However, he had already sensed that although this true demon's shadow had his power, it did not have a consciousness. Or rather, its consciousness was extremely weak. So, what was he afraid of? On the contrary, this was his opportunity. As long as he could directly subdue this power, he would be able to obtain even more power and take one step closer to the path of becoming a god. At that time, no matter how the world changed, he would be the most powerful existence high above. Only then, he, who was in an invincible position, would be able to look down on this world. In his eyes, Su Yan had become a boy who gave him treasures. He had absolute confidence in his body of the Dark War God. No matter how much power Su Yan displayed, he would not be afraid. On the contrary, he saw everything about Su Yan as his own. At this moment, he gave the order, and the dark dragon had already charged towards the true demon's shadow. The true demon's shadow also roared and fought the dark dragon. Even if you can display the power of the true demon and temporarily resist the dark dragon, my power is still greater than yours. How are you going to face me? This was the power he displayed after he had cut off all means of retreat. Since he had paid such a huge price, he naturally wanted to control everything. His strength was something that even Su Yan could not deny. During the process of fighting with him, Su Yan had always been at a disadvantage. His means were simply ever-changing. From this, it could be seen that Yunhe's earlier loss was not unjust at all. This evil spirit had too many tricks up his sleeve. Of course, the root of all this was that Dark Lotus. If it weren't for the revival of that Dark Lotus, he wouldn't have such means. Therefore, the Dark Lotus was still the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the most terrifying power directly condensed at this moment, and the power of darkness rioted bit by bit. In the small world, the power of darkness became even more intense. If this small world was directly filled with darkness, perhaps Su Yan's advantage in time and place would no longer exist. The evil spirit released his Dark Lotus for this purpose, which was to devour Su Yan's small world. Su Yan was the owner of this small world. If he could kill Su Yan, then this small world would naturally be ownerless and could be refined by him. But similarly, if the small world was contaminated, Su Yan would not be able to obtain the support of the power of the small world. In that case, how could he continue to fight with him? Wouldn't he still end up dead in the end? Therefore, at this moment, he directly attacked from both sides and wanted to kill Su Yan. Su Yan naturally felt that the situation was critical. However, at this time, he was also helpless. This guy was really powerful and terrifying. He had to wait for the right time and look for an opportunity. Weren't you very arrogant at the beginning? Now, under my power, you're still a dead dog. I'll make you food on my path to becoming a powerhouse. Of course, for you, this may be your honor. He was so arrogant at this time. Of course, for him, he was completely qualified to be so. After all, his power was too terrifying, and he had completely occupied the dominant position now. Chapter 1245. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Regardless of whether it was the battle for the small world or the battle between him and Su Yan, he had completely gained the upper hand. In his opinion, there was no reason for him to fail. It was precisely because of this that he could be so presumptuous at this moment. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth had gathered. A terrifying power changed at this moment, then condensed into an attack and charged directly at Su Yan. "I'd like to see how long you can resist." At this moment, he knew that he had gained the upper hand, so he refused to relax at all. Instead, he continued to increase the pressure. He already understood that he had to take advantage of this opportunity to crush Su Yan directly. Although he looked so proud on the surface, in fact, he was constantly on guard against Su Yan's counterattack. After all, Su Yan was able to possess the small world and even took out the true demon's shadow directly. He was probably not a simple person. He had already died once, so at this moment, he did not want to die a second time. In the battle between him and Su Yan, he had gained the upper hand and wanted to crush Su Yan directly in one go. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to have been swept into the storm. At this moment, he could only passively defend to ensure that he would not be destroyed by this terrifying storm. Of course, at this moment, Su Yan did not completely give up. Instead, he was waiting for an opportunity. His current situation was indeed very dangerous, but he knew that he absolutely could not lose his composure at this time. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he had to remain calm. Only in this way could he find an opportunity in the midst of failure. For a long time, the reason why he had been able to achieve victory was because of this. At this moment, he was directly suppressed, and the deep power was extremely terrifying to him. However, at this moment, he was not worried because he knew that he would definitely be able to win and be the one who had the last laugh. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze could almost see through the sky. All the power was completely condensed at this moment. In the sky, an extremely terrifying light shadow began to descend. Such power was constantly changing at this moment. The terrifying aura had already begun to fluctuate. This was the shaking of the small world. In fact, this was definitely not a good thing, because this meant that the small world was gradually beginning to be contaminated. Look, how great is the power of the dark ink lotus. Even your small world is gradually being corroded. All of this changed greatly at this time. The small world had never been in such a crisis before. Revered pinnacle sword, infinite wrath. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly activated his power. His gaze changed at this moment, and then he performed a sword move. The terror of this sword was simply unimaginable. Such a dense sword had already formed the densest trajectory at this moment. This strike was the most powerful attack that Su Yan had recently condensed. It was also a sword move that he had recently comprehended from the revered sword mantra. As soon as the sword appeared, all of Su Yan's essence, qi, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. This was an extremely terrifying sword. Its power was even greater than that of the Sword of Annihilation. The Berserk aura had reached its peak at this moment. As soon as the sword appeared, the entire small world was directly affected. The change in the small world meant that all of the power directly fluctuated at this moment. A crack finally appeared in the dark power. It was fought for by Su Yan with his own power. His sword was so terrifying at this moment. It was as if he had placed all his hopes on this one sword strike. Therefore, when the sword exploded, its power was so powerful and terrifying. The intense radiance was simply out of control at this moment. The terrifying aura was even more indescribable. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Yan had actually shattered that frightening axe shadow. The sudden explosion of this sword surprised the evil spirit. This was because it had never thought that Su Yan would be able to display such power at this moment. How is this possible? At this time, you can still break my power? Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? At this moment, it still did not dare to believe that Su Yan could actually do this. The power that he had just displayed was already extremely powerful and terrifying. In its opinion, no matter what, Su Yan should not have been able to do this. However, it was disappointed. In that instant, the power that Su Yan displayed actually shattered its attack. That was not all. Its power changed at this moment, and it was so powerful that it was boundless. The power that it displayed at this moment could only be described as terrifying. The power of the heavy axe was shattered. Su Yan finally completely breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that was really powerful. However, that was not the power that belonged to you. Su Yan said directly. The evil spirit sneered, "Humph, the dark ink lotus belongs to me, and this power is also displayed by me. Do you think that there is any meaning in your nonsense?" At this moment, he was already extremely arrogant. Although he was extremely surprised that Su Yan had shattered his attack, Su Yan was still able to do so. It did not think that Su Yan could make a comeback. On the contrary, it felt that this was Su Yan's final and useless struggle. As the dark ink lotus continued to devour this small world, Su Yan's power should become weaker and weaker. However, it was different for him. Not only would his power not become weaker, but it would also become stronger. This was because the dark ink lotus had already begun to plunder the vitality of this world. When the vitality of this world completely belonged to him, then it would be time for him to unleash his full power and destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yan sneered, "Do you think that your dark ink lotus has already touched the foundation of this small world, and that you should be able to suppress me directly?" At this moment, Su Yan's sudden question gave it a strange feeling. At this moment, it actually did not feel any fear from Su Yan. However, this was extremely illogical. At this moment, Su Yan should be trembling and feeling fear for its power. However, why was he not afraid at this moment? He was about to lose his small world and was even about to die. Why was he not afraid? At this moment, Su Yan said, "All right, it's about time to start the counterattack." At this moment, Su Yan's aura had clearly become deeper. The Taiji sword directly bloomed with brilliance at this moment. That was the nature of a divine spirit. If the Taiji sword had been hidden before, then this time, it could be said that the Taiji sword had completely revealed its sharpness. When this ray of brilliance directly illuminated the entire world, the evil spirit immediately exclaimed, "Divine sword, it's actually a divine sword." Just now, it actually did not immediately see the divinity of this sword. Su Yan said, "Yes, it's a divine sword. Furthermore, this is a divine sword that will kill you." When the divine sword appeared, the power of the most supreme sword soul also directly began to integrate into it. This caused Su Yan's aura to skyrocket at this moment. Such a change in power was simply too terrifying. At this moment, his light was constantly trembling, as if it had begun to come into contact with this world. Impossible. Even if this sword is a divine sword, you can't defeat me. After the power of the dark inky lotus devours this small world, you will lose your reliance. How can you be my opponent? At this moment, he directly retorted. Ha ha ha, devour this world? If you can do it, then please continue. At this moment, Su Yan's spirit was shaken, and he immediately launched an attack. Previously, he was clearly being suppressed by the other party. However, at this moment, not only was he not afraid, but he also directly attacked. This was simply the behavior of a madman. However, Su Yan never did things that he was not confident in. Since he dared to attack like this at this time, naturally, he was confident. Right at this moment, bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the small world. The lightning's appearance was almost inexplicable, which greatly surprised the evil spirit. How is this possible? How can this small world give birth to lightning? This lightning is a manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. How can such a small world, the small world of a guy who doesn't even have a venerable emperor, give birth to lightning? This was something that he could not understand. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly roared, "Ha ha ha, when did I say that this is my small world?" His words made the evil spirit even more confused, but his heart suddenly jumped. At this moment, a golden light directly appeared. The moment that golden light appeared, it directly dispelled a large area of darkness. What's going on? What is the foundation of this world? At this time, he was almost dumbfounded, because at this time, the core of the world had actually burst out such a terrifying counterattack. This was definitely not something that Su Yan could do. It seems that you have finally touched the core of this world. This is good too. When you touch the core of this world, it will be time for me to launch my counterattack. Power of the Black Tortoise, explode. Power of the Dragon Soul, activate. At this time, Su Yan directly shouted, and then at this time, waves of power appeared at this time. At this time, the change in his aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, the endless power had reached the most terrifying level. The sky was originally dark, but at this time, the darkness dissipated and light descended. At this time, a terrifying will appeared at this time. The moment that will appeared, a holy song lingered, and sacred notes resounded. Chapter 1246. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The dark ink lotus trembled slightly. Fengyun Reading Network. The evil spirit was completely dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. He had yet to figure out what was going on. What's going on? Why is this happening? Wait, you said this isn't your small world? He seemed to have grasped something. Su Yan said, have you finally figured it out? I'm not afraid to tell you that this small world was originally Ancestor Buter's square seal. I don't know if you've heard of Ancestor Buter. Su Yan chuckled. However, this chuckle infuriated him even more. Ancestor Buter. Damn it, this is that old bastard's square seal. Ancestor Buter was a powerful existence who could fight with the great demon Heaven Lord. He was also an extremely terrifying and ruthless character. If this was his square seal, then wouldn't the evil spirit be attacking the power he left behind by touching the core with the dark ink lotus? In that case, the direct backlash of the power at this time could be explained clearly. At this moment, Su Yan's power finally began to erupt completely. From the beginning, when the dark ink lotus appeared and began to erode his small world, he had been waiting for this opportunity. He knew that it was difficult to suppress the dark ink lotus with his own power at this time. He had to admit that the power of the dark ink lotus was indeed terrifying. He could only suppress the dark ink lotus if he exerted his full strength. But obviously, reality did not allow him to do so. At this time, there was another extremely powerful guy, the evil spirit who had displayed the Dark War God. This guy not only had extremely powerful and terrifying power, but he also had the most terrifying combat attainment. He was completely different from the previous opponents. It was impossible for the three fellows who had been suppressed by him to reach the Emperor realm by themselves. It was only after using some secret technique or treasure that they were able to reach this level directly. It was like a child suddenly getting an adult's weapon. Although they were much stronger than ordinary children, they were still far from being a match for real adults. They couldn't possibly be a match for an adult. The guy in front of him was originally an adult, and then he got the power of an adult. In such a state, he was naturally unimaginably powerful. At this moment, his aura began to rise. That kind of powerful strength naturally did not need to be described. The radiance of his power began to condense bit by bit. Such a powerful and dense aura began to rise and change at this moment. This small world was the four-direction seal, which he had refined bit by bit. But all this time, there was one thing that he could not truly change, and that was the Divine Temple. Although the power of the Divine Temple looked like this, Su Yan had not done anything to transform it. In fact, it should be said that he did not dare to transform it because the power he was nurturing was too strong. It was a powerful force that was hidden deep within, and it was left behind by the Ancestor Buter. How could such a terrifying figure like the Ancestor Pagoda not make any arrangements for such an important treasure? Perhaps he was waiting for Su Yan to make a move, so that he could directly suppress Su Yan in one go. Therefore, all along, Su Yan's method was to slowly refine it, hoping to directly obliterate the core of the divine temple at the smallest cost. Although it would take an unknown amount of time, Su Yan did not have a better way, so he could only do so. However, it was different now. At this moment, the dark inky lotus directly made a move. The appearance of the dark inky lotus was a huge disaster for Su Yan, but it was also a good opportunity. That was to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Therefore, when the dark inky lotus began to devour the origin of this small world, Su Yan simply did not care and directly released the most terrifying power. His aura changed at this moment, and the extremely violent power surged. It was simply unimaginable. With such a power, Su Yan could not block it even if he wanted to. However, what he hoped for finally happened. This power completely exploded, and then it clashed with the power of the divine temple. At this moment, the divine temple directly released the most terrifying majesty. The divine temple was left behind by the ancestor Buter. Naturally, it would not allow such a power to suddenly devour itself, so it immediately released such a terrifying suppressive power. At this moment, the dark inky lotus's foundation was immediately affected. It was also at this moment that Su Yan directly made a move. Just now, Su Yan was right about one thing. After all, this was not his own power. The dark inky lotus supported this evil spirit and made him extremely powerful. However, what if the dark inky lotus could not even protect itself? Then where did the evil spirit's power come from? That evil spirit thought that everything was under his control. The dark inky lotus was not his power, but he could use it and use it to directly suppress and even kill Su Yan. Then, what was the difference between this and his own power? Su Yan's words were just self-deception. However, at this time, he finally understood the meaning of Su Yan's words. This brat had already planned to trick him from the beginning. This brat was really abominable to the extreme. At this moment, his entire body was about to explode. The dark inky lotus was affected, and the power of his dark war god actually fluctuated. At this time, Su Yan suddenly slashed down with his sword. That terrifying aura was simply violent and terrifying. The moment this sword slashed down, it seemed that the space was about to be directly cut off. In this small world, he was originally extremely violent, but at this time, he was suppressed by Su Yan's sword. This change came suddenly. Damn it, why is this the ancestor Buter's square seal? He was much more clear about the ancestor Buter's majesty than Su Yan. Why did his square seal have such a name? It meant to suppress the square world. The ancestor Buter was together with the great devil Heaven Lord back then, and they were both extremely terrifying powerhouses. Damn it, this brat is really despicable. How dare he tempt me like this? At this time, he was really furious to the extreme. In his opinion, all of this was Su Yan's fault. If he hadn't tempted him like this, why would he attack? However, at this time, how could Su Yan pay attention to him? He finally had the opportunity, so he naturally had to attack with all his might. His Taiji sword completely exploded at this time. Coupled with the revered Supreme Sword Soul, its power was boundless. The power of the Dark Battle Axe weakened at this time, so Su Yan naturally gained the upper hand. Not only that, but the change in Su Yan's power was extremely terrifying. All of his aura changed at this time, and it had reached the most violent state. The dark dragon soul that Mo Yen summoned, who was fighting with the true devil shadow, suddenly stopped at this time. Then, they directly let out a low roar and charged toward the evil spirit instead. What? How is this possible? How can the dark dragon soul betray us? The dark dragon soul had been refined by the dark inky lotus, so they should have been enslaved by the dark inky lotus. Even if the dark inky lotus was attacked by the ancestor Buter's power, it still existed. As long as the dark inky lotus existed, the enslavement would not be removed. But at this time, why did they suddenly betray him? This was not normal, but he soon realized that all of this must be related to Su Yan. This damn brat, who knew how many tricks he had hidden. At this time, Su Yan laughed and said, the dark dragon soul is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, their essence is still the soul of the dragon clan. Once they encounter the Dragon King's fire, do you think they will still be enslaved by the dark inky lotus? The dragon clan's hierarchy was very strict. It was a powerful suppression that came from the depths of the soul. At this time, the dark inky lotus was attacked, so all of its power could not be as strong as before. At this time, Su Yan directly released the Dragon King's fire. How is it possible? How can such a thing exist in your world? At this time, he simply could not believe it. The Dragon King's fire was such a precious thing. How could Su Yan actually have such a heaven-defying thing? Su Yan laughed. You are unlucky. Just before I met you, I had just suppressed a Dragon King's fire from the Dragon Clan. In fact, Su Yan had 2 Dragon King's fire at this time. One of them was the Dragon King's fire brought by the judge, and the other was the blood-winged wyverns. Although the blood-winged wyvern was suppressed by Su Yan in the end, at the last moment, he had actually condensed the Dragon King's fire. Because at that time, he had already transformed into a real Dragon King. Of course, his power might be the weakest among all the Dragon Kings, but even the weakest Dragon King was still a Dragon King. Su Yan had refined the 2 Dragon Kings' fire at the same time. Of course, he would not let go of such a powerful and precious aura. In the beginning, Su Yan did not dare to use the Dragon King's fire because he was worried about the terror of this dark inky lotus. This dark inky lotus seemed to have an extremely terrifying power. Perhaps it was a treasure that determined the strength of a powerhouse. Otherwise, it would not have such a terrifying majesty. At this time, the dark dragon soul directly launched a counterattack. For the evil spirit, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would lose such a comprehensive advantage at this moment. Su Yan did not waste any more time. He directly used the Dragon King's fire to command the dark dragon soul to trap the evil spirit. At the same time, the true demon shadow directly descended from the sky. The true demon shadow brandished its long saber. The huge saber directly opened up an extremely terrifying scar in the small world. The appearance of that scar seemed to want to bury the entire world. Chapter 1247. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The evil spirit was terrified when he saw the slash. Such power was extremely powerful even for him. If he was hit by this slash, he wouldn't be much better off now. However, he was already trapped by so many dark dragon souls at this time. It was already extremely difficult for him to dodge, so he could only block this attack with the dark battle axe. Boom! This attack directly exploded, and the terrifying sound was like a great bell. That terrifying aura spread out, and the violent power displayed endless majesty at this time. The terrifying sonic storm had reached an unimaginable level at this moment. It seemed like all the power in this world was going to be directly annihilated by this attack. Such an aura was simply unimaginably powerful. Everything between the heavens and the earth seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. Damn it, how can this attack be so powerful? At this time, he was simply in incomparable pain. The terror of this attack was already beyond his imagination. Fortunately, this attack seemed to have been blocked in the end. This allowed him to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the corners of his eyes twitched, and a huge sense of danger surfaced in his heart again. Exalted slash of annihilation. Because it was at this time that Su Yan directly attacked. Su Yan's attack was not ambiguous at all. This sword directly struck at this time. This sword strike, coupled with the exalted sword evasion, had the most fatal power. Moreover, Su Yan's sword strike was extremely ruthless. This sword strike directly pierced the evil spirit's chest. However, the moment Su Yan's sword struck, a dark radiance exploded and finally blocked this attack. This dark ink lotus is really powerful. Even at this time, the armor formed by its power can actually block my sword strike. At this time, Su Yan was also shocked. He originally thought that at this point, this guy could not block his sword strike no matter what. However, he did not expect the armor formed by this dark ink lotus to have such terrifying defensive power. Even at this time, it could still block his sword strike. Such power was simply terrifyingly powerful. Compared to Su Yan, the evil spirit breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when Su Yan attacked with this sword strike, even he himself felt fear. Fortunately, Mo Yan's power did not disappoint him. I still blocked it. He rejoiced in his heart. However, unfortunately, at this time, a huge tortoise suddenly appeared above his head. No, that was a black tortoise. This black tortoise directly smashed from the sky. That evil spirit was still laughing just a moment, translation the next moment, translation the tortoise translation translation, translation translation, 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 translation boom. He was with translation 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 with a loud sound. Translation translation of pain translation translation translation, 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 translation translation, 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 translation is translation, translation before the evil spirit could stop, Su Yan had already caught up to him and slashed at him with his sword. Just like this, the evil spirit was continuously ravaged by Su Yan. Such power was simply peerlessly terrifying. That indescribably powerful and imposing aura was simply terrifying beyond compare. It wanted to completely pulverize him. Even though he had a powerful defense, he was still extremely miserable at this time. Being ravaged by Su Yan continuously was simply his agony. However, in the beginning of the battle in his consciousness, he clearly still had the upper hand. D****, why is it like this, why? He kept shouting in his heart. He was clearly the one who should have taken the initiative, but why was he so miserable at this time? In this way, it was simply a complete and utter abuse. This made it difficult for him to control himself. However, Su Yan did not pay any attention to this. He was not even the least bit pleased with himself, nor was he dejected because his attacks were all blocked. Instead, he continued to attack extremely seriously. Su Yan knew very well that this time, his victory did not come easily. If it was not because this guy was too greedy and wanted to erode the small world and kill him at the same time, which endangered the core power of this world, causing this power to suddenly explode and suppress the dark ink lotus, then he was afraid that he would really be done for. For him, this was a victory that was no longer within his control. And it was precisely because of this that he was extremely unwilling to accept this result. Everything that was out of his control was not a good thing. He did not want to pin his hopes of victory on the temple because he knew that the temple was actually his enemy. If the ancestor Buter took the opportunity to make arrangements at this time, it would be a disaster for him. At this time, his power was rolling, and that terrifying aura also underwent the greatest change at this time. That oppressive and terrifying power continued to resound. At this time, as the dark ink lotus was gradually suppressed, the darkness continued to shrink. The defensive power of your armor seems to have begun to decline. Su Yan spoke. He had already felt all of this, so at this time, he urged his own power. In this way, that armor finally began to show signs of shattering at this time. This was a chain reaction. When the first crack appeared, this armor was no longer as strong as imagined, and it began to shatter continuously. At this time, waves of power continued to appear at this time. It was simply unimaginable. No, I'm not willing to accept this. How can I lose? Clearly, a great future was in front of him. Clearly, he was only one step away from victory, but at this time, he was directly defeated. The power of the dark ink lotus was constantly weakening. At this time, the reason why he was able to survive was because of the dark ink lotus. When the power of the dark ink lotus completely dissipated, then he would have nothing left. He knew this, which was why he was more nervous. He really did not want to die. He did not want to return to those days where there was no daylight. Extinction, extermination, limitless, slash. At this time, Su Yan directly exploded with terrifying power again. The violent aura was simply unimaginable, and the strong power rose to the extreme at this time. 3 slashes. This time, he directly slashed out 3 times. The sword light flew in the sky. No, it was already soaring in the sky. The powerful aura had already arrived in front of the evil spirit in an instant. At this moment, the evil spirit did his best to protect himself, wanting to avoid being directly injured by this attack. But at this time, he was completely unable to do so. The power of the dark ink lotus was no longer enough to support him. Hence, at this moment, Mo Lian's armor finally shattered completely, and his pale body was directly exposed before Su Yan. The power of those 3 slashes not only shattered his armor, but also severely injured his body. At this time, he was simply in an extremely sorry state, and his entire body was trembling non-stop. That was such a heavy and terrifying slash. What kind of violent power was that? Su Yan looked at him coldly as if he was looking at a dead person. You've lost. After saying this, he directly started to attack without any hesitation or pause. He did not want to give this guy any chance at all. At this moment, his power came so fiercely and so violently. Wait a minute. At this time, he naturally did not want to die. Hence, he felt that he had to say something at this time. He wanted to beg for mercy, and he also wanted to swear loyalty. But it was useless. Su Yan simply did not give him a chance to speak. With this attack, he directly descended. This attack came too quickly. It was like a gust of wind. In an instant, everything came to an end. Su Yan's sword pierced through his head. That faceless head flew high into the air at this time. This evil spirit finally died at this time. He had already died once and was resurrected with great difficulty. Unfortunately, before he could enjoy the process of being alive, he had already died again. Su Yan's expression was calm. After this slash, he directly reached out with his hand, and a streak of light exploded, directly rushing into that consciousness that was about to completely collapse. Afterwards, he grabbed a bit of spiritual light from inside. That was the last spiritual light of Yun Wanqing's father, Yun He. If this spiritual light was also extinguished, then all traces of his existence in this world would completely disappear. However, as long as this spiritual light existed, there was a possibility of him being reincarnated. Although this possibility was not high, Su Yan still wanted to do his best to fight for such an opportunity. After the spiritual light was grabbed, the evil spirit's head was still floating. However, at this moment, Su Yan's eyes frowned. This was because he discovered an unusual power at this time. Then, his gaze suddenly fell on the dark inky lotus. At this moment, the dark inky lotus suddenly flickered with a black light. Then, roots appeared and directly tied up the head. That was not all. The dark roots also engulfed the entire body of the evil spirit. This unforeseen event came too suddenly. Even Su Yan was not prepared for it. However, he understood that this was definitely not a good thing. Supreme Nirvana slash. At this moment, he did not hesitate and directly slashed with his sword. Such a sword aura whizzed out at this moment, heading towards the roots. He did not hold back at all in this slash. In fact, it even exploded with a power that was stronger than usual. However, at this moment, the dark roots actually blocked this attack. Almost at the same time, the evil spirit's body was directly swallowed by the dark inky lotus. What's going on? This dark inky lotus actually swallowed its master's body directly. Su Yan was shocked and simply could not believe it. At this moment, he suddenly gathered his power. Divine Temple descends, suppress. The Divine Temple seemed to be extremely hostile towards the dark inky lotus. However, the Divine Temple was imprisoned in the core area by Su Yan. Chapter 1248. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He could not refine the temple, but he could seal it. After all, he was already half the owner of this small world. However, at this time, Su Yan no longer chose to continue sealing and suppressing the temple. Instead, he let the temple appear directly. The powerful temple fell and suddenly pressed down on the dark inky lotus. It was as if it felt that it was its natural enemy, and it did not give up. At this time, the dark inky lotus also changed. Countless dark roots exploded and tied up the power of the temple. The power of the two divine objects began to entangle with each other. It seemed that the most fundamental fight had begun. At this time, Su Yan did not move at all. Instead, he looked straight at the terrifying power that was changing. This is the evolution of the law of power. Even he felt extremely shocked at this time. This was because the change of power was simply a terrifying evolution. All the power between heaven and earth was constantly changing at this time. Such an aura was so powerful that it had reached the most terrifying level. The light gathered at this time, and the strong power at this time was simply extremely powerful. The light of pagoda burst out at this time. There seemed to be a will in the dark. Is that the will of the ancestor pagoda? Sure enough, such an old monster will not die so easily. The power condensed in it is even more unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan exclaimed in his heart. He had personally entered this temple before, but at that time, he did not feel the will of Ancestor Pagoda at all. In the end, he was still not strong enough to truly reach that level of understanding of yin and yang. However, at this time, the power of the dark inky lotus burst out seemed to threaten the temple, so these two powers were entangled. After the appearance of the light of pagoda, the temple also condensed an extremely violent and terrifying power at this time. A looming dark god of war appeared. That is the dark god of war that was summoned by the evil spirit. It is actually an individual with an independent consciousness. If it had not been entangled with the consciousness of the ancestor pagoda and finally manifested, Su Yan would not have been able to see it at this time. The dark god of war clearly had its own will, and it seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence. This guy, is he related to the dark demon sect? In fact, during the battle just now, Su Yan had an extremely strange feeling in his heart. At this time, this feeling was even more obvious. The dark power of the dark demon sect seemed to be very similar to his power. In that case, there must be a huge connection between the two. At this time, the will of the two and pagoda. This won't do. Su Yan's translation, these two old things, Su Yan's was, the strength of the twos were, their strength was calm. Translation. Translation. Su Yan, Su Yan. When their strength was completely unleashed, Su Yan knew that he would not be able to do anything to them. But as pagoda pagoda. Is pagoda pagoda translation pagoda? Pagoda. I have always thought that I have already taken control of this small world, but now it seems that this is also the scheme of the ancestor Buter. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt cold sweat dripping down his back. In fact, he had been wrong all along. Just as he had thought, he had been too arrogant from the start. He had thought that he had changed the four corners seal and had even refined this small world step by step. But in reality, the will of the ancestor Buter was hidden in the temple. The reason why he did not make a move was definitely because he had his own plans. If Su Yan did not miscalculate, then this old thing most likely wanted to directly pluck the fruit when the time came. He had paid a huge price to condense this small world, and at the moment when it was about to be completed, this guy would definitely make a move and use his terrifying power to seize this small world. At that time, not only would she have to work for him for free, even her own life would be in danger. Damn it, these old bastards are all extremely terrifying and scheming. If it wasn't for this lucky stroke, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found out about this. This made Su Yan extremely angry. No matter who it was who was played like this, they would not be happy. However, fortunately, this time, it was really a lucky stroke that allowed him to discover the truth. This won't do. I have to think of a way. If these freaks just explode, or if they just join hands at this time, not only will this small world disappear from my hands, even my life will be in danger. At this time, Su Yan's power was withdrawn by him. The dragon soul transformed into the azure dragon and the black tortoise's power had all disappeared. Although these two powers were powerful, they were not mature enough to deal with this terrifying power. On the contrary, if he were to display these two powers, then he was afraid that they would be directly swallowed up. At this time, Su Yan suddenly remembered the Godslayer sword's fear of the regal sword soul. That's right, the regal sword soul. At the beginning, the Godslayer sword probably really wanted to directly refine him into a scabbard. However, it gave up in the end. Su Yan knew that this was not because of his kindness, but because the Godslayer sword was afraid of the power of the regal sword soul. The regal sword soul was the most fundamental existence to Su Yan. He should have died long ago and should not have appeared in this world. After all, when he was on Earth, he suddenly had a heart attack, and his heart was completely dead. Even with the medical advancements of that era, after his heart died, he could not be saved. However, because of the regal sword scripture, he was resurrected in this world. Therefore, the regal sword soul was his foundation. No matter what, it could not compare to the regal sword soul. It was his foundation, so it was naturally the thing that Su Yan trusted the most. Furthermore, his power might be much greater than what he had imagined. Since that's the case, then let's take another gamble. At this time, Su Yan directly condensed his consciousness. This small world was originally connected to his mental world, and it could even become a derivative of his consciousness later on. The moment he willed it, the regal sword soul immediately appeared. Sword soul, suppress the universe. At this time, Su Yan directly shouted. In reality, there was no need for Su Yan to say anything. That sword soul directly headed for the two divine objects at this time. The regal sword soul was originally only a meter long. However, at this time, it directly reached a length of several hundred meters in an instant. After the several hundred-meter-long sword soul appeared, it immediately crashed down fiercely. The regal sword soul was practically a part of Su Yan, so whatever Su Yan thought was what it would do. When that sword soul crashed down, the divine temple and Mo Lien immediately changed. At this time, they seemed to have sensed an enormous threat. The two powers actually rose into the sky at the same time to resist the regal sword soul. As expected, these two consciousnesses are extremely independent and cannot be controlled by me at all. That's fine too. It's better to explode now than to let you lie dormant. These two existences were too uncontrollable for Su Yan. Since that was the case, rather than letting them lie dormant and explode later, it was better to end things with them now. Therefore, at this time, not only did Su Yan not feel any shock from the sudden explosion of these two powers, he was instead incomparably excited and worked hard to stimulate the regal sword soul's power. At the same time, he shouted again. Bright moon, green lotus, if you don't appear now, when will you? His will moved again, and the green lotus anomaly and the bright moon anomaly in his sea of consciousness immediately appeared. This strange phenomenon originally existed in his sea of consciousness, but at this time, Su Yan actually directly manifested it in the small world. Because at this time, Su Yan wanted to make a very bold move, which was to connect this small world and his consciousness intimately, or even directly. In this way, the consciousness would be the small world, and the small world would be the consciousness. This showed Su Yan's determination. At this time, he did not want to compromise at all. He wanted to settle everything in an instant. The bright moon appeared and directly hung in the sky. A faint radiance sprinkled down. Every ray of radiance was Su Yan's power. And the green lotus directly manifested beside the two great powers. No, to be precise, it was beside the dark ink lotus. Then, it swept towards that power. At this time, his power was so powerful and miraculous. That power directly changed, and in the end, it even condensed with that power to the extreme. At this moment, that power was so dense and so firm. Su Yan wanted to directly devour the power of the dark ink lotus. This was naturally an extremely long process, but it was not impossible. At this time, Su Yan's regal sword soul had directly suppressed these two great divine objects. To be precise, it had suppressed the will of these two powerful existences. I am determined to get this small world. Whether it is the ancestor Buter or the dark war god, it is impossible for them to take it from me. Since you have already left behind so many arrangements, then we might as well see whose means are more brilliant. Su Yan had already made up his mind to fight this power to the death. The regal sword soul directly exploded, and then the regal sword codex also manifested. The regal sword soul came out from this sword codex, and now, even the sword codex had appeared. Su Yan had already taken out his real trump card. He would either succeed or die trying. Chapter 1249. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Such a small world was naturally extremely precious. However, if I can't control this small world, then what's the point of it being precious? Perhaps it was a huge hidden danger that would explode at the most critical moment. It would devour him directly. Su Yan wasn't someone who didn't know how to make a choice. On the contrary, he treasured his life very much. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The entanglement of the two powerhouses gave him an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. When his regal sword soul directly suppressed them, the two powers exploded at the same time as if they were going to put up a final resistance. However, he understood that it was impossible for these two forces to truly be of one mind. Instead, they were extremely wary of each other. Therefore, this was his chance. At this moment, what he needed to do was to unleash a thunderous attack and completely suppress the two powers. You still want to put up a resistance at this point? Why don't you just submit? At this moment, his voice was like thunder. The terrifying and enormous power exploded at this moment. The powers of the green lotus and the bright moon were pushed to the extreme. The powerful aura kept changing and manifesting at this moment. In an instant, Su Yan's power actually suppressed them. Humph, the regal sword codex is all-encompassing. Su Yan poured all his power into the regal sword codex. At this moment, this golden page shone with the brightest radiance. He was like a blazing sun. The intense radiance was truly terrifying. Let's transform into the blazing sun. At this moment, Su Yan activated it again. Since he wanted to turn this place into a small world, he had to do it thoroughly. How could a so-called small world not have a sun and a moon? At this moment, his bright moon avatar had already manifested. It hung in the sky and released the divine moonlight to suppress the two divine objects. Therefore, he might as well turn the regal sword codex into a blazing sun. Under his will, the regal sword codex rose into the sky. Sun and moon shine together, chaos explodes. Su Yan suddenly shouted. The light of the sun and moon shone at the same time. At this moment, the entire small world shook. There was even a sacred sound that began to resound. Such a terrifying sound flashed with the most powerful and terrifying power at this moment. At this moment, the small world was completely transformed. Perhaps there was still power left behind by the temple in the original small world. However, at this moment, Su Yan was directly transforming the sun and the moon. This method was simply unbelievable, especially the regal sword codex. It was a supreme book with unfathomable power. And at this time, when this power completely displayed its powerful essence, it was even more terrifying. Boundless majesty was displayed at this moment. That powerful force was simply like a storm. The violent aura was unimaginable. At this moment, this power was the only power, being that power was the power. Is. Calm is translation, is translation, is translation. When the power of the sun and the moon fell at the same time, chaos began to reverse. Then, even the wills of the two powerhouses could no longer resist. After all, what existed here was not their actual bodies, but only their wills. You want to use your own wills to set up a trap. Then, I will directly destroy your wills and let you know what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have a sacred aura. This time, he directly transformed the sun and the moon. It was almost a process of splitting heaven and earth. This also allowed him to have a new understanding of himself. At this time, he was already a Tao master. At this time, his realm was surging and rising again. They were all Tao masters, but there was a huge difference in strength. This all originated from his understanding of the Great Path. What was the Great Path? That was the principle of this world. Now, he was almost directly splitting heaven and earth. Although it was only a change in the small world, it was already extremely terrifying. He cut off the chaos and integrated it into the small world. This was an unstoppable destruction, but it was also the purest creation. After this, his understanding of all this directly rose to a new level. To put it bluntly, at this time, he had already experienced something that even an emperor master could not experience. Therefore, at this time, his understanding of the origin of the Tao naturally rose. With the rise of his realm, his strength naturally rose as well. In the world of the Divine Gate, he had devoured an endless amount of vitality. This vitality was the unique aura of the god's graveyard. It was even more superior than spiritual qi. Originally, if he did not have the power of the highest and forcibly devoured this power, Su Yan could only be like the others, ugly and inedible. However, that was only because he relied on the power of the highest. Now, his cognitive realm had risen. Even if he did not have the power of the highest, he could still digest and use this powerful power. And now, the ever-changing power had become a part of him. Good, good, good. Indeed, dedication and opportunity coexist. If it were not for this, I don't know how long it would take for me to reach this step. Now, my comprehension has risen directly. At this time, he was really excited. This was the joy of comprehending the Great Path. At this time, Su Yan's confidence skyrocketed. Following that, his strength and realm had also reached the most terrifying level. At this time, that power directly suppressed down. Such a terrifying aura directly underwent a huge change at this time. At this time, that power was almost endless. Its terrifying majesty was unparalleled. When the powerful power fell, it almost suppressed everything within it. At this time, the two powerful consciousnesses had already realized that things were not good. At this time, they really wanted to join forces to overthrow Su Yan's highest sword soul and directly disperse the power that suppressed them by Su Yan. Unfortunately, it was too late at this time. How could Su Yan allow such a thing to happen? The sword light directly fell at this time. The most terrifying power surged at this time, and the brilliance of the sun and the moon shone. Then, the two divine objects directly changed. In the end, the most primitive consciousnesses were directly captured. One of them was the shadow of a dark demon god. At this time, it was restrained by that light and then directly emerged from it. It was obvious that this shadow was extremely unwilling to accept this. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today, but at this time, he was actually directly detained. The Dark War God had also experienced reincarnation. This dark ink lotus was an extremely important part of his layout. Originally, after entering this small world, he had the same idea as the evil spirit, which was to take this small world for himself. In fact, that evil spirit had always been very careful and didn't dare to act rashly. It was deeply afraid that one wrong step would cause it to be consigned to eternal damnation. However, at that time, its desire to take this small world as a comrade was so strong that it directly cast aside its fear of death. Of course, it was because of its own ambition, but more of it was because the Dark War god had unknowingly influenced it, which directly expanded its ambition without limit. As a result, it had such a strong will and made a move to cut off all means of retreat. That evil spirit was actually a pitiful guy. It had always thought that it controlled the Dark Ink Lotus, but it didn't know that it was actually the Dark Ink Lotus that controlled it. It was the Dark Ink Lotus that unknowingly influenced its thinking and then set up a layout to make it do things according to its own thoughts. However, this didn't work for Su Yan at this time, because Su Yan had directly restrained it with unimaginable power. Green Lotus, devour and suppress. At this time, Su Yan directly integrated this consciousness into the Green Lotus. This Green Lotus was born in Su Yan's sea of consciousness and was not a part of his body. At this time, Su Yan wanted to directly refine this consciousness and make it a part of him completely. In this consciousness, there was an extremely powerful darkness origin. To be honest, Su Yan was very interested in the power of darkness because this power of darkness was really strong. Whether it was the Dark Devil sect or the Duanmulonghu, they all had considerable spiritual control of the power of darkness. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to master this power. In this way, when he fought with them in the future, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Humph, still want to struggle? At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness directly exploded, and a terrifying aura burned out. On top of the Green Lotus, flames appeared directly. As soon as the flames appeared, they immediately burned. As for the consciousness of the ancestor Buter, it went toward the Regal Sword Codex. The consciousness of the ancestor Buter was also extremely strong, but at this time, in front of the Regal Sword Codex, it was even more unbearable. The scorching sun of the Regal Sword Codex appeared with golden light and burned him directly. Then, all of the consciousness origin was completely devoured. At this moment, the Regal Sword Codex seemed to have become more solid, and it was also at this moment that Su Yan could feel that his spiritual strength had become even more powerful. The Regal Sword Codex was one with him, and when this power was strengthened, his spiritual strength also received great benefits. At this time, Su Yan directly looked up to the sky and roared. "Great, this is really a blessing in disguise. I have removed the layout of the ancestor Buter in this small world, and my power has become even stronger. Black Tortoise, Green Dragon, return to your positions. And all of you souls, remove all of your wills and become my puppets." Chapter 1250. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yan had everything under his control. Originally, he did not have control over this small world because there was a temple in this small world. Su Yan had always been unwilling to touch the core of this temple because he was afraid that when he touched it, his most fundamental power would explode. However, at this moment, he had already removed this hidden danger. To him, this was simply the best and most perfect ending. The benefits were almost unimaginable. With such a small world, he would have his own foundation. From the words of the evil spirit, he could tell that a real small world would bring great benefits to his cultivation. Just now, he had also realized that from the growth of a small world, he could directly observe the changes in the Great Path, which could rapidly increase his strength. Moreover, this kind of increase was not just a simple increase in strength, but also in realm. As long as he had a deep enough grasp of the Great Path, his strength would reach an unimaginable level. At that time, he would be able to take the initiative. He always felt that the sudden appearance of this central land, the world of God, was definitely not a coincidence. Perhaps it was a sign, or perhaps it was a symbol. The appearance of this symbol and omen brought him immense pressure. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth began to change. Perhaps this was the process of announcing the arrival of a new era. When the era began to change, perhaps everyone would be involved in it. In fact, the current Su Yan was sometimes a little confused because he couldn't find the right direction. At this moment, what he needed most was someone who could show him the way. Of course, all of this could be discussed later. What he needed to do now was to survive and become even stronger. What happened this time was a wake-up call for him. It was also because of his good luck that Yun Wanqing was safe and sound this time. However, luck would not always be by his side. He had experienced too many losses, so he knew how to cherish them. No matter what, he was not willing to let the people he wanted to protect be in danger. When everything was settled, the black tortoise and the azure dragon condensed again. At this time, the power of the azure dragon had already come out of the black tortoise. After all, the black tortoise back then was only refined with the divine soul of the white-boned black tortoise. However, the azure dragon was refined with the fire of the two great dragon king and the dragon soul of the blood-winged wyvern after its death. In addition, it was fused with his dark dragon soul at this time. This made the azure dragon soul even more powerful. In addition, Su Yan even began to transfer the great demon dragon's heart. Since the great demonic dragon has already said that his will have to start anew, then this heart will become an independent entity in the future. I might as well create a new great demonic dragon. This idea could be said to be extremely bold. Su Yan actually wanted to create a new great demon dragon. He wanted to use the great demonic dragon's heart as the core and then work with the azure dragon to shape it. If he could really succeed, then he would be able to comprehend the process of creation. Not only that, but he would also gain an extremely powerful helper. This was a powerful existence that was truly loyal to him. Of course, this process would not be simple. But Su Yan was full of yearning. However, he would not do it at this time. He impressively left this small world by himself. This was because he knew that at this time, Yun Wanqing must be worried about him. This was his own small world, not the world of samsara like just now. If he wanted to leave this place, it would only take a moment. In just a moment, he had already left this small world of his. When he reappeared, he was already in the outside world. At this time, Yun Wanqing was indeed very worried. Of course, she did not express this worry. As more and more things had happened, Yun Wanqing had become more and more composed. However, when Su Yan appeared, she was still extremely pleasantly surprised. Su Yan, are you okay? When she saw Su Yan appear, she still subconsciously showed concern. Then, she poured the cloud technique into Su Yan's body. Su Yan looked at her and showed a gratified smile. Now, he was carrying too many burdens. Therefore, he had always put himself in such a heavy burden. Even when he was alone, he was still thinking about how to make his cultivation stronger. Although pressure could improve one's strength, in fact, sometimes pressure could also crush one. However, Su Yan understood that no matter what, he could not easily collapse. He had to support himself and make his strength stronger. However, in front of Yun Wanqing, he could show that he was at ease. This was a kind of peace that could only be shown in front of the people closest to him. In fact, Su Yan had not smiled from the bottom of his heart for a long time. The two of them hugged each other and enjoyed this moment of peace. When Hanyue Daozuan saw this scene, he suddenly felt a little moved. Of course, that was all. She was a strong person, but this time, she was in such a difficult situation. She even needed a stranger to save her. In her heart, she was actually unable to accept it. Therefore, at this time, she had made up her mind to make herself stronger. Su Yan and Yun Wanqing soon ended their intimacy. Wanqing, take another look. Maybe you won't be able to see him again. At this time, Su Yan took out Yun He's last spiritual light. When Yun Wanqing saw this spiritual light, she was already on the verge of tears because she knew that from now on, she would never be able to see her father again. Even the current Lingguang no longer had any thoughts of her own. Her father was dead. This death was a true disappearance. He had completely disappeared from this world. This was an extremely cruel thing. However, at this time, she had no choice. Perhaps, if she had to say, this was fate. It was a fate that she couldn't escape from. Su Yan, let him enter the cycle of reincarnation. Although I don't know if he will be reincarnated successfully in the end, perhaps this is fate's arrangement. Her voice was soft, but it revealed a kind of strength. It wasn't that she didn't care. Instead, it was because she already knew that sometimes, the things that were lost could never be regained. The dead were gone. She wouldn't die with the dead because that was definitely not what the dead wanted to see. What she could do now was to live a better life. Su Yan nodded. At this time, he activated his power. At this time, his power manifested. Then, Yunhe's last spiritual light finally disappeared completely. Su Yan had done his best. This was the only thing he could do now, which was to send this spiritual light into the so-called cycle of reincarnation. Okay, Su Yan, let's leave here. I don't like it here. Although she was extremely strong, she couldn't let go when she thought of her father's tragic death. Her father had died here. Hanyu Daozuan, this is my father, Su Yan. Yun Wanqing pulled Su Yan to the depth of Hanyu Daozuan. Su Yan also nodded to greet her. At this time, Hanyu Daozuan said, this time, thank you, Daoist Su Yan, for saving my life. Thank you, Daoist Wanqing. I will definitely remember this kindness. If it wasn't for Su Yan and Yun Wanqing this time, then she would definitely be dead. Although the murderer seemed to be Yun Wanqing's father, she wouldn't say a word at this time. Su Yan said, we're all friends. It's what I should do. Now, let me take you away. At this time, Hanyu Daozuan said, this seems to be the depths of the Middle Earth. This place is extremely strange. When I first explored it, I felt the endless power of space at the edge of this place. I immediately understood that once I entered, would get lost, so I prepared to go back. Su Yan knew what she meant. She wanted to remind him that the power of space in this place was deep, and it was easy to get lost in the turbulence of space. She said this out of goodwill, but Su Yan said, don't worry, since I can find this place, I can naturally take you out. At this time, Hanyu Daozuan remembered that the strength Su Yan had just displayed was extremely powerful. It was unknown how much stronger he was compared to her. And the other party could directly track them here, so his attainments in the power of space were definitely not shallow. It was just that at the beginning, she still forgot about it. At this time, Su Yan's light flickered little by little. At this moment, the light appeared in a flash. Powerful and terrifying energy continued to swirl. In the end, it turned into a space door. This space door was opened, and it was a huge gate of God. After experiencing several battles, Su Yan was already very familiar with the control of this power, and opening a space passage was almost a walk in the park. Well, let's go out. Su Yan called He Wenza, and then directly entered the space door. Hanyu Daozuan looked at this door and couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan was also in the realm of Dao Master, but he was so powerful that in such a place, he could actually open a space door at his fingertips. This was something she couldn't do no matter what. Not only herself, even her senior brother couldn't do it. No wonder he was chosen by Tianji Laoren. He's really powerful. After sighing with emotion, she also stepped into the gate of God. At this time, she was finally sure that she had finally woken up from this nightmare. Everything that she had experienced these days was simply unbelievable. As a Dao master, she actually felt like this, which made her feel very tired. Chapter 1251. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It had been a few months since they returned from the central region. In the past few months, Yun Wanqing and Su Yan had been staying in the sect and had not taken a single step out. The trip to the Gate of God was not easy. They had encountered countless life-or-death crises. Yun Wanqing had even lost her father. Of course, for Zhang Daqian and the others, they had also witnessed an even greater power. Yi Xingxing and Zhang Daqian, in particular, were already on the verge of becoming Dao masters. Their battle strength was already strong enough to contend with some Dao masters. However, after this trip, they realized that they were still too weak. It was not because they were not good. On the contrary, it was extremely rare for them to achieve such results and battle strength. However, the world had always been cruel. It would not treat you well just because you were outstanding. It was a cruel fact that one was not strong enough. Therefore, after Yi Xingxing returned, he went straight back to the Stupa sect and began to cultivate in seclusion. He wanted to become a Dao master. He already knew that he had no excuse. He had to become stronger. Only then could he make it look effortless. At this time, Zhang Daqian was also doing the same. Of course, if he stayed in the Leitang sect and cultivated in seclusion, it would be extremely difficult for him to become a Dao master. At this time, the gap between the foundations of the sects would be reflected. The Stupa sect had a strong foundation, so it could provide good conditions for Yi Xingxing to cultivate in seclusion. However, the Leitang sect did not. Because of this, Lei Wanjun was worried sick. He even blamed himself for it. However, he also knew that no matter how much he blamed himself, it was useless, because this was a congenital deficiency. In the end, he went through all the ancient books in the sect and finally found a map. The map pointed to a place where there were no hidden treasures. It was a secret realm. It was a land of thousands of thunderbolts. That place was extremely mysterious. It was full of countless thunderbolts. As long as one entered that place, even just walking on it, they would attract thunderbolts. It was extremely domineering. Therefore, there were almost no living beings around that place. De Qian, this secret realm was discovered by our ancestor. He called it the Land of Thunder Devil. If you want to become a Dao master, you have to accept the baptism of thunder. I thought about it for a while, and only that place has such conditions. However, you have to understand that that place is extremely dangerous. Even with your current realm, you may not be able to survive. At this time, Lei Wanjuan's heart was extremely heavy. He couldn't bear to see Zhang Daqian being unhappy because he couldn't break through, but in fact, he also didn't want Zhang Daqian to go there, because that place was really dangerous. Therefore, in the end, he let out a sigh and gave Zhang Daqian the power to make the decision. Let him choose for himself. Zhang Daqian took the map without hesitation and said, "Master, I want to become stronger." In fact, Lei Wanjun almost treated Zhang Daqian as his own son, and Zhang Daqian was the same. He was adopted by Lei Wanjun since he was a child, so he respected Lei Wanjun very much. He naturally understood Lei Wanjun's current feelings. But just like what he said earlier, he wanted to become stronger. Most of the time, everything was not a reason, but a belief was enough to explain everything. These simple words were his determination. Lei Wanjun seemed to have expected that his disciple would say this, so he nodded helplessly and said, "Daqian, I'm useless. I can't help you more. You have to walk your own path in the future." After saying that, he turned his head and left. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. Zhang Daqian was silent, and then said, "Don't worry, I'll be back, father." If Lei Wanjun heard this, he didn't know what he would do. At this time, he could only make such a choice. This was because he wanted to become even more powerful. Even Su Yan was cultivating so desperately, so how could he relax? In fact, he already knew that the world would change greatly. He had a reason to become stronger, that was, to protect everyone. This time, if it weren't for Su Yan, they would have died. In front of those true experts, he was so weak. In this world, How could there be so much logic to speak of? Being weak in itself was a sin. In the past, the Sound of Thunder sect was one of the top sects in the 5 counties. But now, it was actually very weak. As time passed, those powerful sects would come back one by one, and the gap in strength would become even greater. At that time, weak sects like theirs would only be cannon fodder. He couldn't watch the Sound of Thunder sect become like this, and he didn't want to rely on others to support him. Therefore, the Sound of Thunder sect had to have its own Dao master. Before leaving, he called Chang Wuxin over. Chang Wuxin was the most talented disciple in the Sound of Thunder sect after him, and the person who was most likely to become the new Dao master. Therefore, at this time, he imparted his cultivation experience to Chang Wuxin without any reservation. Wuxin, you have to remember that you can only control your own destiny when you are strong. Now, I have to fight for my own destiny. If I don't come back alive, then I will rely on you in the future. He originally thought that Chang Wuxin would be a little reluctant, but he didn't expect this kid to just smile faintly and say, I have never worried that you would die. If you die like this, then I will be very disappointed. As for the Sound of Thunder sect, whether you live or die, I will support it. At this time, Zhang Daqian realized that his little junior brother was even more arrogant than he was. However, his words dispelled the little depression in his heart. Ha ha ha, good boy. Then I will look forward to seeing you become stronger. I hope your strength can surpass your senior brother's. After saying that, he left without looking back and headed for the land of thunder demons. Within the Heavenly Cloud sect, Su Yan was currently in the courtyard. He was currently sweeping the floor with a broom in his hand. Bit by bit, he was earnestly sweeping the floor. Su Yan was now an extremely powerful and terrifying expert. This time, news of his actions had spread to all the sections. At this time, no one doubted his strength and qualifications. However, these people would never have thought that this incomparably powerful Su Yan was sweeping the ground at this time. This was really shocking. However, Su Yan did not do so. Instead, he swept the floor with extreme care and seriousness. It was as if this simple sweeping contained a profound Tao. At this time, Yun Wanqing came over. Su Yan. Su Yan didn't raise his head, but said lightly, how is it? That kid went to the land of thunder demons, right? Yun Wanqing nodded, and then said, yes, he just set off from the Sound of Thunder sect. Su Yan said, it's not surprising. This kid's character is like this. He will be a real powerhouse. Su Yan also had some understanding of Zhang Daqian. This Zhang Daqian was very similar to himself in some aspects. However, it was a good thing that he could be so hardworking. If he didn't even have the courage to move forward and face danger, then it would be a real failure. Well, by the way, Su Yan, some of those people who entered the central region seem to have returned, although not many have. Yun Wanqing said. She was also the sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. She naturally paid attention to many things in this continent. After all, she was not only responsible for herself, but also for the other disciples of this sect. Well, it's not surprising. You can imagine that those who came out alive, although they didn't get the so-called divine treasure, their strength must have been greatly improved. Su Yan still didn't raise his head, but he seemed to have expected everything. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. You're right, their strength has improved, especially Yi Kongxing of the Pagoda sect. His strength is extremely terrifying. It seems that as soon as he came out, he directly killed a demon king of the ancient demon shrine. The demon kings of the ancient demon shrine were extremely terrifying. The 9-headed demon snake was already at the peak of the Dao master level. However, it was not the 9-headed demon snake that died this time, but another demon king, Cyan Wolf. Last time, the 9-headed demon snake was severely injured by Su Yan. Although he was lucky enough to escape, his origin was completely damaged and he had fallen into a deep sleep. At that time, if the blood-winged dragon had not broken through to the Dragon King level and forced Su Yan to concentrate all his energy to deal with the blood-winged dragon, the nine-headed demon snake would not have been able to escape at that time. After the nine-headed demon snake's slumber, the one who appeared in the ancient demon shrine was the Cyan Wolf Demon King. The Cyan Wolf Demon King was stronger than the nine-headed demon snake. Many sects even thought that the Wolf Demon King would seek revenge on Su Yan. However, no one expected that he would be killed by Yi Kongxing. After Yi Kongxing left the world of God's Gate, the Wolf Demon King seemed to want to rob him, but he did not expect that Yi Kongxing's strength had improved so much. Not only did the Cyan Wolf Demon King not get any benefits, but he was also killed by Yi Kongxing. Su Yan's name was already very famous. However, Yi Kongxing's battle record this time was also absolutely stunning. It seemed that the two experts predicted by Tianji Elder had already shown their sharpness and terror. As for the remaining two, they had not yet shown their extraordinary abilities. However, at this time, no one doubted it anymore. Subsequently, the demon clan of the northern region, the Devil's Doctrine of the Southern Sea, and the underworld forces had placed sky-high bounties on these two people. Chapter 1252. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As for Su Yan and Yi Kongxing, they were even more terrifying. However, no one dared to accept the offer. After all, the strength and terror of these two had been thoroughly displayed. There were not many who had the guts to accept their offer. Latest chapter to read. Celestial sects Qin Wuyang and Sky Saint sects Ling Laikong. In the past 10 years, even up until now, their battle records had always been extremely powerful and admirable. However, when a comparison was made, the difference would be directly reflected. Su Yan and Yi Kongxing's battle records were too exaggerated. Of course, if they knew about Su Yan's battle records in the world of gods, they would be even more shocked and even terrified. Among the 4 Tian Zhu Dao masters, the one with the most valuable head was of course Su Yan. And the one who paid the highest price was none other than the dragon tribe of the West Baron. Su Yan had directly sent one of their dragon kings to his grave. In addition, there was still the existence of the dragon's resentment on him. The dragon tribe would definitely not let such an existence go. If it were not for the fact that the dragon tribe was not allowed to come in person at this time, Bugadier or the other dragon kings would have paid him a visit regardless of the consequences. However, even if they could not kill Su Yan, they would be more than happy to bring some trouble to Su Yan. For this, the Dragon King of the Dragon Tribe personally offered an extremely attractive reward, Dragon Scale Counterattack. This was an extremely powerful armor. The entire body of this armor was made with the scales of the Dragon Tribe. If it were anyone else who dared to use dragon scales to make armor, they would definitely be tainted with the dragon's resentment and be hunted down by the Dragon Tribe. But this one wouldn't, because it had the Dragon King's blessing on it. With this armor, not only would one become an extremely terrifying expert, but they would also receive the blessing of the Dragon Tribe. If there was a Dragon Tribe member nearby when you were fighting, then the Dragon Tribe member would even rush over to fight with you. Such an armor was naturally enough to make many people go crazy. This was especially true for some of the demonic Dao cultivators. For such a treasure, they would naturally go crazy. Unfortunately, there were too many people who did not know their limits. They were killed before they could even enter the Heaven and Earth Organization's trump card. Su Yan's strength was constantly improving, and Yun Wanqing's combat strength was also constantly increasing. Under such a premise, they certainly wouldn't watch their own sect's disciples fail to improve their strength. The entire Heaven and Earth Organization was shrouded in the Great Array. Su Yan had also directly improved the cultivation methods, causing the Heaven and Earth Organization to have many more combat methods. Under Su Yan's guidance, their strength naturally rose rapidly. Even so, Su Yan continued to live a leisurely life, sweeping the floor and cultivating. It was on this day that he suddenly felt something. Then he said to Yun Wanqing, "Wanqing, a friend of mine is coming. Go and get ready to welcome him for me." At this time, Yun Wanqing was stunned. Of course, she was not stunned because Su Yan asked her to welcome a friend. In fact, she was very happy. The reason why she was stunned was because how did Su Yan know? During this period of time, Su Yan had been repeating a monotonous and boring life. It seemed that he had even forgotten that he possessed extremely powerful strength. He treated himself as an ordinary person, an ordinary disciple. But at this time, he suddenly spoke like this, and it was obvious that he was extremely confident. As if seeing the doubts in her heart, Su Yan said with a smile, "Cultivating the body and the mind is not because it is too tiring, but because it is necessary to calm down and comprehend fate. Fate is a very strange thing. You can say that it doesn't exist, but everyone is actually walking in fate. If it is said that it is saved, no one can grasp it. I just felt a little touched and felt that someone would come, so you'd better help me take a look." Of course, Yun Wanqing would not refuse. She did not understand Su Yan's words, but she also knew that it must be an extremely profound principle. Although she was already a Dao master, she was afraid that she could not understand it. She was prepared. Since Su Yan personally asked, she certainly would not embarrass Su Yan. She walked outside and waited for the arrival of Su Yan's friend. At this time, a white shadow quietly appeared. Yun Wanqing seemed to have sensed it, and she almost subconsciously wanted to make a move. This was because the fact that such a shadow had appeared without a sound was simply shocking. If this person wanted to kill, it would be extremely dangerous. However, just as she was about to use her Qianquan cloud sword, a voice came from the shadow. "Sister-in-law, don't make a move. I am Su Yan's friend." Then, he directly revealed his figure. At this time, Yun Wanqing looked over and found that it was a very elegant man in white. This surprised her, and there was a woman behind this man. This woman's charm was boundless, and she was as bright as summer. "Sister-in-law, I am brother Su Yan's friend, Fang Yuashan. This is my wife." It turned out that the person who appeared at this time was actually Fang Yuashan. When Su Yan first came to the 9 States continent and caused havoc in the boundless demon sect, this person left the 9 States continent with his wife and came to the 5 counties continent. At that time, he was already in the venerable realm. At that time, it was difficult for even Dragon Realm experts to appear in the 5 counties continent. His strength was definitely enough to dominate the world. It was just that at that time, he was unknown and had hidden himself deeply. Later on, when Su Yan returned to the 5 counties continent, he actually asked people to inquire about him, but this guy hid himself. Of course, the reason why Su Yan looked for him was that he was worried about his friend's comfort. He also knew about Fang Yuashan's ability. He, who had obtained the power inheritance of Great Emperor Ying, would not be able to find him if he wanted to hide. Perhaps the old man in the divine secret pavilion could, but that old man would not be so bored as to calculate Fang Yuashan's movements. So, it's really here. At this time, Yun Wanqing was shocked. Su Yan's premonition actually came true. "Well, what are you talking about?" Yun Wanqing also realized that she had lost her composure, but then she said with a smile, "It's my fault for being rude. I'm afraid my husband is already waiting for the 2 of you. Please come with me." Fang Yuashan and his wife looked at each other. The former proprietress was also puzzled. "Could it be that your friend knows that we're coming? Did you secretly communicate with him before?" Fang Yuashan smiled bitterly and said nothing. He had never communicated with Su Yan before. Yun Wanqing led the 2 to the courtyard. At this time, Su Yan had already brewed tea and was waiting for their arrival. "Today, I had a feeling that an old friend would visit, but I didn't expect it to be Brother Fang's family," Su Yan said calmly. "Feeling something? You can't be so sure that we're coming, right? You're really amazing, my brother," Fang Yuashan said directly. The 2 of them had experienced life and death together in the past. At that time, if it were not for Su Yan's help, Fang Yuashan would have been devoured by Great Emperor Ying. He and Su Yan had a very deep friendship, so at this time, he was not polite to Su Yan. Su Yan said with a smile, probably. Sit down, old Fong. Of course, it's fine for you, but don't tire my sister-in-law and my nephew out. Su Yan said directly. At this time, Yun Wanqing's eyes also moved. She also said with a smile, my eyes are really bad. It turns out that my sister-in-law is already pregnant. This is great. The two of them were extremely powerful. At this time, it was impossible for them not to see that the proprietress was already pregnant. The proprietress was a little shy and a little happy, and Fong Yueshan was also very happy. After all, his Fong family had a descendant. Brother Su Yan, I won't be polite with you. This time, I'm here to rely on you. My child is about to be born, but this world is too chaotic. I'm afraid that something will happen, so I came to your heaven and earth organization to rely on you. Fong Yueshan was also a straightforward person and directly stated his purpose. In fact, his consideration was also correct. Now, the world was becoming more and more chaotic. Although his strength was actually considered strong, in today's world, such strength could not guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Okay, Wanqing, take your sister-in-law to rest. I'll catch up with old Fong. Yun Wanqing agreed, then took Fong Yueshan's wife to rest and prepared a guest room for them. Tell me, did you encounter any trouble? Su Yan knew Fong Yueshan very well. If there was nothing difficult for him to deal with, this guy would not come out to trouble him. Fong Yueshan shook his head, then said, can you not be so powerful? It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. Su Yan said, we're all brothers. What's there to be polite about? Besides, if you want to hide it from me, why are you here? After thinking about it, it should be because of Wei Shadow. However, there shouldn't be any problems with your bloodline now. Wei Shadow's power won't be passed down to your next generation. Fong Yueshan's bloodline was once cursed by Wei Shadow. However, after the incident with Emperor Wei Shadow, the curse should have been lifted and would not be passed down to the next generation. Brother Su Yan, you're not lying to me, are you? Hearing that sentence, he was pleasantly surprised. Which father would not want their offspring to be safe and sound? Su Yan said, yes, I don't think my senses are wrong. I don't feel Wei Shadow's aura in the noble lady's body. Su Yan continued, it seems that the problem lies with you. His eye of truth could see that the grey aura in Fong Yueshan's body seemed to be recovering. Fong Yueshan nodded with a bitter smile, then said, that's right. You really have a sharp eye. I don't know why, but I keep feeling that my Wei Shadow's power is going out of control. This makes me feel very uneasy. Chapter 1253. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The shadow power was Fong Yueshan's biggest nightmare. It had always been a huge problem for him since he was young. Later on, during that battle, he obtained the power of the Shadow Emperor's other mind. Finally, he eliminated the hidden danger and even directly reached the Venerable One realm. He originally thought that his hidden danger had been eliminated. However, during this period of time, he felt the throbbing of this power. Moreover, the sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. Su Yan spread his perception power and probed Fong Yueshan's body. Fong Yueshan knew that Su Yan would not hurt him, so he did not do anything. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, he would have exploded long ago. This was because this was an extremely dangerous thing. If the other party probed his body with his power, he might be able to kill him directly. Moreover, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. However, he believed that Su Yan would not hurt him. Su Yan's power directly entered Fong Yueshan's body and began to investigate. He had to find out what had happened to Fong Yueshan. It was best that the shadow power had not awakened. If not, it would be really terrible. At this time, Su Yan's divine sense was already incomparably powerful, and it was naturally incomparable to back then. Back then, there were many things that Su Yan could not find, but now, that might not be the case. Even so, his divine sense fell bit by bit. The first time, he felt that Fang Yueshan's body was very normal, as if there were no accidents. The power in his body was also his own power. The second time, the third time. Time passed bit by bit, but Su Yan still did not find anything wrong. In fact, even Fang Yueshan himself began to wonder if he was going to be a father, so his mind was in a mess. Forget it, Su Yan, maybe I'm thinking too much. This is for the best. Nothing will happen, and he'll be safe. That's the best. If something really happens, it'll be terrible. At this moment, he said with a gentle smile. During this period of time, he almost did not dare to let his wife know because he was afraid that she would be worried. Now, even Su Yan could not find any problems. It seemed that he was really worried. However, at this time, Su Yan's expression did not improve at all. Instead, it became more serious. He believed in his intuition and was sure that he would not be wrong. Just like how he had a feeling that Fang Yueshan and Su Yan would come today. This was definitely not nonsense. Now that his realm had increased, he had gradually had an extremely about fate. Although he could not know what this meant, he had a sense, he had a sense of danger. He had already used his divine sense to explore the area 10 times, but he still couldn't find anything amiss. However, the feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger. One last time, Su Yan said with great determination. Then, his eye of truth operated at full force. At the same time, the power of the regal sword soul was directly released from the small world and integrated into his eye of truth. Now, the regal sword soul was suppressing two great divine objects. The divine temple of Ancestor Buter and the extremely strange Black Lotus. Although the divine consciousness in these two things had disappeared, the divine objects were still extremely powerful. Su Yan had not been able to completely refine them, so how could he dare to let them move freely? Therefore, at this time, he could only use the regal sword soul to suppress them. Therefore, the power of the regal sword soul would not be used easily. However, at this time, for his friends, he did not hesitate to use this power. At this time, the eye of truth had become even more powerful. That gaze directly appeared at this time. The flickering gaze could almost see through reality and illusion. At this time, his expression suddenly changed. In the depths of Fang Yueshan's power, he saw a small dot. His divine consciousness had actually swept over this dot 10 times, but each time, he automatically ignored it. It seemed that there was an extremely mysterious power protecting this small dot. However, at this time, after Su Yan operated the regal sword soul, that power could no longer be concealed and was finally discovered by him. After a long time, Su Yan finally withdrew his gaze. Fang Yueshan saw that Su Yan's expression was not good. He immediately knew that this was not good news. Of course, he still tried his best to calm himself down. Then, he said, "Why? You haven't discovered it yet?" "I told you." At this time, Su Yan interrupted him, "Old Fang, don't deceive yourself. Your feeling is not wrong. Although your ancestors helped you remove the curse of your bloodline, your body was actually tampered with at that time." Fang Yueshan's smile immediately froze. He did not even know what to say. He did not speak anymore. Instead, he calmed down and quietly waited for Su Yan to continue. Su Yan said, "If I'm not wrong, there is a shadow dot in your body. That is a spatial coordinate, an extremely hidden spatial coordinate. Normally, it will not do anything strange. However, if the existence controlling this power moves, you will become a transmission point." This sentence had already frightened Fang Yueshan. He said, "If that's the case, what will the result be?" In fact, he already knew that this was an extremely serious matter. Su Yan said directly, "In other words, you will become a spatial transmission point." Perhaps you will even become a coordinate for the opening of the gate to the shadow world. You will even directly become a powerful shadow creature. This was an extremely terrifying matter. Shadow creatures were extremely terrifying existences. Their danger was definitely not inferior to that of demons, or even above them. Their invasion was an extremely huge challenge to the boundless continent. And if they directly entered this world through Fang Yuashan, what would happen to Fang Yuashan? Perhaps death was the best ending for him. If it was as Su Yan said, that he would become a terrifying and powerful shadow creature, how cruel would that be? Would he make a move on his friends, or even his wife and children? At this time, Fang Yuashan was really afraid. He did not want to become such a monster, absolutely not. However, at this time, he seemed to have no way to go. At this time, he was about to reach the cultivation of a Dao master. Thanks to the strength of his shadow power, even if he did not cultivate, his strength was still increasing over the years. However, even if he became a Dao master, so what? Compared to the powerful and terrifying shadow creatures, it was nothing. Su Yan, kill me, kill me. This man, in the end, actually said such words. At this time, he actually thought of suicide. Because he did not want to hurt his friends, wife and children, nor did he want to become a terrifying shadow creature, or a spatial transmission point for these abominable things. This would make her suffer immensely. Therefore, at this time, the best ending he could think of was death. However, he couldn't bear to part with her. It wasn't easy for him to be together with his wife. It wasn't easy for him to free himself from fate and have a child of his own. But who would have thought that even at this point, he still couldn't free himself from it? Those damn things, like a nightmare, actually haunted him. In this dilemma, he could only choose to die in the end. Perhaps if he died, he would be free and would not bring misfortune to the world, to his wife and children. Su Yan, I'm serious. Take good care of Anua and my child, then kill me and destroy me completely. As long as I die, the space coordinates will be lost. In this way, those monsters will not come. Fang Yuashan had never felt so powerless before, but now, he was really about to collapse. At this time, Su Yan said, "Don't be naive. Even if you die, those monsters will still come." Su Yan was not joking. What he said was true. He did not believe that these terrible shadow creatures would only put their chips on Fang Yuashan. Absolutely not. Therefore, even if Fang Yuashan died, they would still come. At most, they would delay their appearance. That was all. Of course, this did not mean that Fang Yuashan's efforts were useless. At the very least, he should work hard for himself. Old Fang, listen to me. Don't be so pessimistic now, because pessimism will not change your fate. We still have time and opportunities. At this time, Fang Yuashan had calmed down after hearing Su Yan's words. He was not afraid of death, but he had a wife and a child. He had not seen his child yet, so he really could not bear to die. If possible, no one would be willing to die. Being alive was beautiful. Moreover, he still had so many things worth being sentimental about. Just now, he felt that he had lost all hope, which was why he thought of death. However, at this time, he decided to believe in Su Yan. No matter what, Su Yan was a trustworthy person. Otherwise, he would not have come all the way to find Su Yan. Su Yan, what should I do? He was also a person who had experienced great storms. He had only heard the news abruptly, so he was momentarily at a loss. However, at this time, he immediately came to his senses. He knew that he should not be like this. If he did the same, it would only make his family's situation worse. Therefore, he forced himself to calm down. How far are you from Dao Master? Su Yan asked directly. Chapter 1254. Fang Yuashan said, Dao Sovereign? I don't know. It doesn't seem far, but it also seems impossible. I haven't cultivated for so many years. Full text reading. Su Yan was speechless after hearing his words. Never cultivated. This guy was already a 5 essences sovereign. He just didn't know how to break through to the Dao sovereign realm. Countless people were willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of cultivation. Zhang Daqian, for example, had even gone to the land of lightning devils to cultivate in order to break through. As for the guy in front of him, he had not cultivated since he had left the 9 continents continent. What made him even angrier was that even so, he had already reached the level of a 5 essences supremacy. I really don't know what to say about you. He really couldn't compare to this guy. His strength was just too terrifying. If his strength increased, it would be unimaginable. Fang Yueshan also seemed to feel a little uncomfortable. He said, actually, I don't care if my strength doesn't increase. As long as I can stay alive, it's fine. It wasn't easy for him to enjoy a peaceful life. Naturally, he didn't want to work hard to increase his strength. He just wanted to spend every day with his wife, travel, and live a good life. At this moment, Su Yan gently shook his head and said, a person without foresight will have immediate worries. You're a man, so you should understand that if you're not strong enough, how can you protect your family? Just like now, if you're strong enough to control your own destiny, would you still be like this? That was true. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. It was his misfortune to be schemed against by the shadow creatures. But what about Su Yan? Su Yan was known as the child of destiny. Who knew how many experts had schemed against him? Actively or passively, he had become a chess piece directly or indirectly. The great devil heaven lord, ancestor Buddha, the great devil dragon, and even the island master of God Devil Island. Which one of them wasn't extremely powerful and terrifying? However, Su Yan never panicked because of this. He didn't know when these people would make a move, take his life, or make him do something. He only knew that he had to live well and try his best to live until tomorrow. As long as he was still alive, he would work hard until the day came when he could break free from this damned fate. He would be able to control his own path and choose his own direction. There were too many people in this world who were born unlucky. Some people were willing to fall into depravity. They felt that falling into depravity was their mission. They came here to add some pessimism to the human world. However, there were also people who were stubborn and refused to give up on life. They were the true experts. This was a matter of one's mentality and choice. Su Yan didn't say too much because he believed that the man in front of him could understand. If he couldn't even understand these principles, then his life wouldn't have much meaning. Although Fang Yueshan did not come to his senses, he knew that he was too powerless just now. Admittedly, such a situation was very bad, but was he really willing to accept such a fate? Was he really willing to die before he could even see his own child? No, he was not willing. Absolutely not. Since he was not willing, then he would fight for it and struggle out of this fate. At this moment, the originally dim radiance in his eyes began to shine brightly. Even his aura had become more solid. Su Yan looked at him and showed a gratified smile because he knew that his friend should have come to his senses at this time. Very good. It seems that you have come to your senses. Su Yan said directly. Fang Yueshan said, well, *ck it. No matter what, I should fight. As for what will happen in the future, who knows? At this moment, he actually displayed a sense of heroism. Well said. A real man is born in this world. If you don't even have the heart to fight, and know how to compromise no matter what you encounter, then what is the point of living? At this time, his strength had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. Su Yan stood up directly and then said to Fang Yueshan, well, since you don't want to give up, then I won't give up on you. We are not without any hope. At least we still have a chance to fight. At this time, Fang Yueshan said, well, Su Yan, you say it. I will listen to you. At this time, he had also made up his mind. No matter what, he would fight and never give up. Fang Yuashan said, "Well, since Su Yan is willing to put aside your own things to help me, then I have no reason to retreat." In fact, at this time, he still felt very embarrassed because he had brought trouble to Su Yan again. Su Yan did not need to do this, but in order to help him, he had to do this. At this time, Su Yan said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? You have to know that every choice and even every step of a person may have been recorded in the long river of fate, so you don't have to do this. I am indeed helping you now, but I am also walking my own path, right?" Su Yan's words were so profound that even he did not understand. Although his strength was not bad, almost reaching the level of Tao Master, compared with Su Yan's experience, he was still too shallow. Most of the time, the more a person experienced, the more he knew. It was because of this that his strength could be so strong. At this time, a light began to flash in the sky. It was the light of enlightenment in the sky. In fact, it was just an ordinary sunlight, but at this time, his mood was fluctuating, so when he saw this light, his heart fluctuated, and he felt that this was the enlightenment given to him by heaven and earth. Su Yan knew his mood at this time, so he did not talk nonsense. He just said, "Well, go and tell your wife. As for whether you want to tell her the truth, it is your choice. Then, we will set off tomorrow. Some things were better done sooner rather than later." This was especially so when it came to the hidden dangers in Fang Yuashan's body. No one knew which would come first, between the crisis and tomorrow. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yan was concerned about their relationship as husband and wife, Su Yan would have brought him to the 9 continents continent right away. Fang Yuashan nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, I know. I will take care of it." With Su Yan's surge, he was finally relieved. In this case, the most important thing at this time was to deal with the matter in front of him. This night was very peaceful. As usual, Su Yan hugged Yun Wanqing and fell asleep peacefully. That night, it wasn't a peaceful one because a certain lady boss was very worried. Although she didn't cry, her heart was uneasy. Fang Yuashan finally chose to tell the truth. This was because he clearly knew that his wife would definitely want to know the truth. Now that they were already husband and wife, no matter what happened, they should face it together. If he did not tell her, he might be able to delay her for a while. However, if he did not come back alive, she would definitely know. At that time, she would be in great pain and even blame herself. Therefore, he finally chose to tell the truth, and the husband and wife would bear the burden together. This night was not peaceful for the two of them, but their hearts were together. No matter what happened, they would bear it together. At least, they did not let this sentence become empty words. This was already an extremely rare thing. Early the next morning, Su Yan directly left with Fang Yuashan. At this time, Su Yan no longer needed to use a warship to cross the endless sea. Moreover, he had the sea-splitting demonic snake, the overlord of the sea. After devouring the 9-headed demon snake's clone, the sea-splitting demonic snake had evolved again, and his strength had become even more powerful. This guy even shouted that he would directly devour the 9-headed demon snake's main body next time. Of course, Su Yan did not care about this guy. Last time, the 9-headed demon snake was probably scared by him and was crippled. He did not know when that guy would have the guts to appear again. Of course, as long as this guy dared to appear, he would kill him again. At this time, watching the two men leave directly. However, the two women were holding hands. Fang Yuashan's wife said, "Sister Wanqing, every time he leaves, don't you worry?" "Not worried? How could that be?" However, Yun Wanqing knew that she could not restrain him. Her man was a true dragon destined to roam between heaven and earth. Since she loved him, she should not restrain him with her love. "I only know that he will definitely return safely. This is enough. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for him. If he doesn't come back, then I will go down with him." Yun Wanqing's words were extremely calm, but these calm words were so resolute, which was admirable. At this time, the lady boss said, "I know, I understand." She gently stroked her stomach and said, "Baby, my dear baby, let's wait for your father to come back together. He will definitely come back, right?" At this time, her stomach seemed to move, as if the child heard her voice and was answering her. Feeling the memory of her child, she smiled with relief. Yes, this world is so cruel, but no matter what, we have to find the meaning of our existence in this cruel world. Chapter 1255. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The demonic sea snake swam quietly in the sea. The demonic sea snake was huge now. At this moment, his aura was directly revealed. The powerful sea beasts in the surroundings didn't dare to approach because they knew very well that the guy in front of them was an extremely terrifying predator. If they got close, they would be devoured immediately. By then, they would not even know how they died. If they dared to be impudent in front of such a terrifying monster, they would be courting death. Therefore, the usually frightening and ferocious sea was strangely calm at this moment. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, specks of light began to shine. It was early in the morning, and the light was the first sunlight to rise between heaven and earth. The light gave people great strength. It was as if as long as there was light, there would be hope in the world. The reason why humans were alive was because this world contained their warmth and strength. If they did not have even a little bit of strength, perhaps the world would lose all hope. Su Yan and Fang Yueshan walked further and further away in the light. Coincidentally, the light shone on the Heartless Island in the distance. After going through a catastrophe, the Heartless Island did not show any signs of depression or decadence. Instead, it gave birth to a brand new strength. The dead would find rest, and the living would become stronger. There was no doubt about it. Although it was impossible for the dead to be resurrected, those who were still alive should continue the hope of the dead. This was the so-called future. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had become even more powerful. His aura was constantly rising because at this moment, there was a small world evolving in his body. On the Heartless Island, Chu Linger's aura was also changing constantly. Because at this moment, she seemed to be closer to the heavenly Tao. A heartless person was not heartless. Instead, he had lost his selfishness and became a change in the heavenly Tao. This was Chu Linger's choice back then. Right at this moment, she suddenly raised her head. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. In the vast sea, a figure fell into her eyes. At this moment, she wanted to cry. She had not seen this person for a long time. In the past, she missed him every day and night. However, at this moment, it was undeniable that his figure in her mind was gradually fading. This was her choice. She naturally knew the consequences. In fact, it was heartbreaking. It was more terrifying than being stabbed by swords or struck by lightning, but she still chose to do so. In this world, there was always someone who had to bear the pain. The one who bore the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether she chose the heavenly Tao or the heavenly Tao chose her, it was no longer important. What was truly important was that she had already begun to accept her fate. At this moment, Lin Editor, Translation Lin Shui Translation, it's not too late to give up now and regret it now. Look, she's right there. As long as you're willing, you can go over, meet her, and be together with her. Junior sister, don't worry. I am not master. Not only will I not stop you, but I will also support you. You should not bear such a heavy burden. Lin Fang's voice was so gentle. Her calm words seemed to contain boundless charm. As long as you were willing, you would be able to return to his side and lie in his embrace. Chu Linger knew that her senior sister would not lie to her. She sincerely hoped that she could do so. Forget it, senior sister. I will not regret it. Finally, she shook her head. She had once longed for something so much, but she gave it up. It was not that she did not miss it, nor was it because of the so-called responsibility. It was just that she would not turn back. She wanted him to be better, so she gave it up. Now, she began to believe that everyone had their own destiny. It was because of this that everyone needed to work hard bravely in times of despair. She was the same. Perhaps, this was her destiny. Then, she would fight for it. At this moment, she finally understood. The so-called heartlessness was not to give up all feelings in the world, but to become the heavenly Tao. The heavens did not have a heart. It was only because there were all things in the world that the heavens had a heart. The heavenly Tao had a heart, but it was emotionless. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also grow old. It was at this moment that Su Yan sensed something. In fact, Su Yan could not see Chu Linger at this moment because Chu Linger was using the heavenly eye. She was using the power of the heavenly Tao to see. However, at this moment, he felt something in his heart because he had already understood destiny. He was able to sense anything that was related to his fate. Of course, this was only an extremely vague feeling. He did not even know where this feeling came from. He only understood one thing. The person who was spying on him just now must be extremely important to him. Moreover, he seemed to be about to lose her. In this world, there was nothing heavier than losing something. It was pain and torment that came from the heart. Su Yan did not want to lose her, but destiny was telling him that this was something he could not change or go against. At this moment, Fang Yueshan saw the change in Su Yan's expression. He asked directly, "Su Yan, what's wrong?" He was very puzzled. Su Yan's strength was far from what he could compare to. Back then, he had already become a supremacy, but Su Yan was still in the dragon realm. However, in just a few decades, although he had become a 5 essences supremacy and was not far from becoming a Tao supremacy, Su Yan was already so powerful. He could not even sense Su Yan's aura. If he had to use a word to describe Su Yan, it would be that he was as deep as the sea. Lin Fang was a little surprised. Then, she said, "He seems to have sensed something. Junior sister Linger, this little lover of yours is not simple." She chuckled. That was indeed the case. She was a true supremacy, and Chu Linger had already communicated with the power of the heavenly Tao. Her every move had the majesty of the heavenly Tao. Ordinary people, even powerful supremacies or supremacies, would not be able to notice Linger's gaze. However, Su Yan actually sensed it. He has always been an incredible and trustworthy person. When talking about Su Yan, Chu Linger would still smile faintly, as if she was reminiscing about the past. Lin Fang looked at Chu Linger. She suddenly thought of Zhang Zhe. She shook her head. Then, she said, "Have you really decided?" Chu Linger nodded without hesitation. The sea swayed leisurely, moving according to its own rhythm. The sea breeze blew, as if to blow away all the troubles. "Sai, you don't need to do this. Even if the sky falls, there should be someone tall to hold it up. You're just a weak girl." She sighed, as if she was regretful. However, she still took out something in the end. "Take it. Master gave it to you. That old woman seems to know that she doesn't have much longer to live." Lin Fang, the eldest senior sister, did not show the slightest respect for the heartless fairy. Instead, she was extremely casual and even directly called her old woman. Chu Linger took the jade pendant from her hand. Then, she asked, "What is this?" It was a stone, an extremely ordinary stone. When she received it, she already felt an extremely familiar aura. "It's just a broken stone." That old woman called it the Heavenly Heart Stone. After saying that, she had already left. In fact, what she said was both right and wrong. The Heavenly Heart Stone was indeed just a stone. However, how could it be just an ordinary stone? It was the heavenly heart stone that nurtured the heavenly heart's power. According to legend, it was a stone left behind when the heavens and earth were first created. It contained the rhythm of the heavenly Tao. For such a small stone, even a holy sovereign or a heavenly god would be extremely greedy for it. However, in her eyes, it was indeed a broken stone. So what if she truly comprehended the heavenly Tao and became an immortal god? Was a life without emotions really a good life? That rotten aura was extremely annoying to her. She even loathed it. The higher her cultivation level, the more she hated it. If it were not for repaying that old woman's kindness, if it were not for protecting the silly women on this island, she would not have bothered to cultivate or fight. Chu Linger held the stone, but her eyes became calmer. Streams of power converged towards her body, and everything flickered continuously at this moment. At this moment, her aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. At this moment, she even had a sacred aura. Unknowingly, the heavenly heart stone gradually sank into her body. She became even more sacred. No, nothing. I just feel that someone is finally leaving me. When Su Yan said this, he did not realize that he had unknowingly started to tear up. Seeing this, Fang Yueshan did not speak again. He knew that everyone had their own helplessness. Since Su Yan was unwilling to speak, he naturally would not probe further. Have you finally chosen to leave? Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was Chu Linger's final thoughts burning at this moment. Su Yan actually felt that the person who was about to leave completely and cut off their fates was Chu Linger. She was once his wife, but now, she was about to become a passerby. Chapter 1256. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Let's go to the sky and take a look. I suddenly feel like looking at the scenery in the sky. Wind and Cloud Reading Network, Su Yan suddenly said. The sea-splitting demonic snake roared and flew into the sky. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with sunlight. Endless golden radiance shone at this moment, appearing extremely beautiful. The radiance that filled the sky was indescribably beautiful. Such a scene would shock anyone. It was as if it could wash away all the worries in one's heart. Su Yan's gaze became blurry. He did not know why, but he had become more and more sentimental during this period of time. It was as if he had the entire world in his heart. At this moment, the specks of radiance were flickering. The sea was so magnificent. The distance between the 5 counties and the 9 provinces was really far. Even with the sea-splitting demonic snake's speed, it had been flying for several days. Fortunately, at this moment, the continent could finally be vaguely seen in the distance. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake roared. His roar was filled with boundless power. It sounded like the roar of a dragon. Originally, there were many creatures flying in the sky. Nature's creation was extremely mysterious. Naturally, it was impossible for only one kind of creature to exist in the world. Those creatures flying in the sky were the darlings of nature. Their existences all had their own meanings. Those ordinary creatures were perhaps just a part of the food chain. While they were hunting for their own prey, they were also the prey of other stronger creatures. At this moment, the roar sounded, and these creatures were all startled. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake was definitely at the top of the food chain. His roar was so powerful and terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. The sea-splitting demonic snake was really simple. His thoughts were very simple. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become more powerful. He wanted to evolve continuously. That was the meaning of his existence. Of course, he was also very vengeful. He wanted to kill those powerful creatures that had once threatened him. He had been sleeping at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, he was slowly increasing his strength. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he had traveled in the sky. At this moment, he was flying freely in the sky. How delightful was that? Of course, he didn't release his true might for no reason. Otherwise, just this might alone would be enough to completely kill those creatures. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly spoke. Su Yan, look there. In fact, there was no need for Fang Yueshan to speak. Su Yan's divine will had already discovered that a bloody scene was unfolding at the seaside. Many living beings were being massacred. As for those murderers, they were an extremely strange life form. From the looks of it, they were a type of fishmen. Their forelimbs were extremely sharp blades, and their teeth flickered with a cold light. They seemed to contain extremely terrifying poison. These things were simply rampaging. This place was probably too remote, so there weren't any decent experts. Only a few fishing villages lived here. At this time, the sudden outbreak of the murlocs was a great disaster for the entire fishing village. No one could stop it from happening. That terrifying killing intent surged at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying aura seemed so strange and terrifying. At this moment, the aura was constantly changing. Those demons were really terrifying. Let's go and take a look. In fact, Su Yan was already used to seeing killings by now. This was because this chaotic era was about to arrive. Who knew how many people would die? Although he was merciful, he was not the legendary Bodhisattva who saved the dying and healed the injured. There would always be a time when a person's strength was exhausted. This was the case even for cultivators. If he didn't see it, there would be nothing he could do. However, now that he had seen it, he naturally wouldn't just stand by idly. Moreover, there was one thing that was extremely important. These monsters gave Su Yan an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The sea-splitting demonic snake was above their heads, releasing a powerful might directly. Feeling the powerful might, the murlocs didn't start to tremble. Instead, they became even crazier, as if they had lost their minds. The murderous aura became even more terrifying. How can this be? Fang Yueshan asked directly. This was too abnormal. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of creature it was, unless it had extremely high spiritual intelligence and strength, it should immediately tremble when facing such a terrifying aura of the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, at this time, these murlocs clearly didn't have a high level of command, and their strength couldn't be too strong. At this time, facing such a powerful aura, their first reaction was not fear, but crazier killing. It seemed that they wouldn't stop until they killed all the living creatures here. This was extremely strange. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Don't look anymore. They are not creatures created by the Creator. Kill them." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to these murlocs. Killing these murlocs was naturally not a difficult task for the sea-splitting demonic snake. In almost the blink of an eye, all the murlocs were killed. The surviving humans thought that the dragon god had descended and saved them, so they started to thank the dragon god for his help. However, they didn't know that the dragon clan and the sea-splitting demonic snake were enemies. Damn it, these stupid guys are really idiots. How can I be one of those stupid and arrogant dragons? Where are their brains? At this time, he really wanted to spit these people to death. However, he knew his master's temperament, so he naturally wouldn't kill indiscriminately. He had no choice but to fly back into the sky. At this time, Fang Yueshan asked, "Su Yan, what's the situation? What do you mean by not creatures created by the Creator?" He really didn't know about this. At this time, Su Yan said, "It's actually very simple. These things are transformed creatures after being contaminated with the demonic qi. In other words, demons have started to appear in the Jianghu continent." Although he hadn't been here for a long time, based on these strange demonic creatures, he could speculate that demons must have appeared in this place. However, these demons were very likely to have been killed. Unfortunately, the huge amount of demonic qi leaked out and contaminated the creatures here, causing them to change. The reason why demons were the great enemies of the Wuji world was not only because they had an extremely strong killing intent, but also because their existence would cause pollution to the Wuji world, completely destroying this world. Demons have started to appear? Fang Yueshan's heart was heavy. After all, he was a human first, and this was a matter of great importance to the survival of his race. Su Yan said, "Yes, that's about it. However, it doesn't matter. Many things happen out of our control. The only thing we can do is to prepare the best response when things happen. As the saying goes, do your best and leave it to fate." Fang Yueshan smiled softly and said, "You guy, don't talk about grand principles every time you open your mouth. It's getting harder and harder for me to keep up with your thoughts." Su Yan laughed and said, "It's just because your realm is not high enough. Don't use this as an excuse to be lazy." Fang Yueshan said, "Where are we going?" Su Yan said, "Let's go to the Taihang sword faction first." In the Jiuzhou continent, Su Yan had the best relationship with the Taihang sword faction. At this time, he wanted to know the development of the situation, so the best choice was naturally to go to the Taihang sword faction. Fang Yueshan naturally had no objection. Since they had already arrived in the Jiuzhou continent, Su Yan and the others naturally got off the sea-splitting demonic snake. This time, the sea-splitting demonic snake refused to go back to sleep in the sea no matter what. It had been sleeping for long enough. Therefore, it turned into a mini huck dragon. Huck dragons were a very cute species commonly seen in the Jiuzhou continent. Many female cultivators loved to pet them. Because of this, it could openly appear next to Su Yan. Su Yan naturally didn't object. Su Yan and Fang Yueshan felt that the Jiuzhou continent seemed to be different from before. The most obvious point was that the atmosphere here seemed to have become heavier. The people here seemed to have gone through the baptism of war. Su Yan inquired along the way and finally understood what had happened. In fact, the main reason was the power struggle between the sections. After the Limitless Demon sect was disbanded, there was peace for several years. However, war still broke out later on. The various branches of the demonic sect started to compete with each other. In addition to the territory, there was also the struggle for the treasures left behind by the Limitless Demon sect. Among them, the Limitless Demon sects and Luo Hall and White Bone Hall had become two independent sects at this time. They were also the strongest. On the other hand, Yan Shao established the Yama sect. Of course, the other sects wouldn't just stand by and watch them do this. Naturally, they also took action. Regardless of whether it was to loot a burning house or to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, this was how the war broke out. The flames of war were always the cruelest for the innocent. However, they also had the least right to choose. The reason was very simple: they didn't have the power. In this world, being weak was a sin. Of course, the Taihang sword faction didn't participate in the war between the sections. They only defended their territory and didn't expand. The Taihang sword faction had Zhang Zhe and Xue Xingchuan's rise. After a few times of killing them as an example to others, those ignorant fellows finally stopped looking for trouble with them. Because of this, many people who had the ability to go to the Taihang sword faction. That was the only place where they could be protected. Chapter 1257. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this time, Su Yan and Li Shiyu retracted all their auras and followed the crowd. Fang Yueshan asked, "Su Yan, with your strength, shouldn't you be able to reach their sect directly? Why are you doing this?" This was also what he didn't understand. At this time, Su Yan's strength was already extremely strong. If it was possible, he could go directly to the Taihang sword faction. Fang Yueshan had stayed in the Taihang sword faction with Su Yan back then. He knew that the Taihang sword faction welcomed Su Yan very much. But now, Su Yan just had to do this and wander around in this place. He clearly had enough strength, but he insisted on staying with ordinary people. He couldn't understand Su Yan's logic and thinking. Su Yan just smiled. Then, he asked casually, "Are we not human?" This was not nonsense. They were human. However, they were not ordinary people. Their cultivation was so strong. Not to mention Su Yan, even Fang Yueshan was already a venerable Wuyuan at this time. This kind of cultivation was enough to transcend all living things. They were high and mighty, like immortals. But why did they still have to wander around in this place like ordinary people? At this time, Su Yan opened his mouth again and said, "We are cultivators, but cultivators are also people. We also started as ordinary people. Have you forgotten this point?" Fang Yueshan was speechless. He didn't forget. He just subconsciously believed that he was strong enough. Since he was strong, he naturally had to enjoy the power of being strong. There were many things that he didn't have to abide by as usual. This was the benefit of power. However, when Su Yan said this, he was stunned. He suddenly realized Su Yan's intentions. They used to be ordinary people, not much better than them. They used to struggle and work hard to survive, but as their cultivation gradually increased, they subconsciously ignored this point. They even no longer saw themselves as ordinary people. No, it should be said that he would not look at ordinary people. Although he wouldn't admit it at times, there was one thing that couldn't be wrong. Were those weak people really different from ants in his eyes? In normal times, whether it was out of goodwill or malice, he would always look down on others from a high position. However, he would no longer blend in with those people like before. There were too many people who gradually drifted away. What was gradually drifting away was not their path, but their hearts. The more powerful they were, the more they would distinguish themselves from the ordinary. This was actually understandable. After all, wasn't the point of training hard to make oneself stronger? However, was this really a good idea? What I'm saying is, if everyone could be simple, perhaps this world would be better. This was Su Yan's thought at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's realm seemed to have reached an extremely crucial point. At this point, it was no longer simply increasing his power, but a kind of understanding and a kind of thinking. This was the key to his advancement. At this moment, he would instinctively determine what his path would be, and would think about how he could better survive in this world. In other words, at this moment, he needed to find a way to define himself. Another half a day passed, and they quickly set foot on this piece of land. At this moment, Su Yan had a clearer understanding of this place. In this place, he could clearly feel a wave of power. There seemed to be a sword chi faintly existing on the ground. It was the Taixing sword chi. Taixing was like a mountain. The Taihang sword faction sword chi was as heavy as a mountain, but also as steady as a mountain. In the past, when he came here, he did not have such a feeling. But now, it had appeared. At this moment, Fang Yueshan said, "What's going on? Why do I feel that this place is different? It seems that even the ground under our feet has changed, become a little more terrifying." He was already a venerable Wuyuan. Although he had not become a Dao master yet, he was blessed by nature in terms of perception and could sense some things. Because someone has become an emperor. Su Yan did not seem to be surprised at all. In his opinion, this was a very normal thing. That person's cultivation was extremely powerful, and he was not an ordinary person. It was not unusual for him to be able to cultivate to the emperor realm. It was just that he didn't expect that person to take this step so early. Emperor? Do you mean the emperor realm? Fang Yueshan was shocked. Before this, even Dao masters were extremely rare, and the emperor realm was a legend. But now, someone in the Taihang sword faction had become an emperor. This naturally surprised him. Sect Master Zhang Zhe is a legend. It's not strange that he can become an emperor. Let's go and pay him a visit. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he did not take half a step forward. Instead, he said to Fang Yuashan, step back. Fang Yuashan did not know what Su Yan meant, but since Su Yan said so, he naturally would not stand there foolishly. Instead, he took a few steps back. But in these few steps, he had already noticed a change. At this moment, the front of Su Yan suddenly began to become misty. An extremely mysterious power appeared at this time. It seemed to be a glimmer, but also seemed to be an unimaginable power. In this power, an extremely heavy aura appeared. Of course, this was just an extremely heavy aura. He did not feel any pressure. Of course, he did not think that it was because the power was just a facade, so he did not feel any pressure. Instead, he knew that it was because this power was too strong, and its control had reached an extreme level. So much so that even though it was only a few steps away, he felt as if he was looking at a shadow. At this time, Su Yan said softly, since Senior is in the mood, Su Yan will accompany you. As soon as he finished speaking, clouds and mist appeared beside him. Then, an extremely powerful power was displayed. However, the two powers slowly came into contact with each other. At this time, Fang Yuashan felt that the ground in front of him began to change. At this time, the power was rolling. Although there was no earth-shattering sound, there seemed to be a terrible change happening between these two powers, so much so that everything here was trembling at this time. Su Yan, who is he fighting with? Fang Yuashan was stunned at first, but then he realized who was fighting with Su Yan at this time. Su Yan, has he become so strong that he can actually fight with a venerable emperor? From the beginning, he knew that Su Yan was very strong, but at this time, it was difficult for him to perceive how strong Su Yan had become. But at this time, it seemed that this guy's strength was still beyond his imagination. Now, he could actually fight with a powerful venerable emperor. Such strength was simply terrifying. When that beam of power landed, the power of light was boundless, as if it was going to devour everything. At this time, in his eyes, the two people seemed to have disappeared directly, and were replaced by two swords. One of them was simple and steady, as if it was formed by the condensation of countless mountains and lakes, while the other sword was full of incomprehensible things. This was the manifestation of the power of Su Yan and the venerable Emperor Senior. The two swords stood motionless. It seemed that nothing had happened at all, but at this time, he already knew that an extremely terrifying battle was taking place between the two swords. The violent aura was simply unimaginable. The strong power was only suppressed in an extremely narrow space. Even a Dao master would find it difficult to control this space. At this time, another person appeared, but it was Wuxia Xianxia. Well, sect master, the guest has just arrived, and you can't wait to start the competition with him. This is not good. Although he said so, at this time, his power began to change, and then directly inserted itself into the battle. And the target he chose to attack was Su Yan. Long time no see. Let me see how much you've improved. He chuckled, and at this time, his power became stronger and stronger. At this time, the three people almost disappeared at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they were above the ninth heaven, and even close to the void. Two seniors, this junior will embarrass himself. Su Yan naturally knew that the reason why these two seniors attacked was to test him. Of course, it was also possible that these two old guys suddenly felt itchy and wanted to find someone to torture. Of course, in any case, this was actually a kind of guidance. These days, Su Yan's strength had improved extremely quickly, and he was also more clear about his own path. However, many paths and many things could not be just imagined. They still needed to be proven in practice. Therefore, it could not be better to have powerful seniors to guide his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous if he only found out his shortcomings in battle. After all, the enemy would never be merciful. As long as he made any mistakes, he would be directly caught and then put to death. Good boy, your strength has really improved a lot. Take this sword of mine. This was Wuxia Xianxia's real attack. His sword directly condensed, and the heavy power at this time was displayed. Such a power directly fell, with an unimaginably terrifying sharpness. At this moment, the sword seemed to have been completely resurrected, as if it had its own life. This was spirituality. Although it was just guidance and testing, Su Yan did not dare to be careless at this time. He also condensed sword qi in the void, and then directly burst out with a sword. Chapter 1258. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Such a sword burst out directly. Fengyun Reading Network, the sword light flashed. In terms of sword energy, Su Yan was actually superior to Xianxia. The two sword qi surged, immediately causing countless waves to appear in the 9 heavens. It was as if waves had suddenly appeared in a calm sea. After this attack, Xianxia suddenly appeared beside Su Yan. "Come, again." With a few simple words, he directly attacked again. At this time, he had completely raised his strength. At this time, Su Yan was fighting with this person and immediately realized how powerful and terrifying he was. He seemed to have casually used his palm, but it seemed to have directly drained the surrounding power. The aura between heaven and earth seemed to be able to move with his strength. This was extremely difficult. He could feel that Xianxia was also a Dao master. Back then, he had already fought with many experts at the peak of the Dao master level, but it was undeniable that none of them were a match for Xianxia. The so-called peak was actually just a description. Xianxia seemed to want to understand the two words, Dao master, to the extreme, so that his strength could be completely released. Of course, Xianxia was strong enough, but Su Yan was definitely not weak. Since they were already in the 9 heavens, he did not hold back. He directly burst out with a palm, and a terrifying attack suddenly met with Xianxia. The two forces directly collided, and for a moment, the aura of a dragon and a tiger emerged. With such a power entanglement, the 9 heavens began to change. This attack seemed to be a tie, but at this time, Xianxia's expression had become strange. In fact, as one of the people who fought, he naturally knew that Su Yan seemed to have held back in the attack just now. Even so, he was only a tie with him. This kid, how much has his strength increased? He was a little speechless. Every time he saw this kid, he had a huge change. And at this time, he was even more straightforward, as if he could already defeat him. "Come, take my sword with all my strength." At this moment, Xianxia's aura changed. Countless auras gathered towards him. These auras turned into huge mountains and rivers. Then, the mountains and rivers became a sword. The power of this sword stretched across the sky, and then continuously changed, gathering into the shape of a divine sword. Taihang. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the Taixing God sword. At this time, Xianxia had already communicated with the Taixing God sword and then used an absolute attack. "Su Yan, this is an absolutely powerful sword attack that I've unleashed with the Taixing divine sword as the foundation. Don't hold back. You don't have to give me any face. Let me see how you deal with this sword attack." In truth, Xianxia already knew that he was probably no match for Su Yan. Right now, Su Yan's aura was too strange. Facing Su Yan, it was as if they were facing Zhang Zhe. Therefore, at this time, he immediately knew that Su Yan's strength had probably surpassed his. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to know how strong Su Yan had become, so that he could know the gap between them. Since Xianxia had already said so, Su Yan naturally wouldn't be polite with him. He didn't make any preparations. He just casually slashed, and a faint sword aura appeared at this time. Such a sword aura surged at this time. The change in power was really unimaginable. At this time, a sword aura directly appeared. That sword aura condensed and evolved the yin and yang qi into a unique power. At this time, this power had already rushed towards the Taixing sword aura. What Su Yan condensed was naturally the sword aura of his Taiji god sword. This was already a competition of sword wills. At this moment, an extremely terrifying sound exploded in the 9 heavens. The people on the ground thought that the sky was about to change at this time. Moreover, the sound of thunder seemed to be a little too terrifying. The Taixing sword was incomparably fierce. The thick mountain aura seemed to want to flatten everything. However, the power of the divine sword formed by the yin and yang qi seemed to be a ribbon, but also seemed to be an even more terrifying mountain. This power was constantly changing. Gradually, it directly dragged the power of the Taixing sword, as if it had sunk into a quagmire. What a strange power! Is this your sword? This seemingly gentle power actually had such power. 1,000 mountains, 10,000 swords. At this time, Wuxia Xianxia struck again. The Taixing sword directly changed at this time, and its power became even more unfathomable. His idea was extremely simple, and that was to use brute force to break through the sword completely. He wanted to make the power disappear and merge with the earth. Such a change could already be said to be terrifying. At this time, Su Yan's gaze had become even more profound. He could feel the enormous pressure that his opponent brought to him. Yin and Yang sword, burning heaven. At this time, the Taixing sword directly turned into Yin and Yang qi. Yin and Yang were the foundation of heaven and earth. Yin alone could not be born, and Yang alone could not be born. When these two powers were combined, they could erupt with extremely terrifying power. Under such a blow, the power of the 1,000 mountains and 10,000 swords was directly shattered. At this time, it could also be announced that Wuxia Xianxia had lost. Su Yan said directly, "Senior, admit it." Wuxia Xianxia laughed and scolded, "Damn it, kid, are you a monster? I can't beat you anymore." Now that he thought about it, when they first met, Su Yan's cultivation was still extremely weak and was nothing in front of him. The two of them went through life and death together in front of the evil sword Cold Jade and established a friendship. Later on, Wuxia Xianxia guided Su Yan many times. This allowed Su Yan to take fewer detours on the road of cultivation. But at this time, he was no longer a match for Su Yan. This guy was simply a monster. His growth was so fast that it was shocking. He thought that he had reached the peak of Tao Master and could almost break through to the sovereign realm. But at this time, Su Yan was even stronger than him. Just now, he had already seen that Su Yan had not used his full strength when fighting with him. At this time, he said directly, "Sect Master, shouldn't you fight with Su Yan yourself?" At this time, Zhang Zhe said, "That's what I was thinking." At this moment, these 4 words suddenly changed and then transformed into 4 streams of sword qi. He could directly turn his words into sword qi and then directly suppress it. This was terrifying. Each of the 4 sword qis was extremely heavy. Wuxia Xianxia's sword was actually very powerful, but at this time, it was still much weaker than this terrifying power. At this time, Su Yan really felt that everything around him had been suppressed by this terrifying power. That terrifying power rolled down at this time, but it seemed to want to drown everything. Such power was simply so powerful that it was terrifying. At this time, even he did not dare to be careless. He directly drew a line in front of himself, and then a boundary appeared. After the appearance of this power, the most terrifying aura immediately flashed. Supreme, Nirvanic Slash. Su Yan knew that he was facing an sovereign realm expert, so at this time, he had no intention of holding back. At this time, a powerful force directly burst out at this time. Such a force rolled out, and the terrifying aura was simply too powerful. Such a blow was terrifying. The two forces directly collided. It seemed to be silent, but in an instant, it had shattered countless spaces. This kind of confrontation was really terrifying. At this time, Su Yan shouted, "Sword of the Laws." His opponent was Zhang Zhe, who was already a real sovereign realm expert. In fact, Su Yan had been looking forward to fighting with a real sovereign realm expert, because only then could he verify his strength and path. That strike just now barely cancelled out his power. At this time, he directly took the initiative to attack, and the Sword of the Laws directly condensed at this time. Su Yan's Sword of the Laws was extremely powerful because he had mastered more than one kind of law. Lightning, darkness, fire, and ice, all of these laws fused together in an instant. Then, these laws directly turned into the most terrifying sword light. When this sword light appeared, it immediately swept up an unimaginable power. Such a sword strike was simply shocking. At this time, Shui Xingchuan cursed again, "Damn it, how many laws have you mastered, kid?" There was a hint of envy in his words. Ordinary Dao sovereigns had mastered a law, and then condensed this law to become the foundation of their path. However, this kid was good. He took out the laws as if they were free, and he was using them in batches. With such a power of laws condensed together, there was naturally no need to say more about the strength of this power. Shui Xingchuan knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to block this sword. Even if he could block it, he would be covered in scars. It was because this power was far too terrifying. It was as if it had hidden everything in this world. Such a surging aura was simply unbelievably terrifying. At this time, the power directly condensed at this time, and the violent aura was simply terrifying. Even Zhang Zai's expression changed at this time. Good, this power is your true strength. The younger generation will surpass us in time. As he spoke, his palm moved, and a mountain suddenly appeared in the void. Of course, this was not a real mountain, but an evolution of power. Such a change in the power of laws possessed too much power.